All right. I was ready for a Friday show. Welcome in, everybody. All right. Let's get it on the road.
Who the heck is PepTalks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. PepTalks. PepTalks.
Who the heck is PepTalk?
They want our women. They want our children.
PepTalks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the PepTalk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
PepTalks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
PepTalks.
We found weapons of mass
PepTalks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from PepTalks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to a new edition of High on Politics. We are live on a Friday. Hope you guys are doing well. I'm your host, Pep. Nice to see you guys. Nice to meet some of y'all. Hope you all are having a fantastic Friday. I took a day off yesterday. That was not exactly planned. Full disclosure, I made a rookie move. So for anybody here that has ever played in a Dungeons and Dragons campaign, yeah, anytime that you roll up a new character, I don't know why this consistently happens, and this has happened since I've started playing when I was young. We took forever. So I looked at the clock and it was already 9:30. I'm just like, oh great. So yeah, was able to take the day off, but got some rest. I'm all ready to go cover some politics and news today. Hope you guys are ready for that, because oh boy, yeah, there's some news. There's some news. I don't know, man. For all the hyperbole that goes on around trying to report on Trump Midas touch wise, and just how most YouTubers approach it. I'm not even kidding. When I saw his threat today, I was just like, well, I guess I just get to say it. This dude's out there threatening WW3. So I just fun. So we'll be going into that in a little bit. Also, the surprise news that AOC is indeed the front runner when with the new polls coming out. So we will also be getting into that. I know that pisses off some people. So we will we'll see exactly who it's pissing off. It's not your likely it's not the likely people. As far as you got your standard Republicans, but yep. That whole anti-DSA contingent. Yeah. We should have seen this coming, that they were gonna also be pretty pissed off about AOC. I don't know why, but I'm just speaking for me personally. I didn't see that coming. Legan, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Legan Edits. Appreciate you subscribing. That's a big help. Also, if you guys double tap that screen and hit the like button on the stream as we kick off the show here, it really does help me out. So I do appreciate that. Oh, nice. Got us to a nice even number. That's awesome. Also, yeah, you guys can become members, help out the channel, and send supers and donate through the link in the description. That really helps us out. Yeah, I had a very generous donation the other day. That was awesome. I'm still kind of confused about it. I'm not gonna lie. So for anybody that was not here, we had a hater. I mean, he is a hater, and I don't know, man. He put his money where his mouth is, though. That was for sure. Was quite generous but I don't know. I felt like there was this weird thing where because they donated, they thought that they could get away with just being complete assholes to my my mods and some people in chat, which that's not how that goes. So I thought maybe that's why you took the day off yesterday. No. No. I really still can't afford to do that. It's more so I kind of needed to. Also, therapy was a little heavy, and I still did the panel show with Alex and and Carlos, which was a lot of fun. So Oh, don't worry about it. What's my dream dono? All right. So this is just like completely out there dream donation. Let's see. $300,000. $300,000. I think I'd be like pretty like set. I think that'd be nice. $10,000. I mean, if I'm being more realistic, $10,000. Yes. Actually, no. For some reason, I don't know. I'm gonna shoot myself in the dick here. $420. I don't know, man. I still love it when people play the game and they donate the 420. Keep dreaming. I will. Wow, I'm gullible. Thanks. Hey, you know what, Vince? That was fun. That was fun. The thing is, I've never actually thought about it where I'm just like, whoa, how much would it, like, how much could I make to just, like, be happy and, like, shut the fuck up about, well, I would never shut the fuck up. I'd still be doing this daily, but it would definitely make me shut the fuck up in asking anybody for donations to cover our medical bills, because I'll just say, oh boy, got another one today. Dude, it is insane how much they charge you for American healthcare. I can't help but laugh at it every time that we get a new bill. I'm just like, hey, oh, that's such an unrealistic number. But yeah, we're getting there. Dude, I hate our American healthcare system so fucking much. I really do. Every time that, like, we went to a doctor's appointment for my wife today, and it was a good doctor's appointment as far as, like, seeing the nurses, everybody getting updates. Her doctor's awesome, but it's just for some reason, it's a constant reminder of just how bad our healthcare is. How about if someone donates 420s? I'd be happy with that. Hey, listen, I'm happy with, $1 dono. Listen, I'm not even kidding. Like, the fact that people, like, donate, to the stream to keep me entertaining you guys, like, and also just help us, tackle these medical bills as they come in. I can't tell you how much that fucking means, but, yeah, I think that I've been pretty open about how I wish I didn't have to do that. I wish I didn't have to ask you guys for anything. Like, I mean, I'd hope you guys would still, like, do the members thing. Like, that just helps with the algorithm and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like, that, we want to get the stream out there, which, guys, we're close. We're close. 45 more subscribers, and we're getting to that 3K, so that's pretty cool. MAGA Tears, perfect donation for myself. Man, the MAGA Tears. I don't know. I'm not sure how much the MAGA Tears are worth the MAGA Rage, which they take their rage and their impotence, and they just go and do the lamest shit. Let's be honest, man. Like, for every dude that's come on here just like, you're gonna ban me, I'm like, no, I'm not. And then they're like, ban me right now, ban me. You're not banning me. Well, I'm gonna go report you. It's just whatever. That's the part. Like, I'm not gonna, like, repeat myself a bunch on that, but it's just so dumb. I hate it, but it's a game I'm playing. It's a game that I signed up for, I guess. I talked to another creator about this, and that's kind of what they said. They're like, hey, man, let's be real. You kind of did know that it was going to be like this. I'm like, ish. I hate when you're right. It's just, and they did say that I was going to have this moment where I kind of forgot about that. They were right. I forgot my roots, where it was just, I knew I was going to piss off people by doing this. Oh, shit. Rebecca getting the day started with $20 from Australia. I appreciate that. I think that today the exchange rate is
27.20 Australian dollars.
What is it? 16.36 or something like? Let's see. Actually, what's the what is today? Oh, it's actually down. It was at $14. Now, oh no, it's about $14 again because it's at $13.96. Gotta love exchange rates. You do. But I really appreciate the $20 dues. I still will always call them the dollary dues. Also, Ravi and Rebecca, you guys better be comfortable with the fact that you officially did adopt my wife. She has not really shut up about it, so I'm not even kidding. She told her mom about it. She told our friends about it. She's very, very proud to be an honorary Australian. I think that you guys might have like, you might just have to, take her. Uni. And then, like, I love how Uni's just out here just being like, they said you can come, like, with, technically. Thanks for the consolation prize. Suck it, Pep. You guys are taking my wife from me. Australia wins. Dude, it was so funny. She was coming down here trying to do like her own version of Australia upspeak. She's like, I've been adopted. Oh, Uni. I prefer being Australian, so I'm gonna go with it. Damn it. You see what I mean? You see? This is so ridiculous. I'm not even kidding though, guys. She was talking about it with her mom, and I just started laughing. I'm like, oh wow. She's so proud of it. What'd she say? So that means I could see any of the blackmail. You really, yeah. But I love how that's what like your first thought. You're just like, yeah, I get to see all the cool clothes, and like I get to go shopping. Yeah, you know what else they have there, Uni? Giant spiders. I'm not sure how you already freak out about like the little spiders that we have here in the States. And ow, sorry, I forgot that my desk is still broken. Hold on. Fix this now. There we go. Okay. What's up, Etch? How's it going? Welcome to the show. For anybody that just joined us while I was under my desk trying to make sure that this leg doesn't fall apart again. This thing is being held together by what's that called? Fuck. It's where the guy like slaps the sticky tape. Flex Seal. It's like Flex Seal tape. Yeah, it's being held together by Flex Seal tape. Because the wood like splint it. I'm not proud of it, but it is exactly what I'm dealing with. So, but you know what? I MacGyvered it, so we're all good. See, they got my back. I'll be fine. Oh yeah. Well, wait a minute. I just thought about that. Yeah, Rebecca and Ravi, you guys are probably like, do like bugs even phase you, or were you kind of raised to know that like you got some fucked up animals out there in the outback? They're going. You know what? Everything could technically kill you, yeah? Not my best, but it was also not my worst. Sham wow slap. I think we're mixing up our infomercials, guys. He just takes the towel. Hold on. Whack. Slam wow. See? He does a little wit. He's just like, hey, guys, for all my fellas out there, you know, every once in a while you like to have a little romp with the boys. So, you know, look at this. Retains the water and whacka! Yeah! Hey, sham wow! That, I don't know. I think that would sell it a little bit better for me to be just like, ooh, look at the pullback on that. Just the whoosh. I wouldn't want to be kicked by a kangaroo. Yeah, that would suck. Rebecca said she'll get the spiders for me, so I'm good. No, I was literally bitten like 8 times by a spider the other day, and I was just like, meh. You vertical chat people are masochists. Soul Life coming in hot. What's up, Soul Life? Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Also, yeah, I mean, they kind of are. The good news is, guys, it does look like YouTube is testing out the merging of these types of streams. So it looks like you guys will be able to choose between vertical and horizontal with one stream present. Not sure when they're rolling it out, but we're we're in the beta phase. I can already tell with some of the stuff that they've been kind of throwing our way. So I'm excited for that. I know that it's working pretty well over on Twitch. So they must have seen that success and went, yeah, it's probably a good idea. And it would also save them bandwidth. Like, I'll be honest, man. The fact that, like, you have so many streamers that, you know, we stream for a while. At least I do. Like, if you're a marathon streamer and you have 2 of these going, the bandwidth is insane. Anyway, hey, maybe we're the party chat. I mean, you guys really are the party chat. I don't know, Soul Life, it's actually chilled out a lot. I'll be honest. I've kind of gotten a little bit better about banning people that are just miserable and I can't stand them. Hey, that little blue penguin reminds me of the little penguin guys that me and my wife like on Facebook because we're old millennials. And I don't know. That's what she sends me. She sends me this little cute penguin, and then I don't know, these little AI ducks. Like what's the ducks? They're cute. I don't know. It's harmless. It's harmless. My wife likes it, so I'm just going to those ones get a pass. Pudgy penguin, that's what it is. You like the pudgy penguin, and what's the other one? Something in quack. You can merge chats now, but you'd have to use the that's what it is. That's what it is. Yeah. No, I can't do that because I do know that you can get in big trouble if because it's the way that they're running the AI right now. Lola and Quack, that's who it is. Lola and Quack. Again, guys, they're harmless. Just I like them. Okay, guys. It's funny, Uni actually, she found the pudgy penguins where I think I'm going to have them on my computer. She found these little, like, their computer buddies where they hang out on the back of the computer, which I love that shit. Dude, when I worked at GameStop, I worked there during the golden age where, like, I worked there during the Wii release. I worked there during the PS3 release. And we were able to have our own, like, computers, essentially, because we only had, like, 4 people working there. So, you know, if you had any seniority, which I was, you know, I had seniority, I got to have my own little workstation. It was awesome. I had, like, all my little, you know, my little guys. I had, like, a bunch of little Pokemon. I had a Sonic the Hedgehog, like, statue. It's pretty cool, man. I also had, like, the lanyards all over the pins all over the lanyards. That job would have been so cool to, like, maintain had they actually, like, I don't know, paid a living wage. That would have been cool. We have little tiny penguins at the beach here where I live. Nice. Oh, really? Like, actual penguins? You get to go see penguins? Oh, what? That's not fucking fair, man. Like, that kind of makes me upset because I don't know, I gotta go to an aquarium to go see penguins, which is still, like, it's cool that I can, but 27 pieces of flair. Yeah. That's the only place I actually had to do the flare thing. Chili's, I thought we were going to do that, and they were like, we're not TGA. My manager even said it, like, in like a dead serious, like, deadpan tone, just, we're not TGI Fridays. And I was like, what? Oh. He's like, yeah, take them off. I'm like, damn it. I wanted to have some cool, fun pins, but whatever. I got some cold coffee today. If your voice don't crack, you have seniority there, huh? Shut up. My little brother was like a drug addict with GameStop. I come home and 5 Xbox games are gone along with the jailbroken Wii, but that motherfucker had a brand new game. Yeah, dude. Okay, so we had a customer, similar situation happened where this kid comes in, and we had a policy about needing your parent there if you were under 16 and you were trying to trade in a system, because we were just like, I don't know, man, like, but they were kind of loose with that policy. So I was kind of, you know, I asked my manager about it, and he's like, no, take it, you know, it's scanned, like, everything scanned clean. So we do the trade. And a few hours later, his older brother comes in and he's just like, hey, did a little kid come in here and trade a whole bunch of like Xbox games in an Xbox? I was just like, yeah. And then he, like, I had the receipt kind of nearby and I pulled it. Like, I was just like, was it these titles? He just saw red and he was just like, that little shit. And then he explained it where his little brother stole his Xbox and all his games. And like, that was the weirdest part because he was so comfortable with taking store credit, which I don't know. I should have seen that coming. And then immediately I just looked at my manager. I'm like, huh, it's almost like we should follow this policy. That guy was pissed off, but yeah, we couldn't really do much for him. Like, it sucked because everything was already like said and done. It was like, you're gonna have to report this as stolen and it's gonna have to be taken care of, like, otherwise we can't give you your property back. We couldn't. No, there was nothing we could do. It had to be handled by his him and his family. I know that you know, like, his mom was with him when this was all going down. So GameStop dumpsters used to be a gold mine, not ours. We used to like take all the good shit. We were those, dude, we were broke. Like, we were all broke. We all had bare apartments. So like, I can't tell you, me and like two of my friends that worked at GameStop, our apartments looked almost like identical because it was our shitty ass apartments, but we had game stands everywhere. I had the Uncharted. I had Uncharted 1 at one point in my living room. We had Mario Galaxy, like, and these were all the 3D standees. We had the one that was super. It was like the Mario Builder or Mario Maker. We had Mario Maker. Yeah, we had to destroy stuff. It was kind of fun. Yeah, eventually they caught on, and yeah, that sucked because like. There was one time we had a corpo, like it was like a corpo thing happen where it was like a car full of like, you know, upper managers came into the store and they showed us how to break the discs and they were like, you could have fun with this. But I was just like, ah. The space station show on This Space was fun yesterday. Latina Mafune, I am so sorry. I still feel bad about that one, man. Oh man, did you get crossfired? For anybody that doesn't know, Latina Mafune accidentally got banned yesterday on This Space because me and two of the other hosts were racing to stop somebody that was playing the NI game. Yeah, you know, so clever, totally not like, you know, 12-year-old brain, but it's exactly what it is. It's just a bunch of angsty assholes. But yeah, we were racing to it, and I was the one who accidentally did the thing where, yeah, I banned Latina Mafune, and I felt so bad because I realized, I'm like, oh crap, I can't bring her back. So that was a mistake. No hard feelings, and I hope everything's good. I think it was me who accidentally did that to Bandit here. Yes, you did accidentally ban Bandit. Also, where is Bandit? I miss Bandit. Wholesale, give them your advertisement to throw them away. Oh, really? Interesting. Soul Life, you got some interesting information here today. I appreciate that. I saw that you just retracted it, so I'm not going to read it live, but oh, there you go. If you can befriend a BJ's Wholesale employee and get them to give you their advertisement displays instead of throwing them away, get some really great stuff. Travel DVD players, Raspberry Pi, etc. Yeah. No, I also worked at Radio Shack, so same thing. I got all the cool stuff. The good old days, back when retail was actually a viable, you know, job. Like, dude, I was able to pay my rent on that, like, comfortably. Oh man, the good old days. Now I see why you're a talk show host and not a marksman. Hey, you know what? I'll take it. Radio Shack. Wow. Yep. Yep. Used to sell capacitors. I mean, like, we used to, like, wholesale sell capacitors because I don't know why or what was up with Fermilab. I worked over by... So we have, like... If you've ever watched Stranger Things, you know how, like, they have that building in the middle of nowhere and it's the Department of Energy? Well, we have that. We have Fermilab, where we have one of those CERN, like, particle accelerators. We have, like, all the cool shit as far as, like, the scientific community in this one area. And I worked at the Radio Shack that was right there, so anytime they needed an emergency part, which was always capacitors, they would come in and they would just clear our drawers out, and then they'd ask us, like, do you have any more in the back? At one point, I was just like, yo, dude, like, I remember talking to my general manager about this. I had to go, like, above my manager and my district manager. I was like, you don't understand, man. Like, our store... Like, when we run out of these, they come in every day. You need to carry, like, you need to send us enough to always have this drawer stocked. Also, yeah, like, I did kind of go, like, I just kind of feel like you guys are charging, you know, a little low price, because they seemed like, one guy even said, he's just like, these are the cheapest capacitors you can buy. I'm just like, oh, okay. The internet ruined that gig. Oh yeah, it did. Yeah, because eventually I was one of those ones where I was still there when they, like, swapped over, and we were one of the ones that had 4 different phone carriers. That was insane. I had to sell AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, and fucking Boost Mobile. That was wild, dude. And then I had to fix track phones because we had a Walmart, like, a few, like, stops down, and every old person, for some reason, they didn't know how to conceptualize how, like, hey, we don't carry track phone here, I can't help you. They couldn't get, but they're like, it's a phone, you're Radio Shack. What do you mean you can't help me? It's a phone. Oh, God. Don't miss that part of the job at all, because we also worked across the street from a fucking a nursing home. Ugh. I think I told the story here where I had to tell, like, this old lady at close, like, because she thought Facebook was broken. She literally, my Facebook is broken. And I had to, like, I kindly had to tell this woman that her family hated her. No joke. Because, like, she kept, like, I was just like, can you please explain to me what is broken about this? And she's just like, I don't see anybody's posts anymore. I think that I might have hit something where, did I mess with the settings? And it was just like, no, dude, I couldn't lie, because I was past close. I was there for almost an hour past close. I didn't get paid overtime because it was past close and we didn't have fucking payroll. So it was just me literally doing the thing where I'm like, oh, I have to follow corporate policy, but I don't make anything for this. Do you know how fucked up that is? Like, that was really messed up. So yeah, it was past close. And she's sitting there just like, I don't understand. And I had it with, and she was rude. Like, she was actually, like, she was not nice. Like, had she been a nice old woman, I would have felt even worse. I mean, I felt bad for her, I'm not gonna lie. Like, you know, she comes over from this nursing home just being like, I can't see my family's photos anymore. Yeah. So yeah, just had to tell her. Or it was just like, I'm sorry, miss. Like, I don't know how to break this to you in a nice way, but your family blocked you. Like, there's no way, like, there's nothing I can do to help you with this. You can't even call Facebook about this. Because she kept asking me, can I call Facebook? It's just like, no, lady. I mean, good luck. But I had a track phone where the ringtones were codes you had to type in, so you convert an instrumental to, ooh, that's kind of cool. And, oh, really? Good times. Yeah, that was actually kind of cool. You get to write your own ringtones, essentially. Why need to do, like, cable, or why you need to do it like cable, travel back to, stop it from happening. Yeah, I don't miss working with the public at all. Yeah. Well, that nice Zuckerbuck, the Zuckerbuck, he will help me, even though Donald Trump told me not to like the Zuckerbuck. Hello, Mr. Zuckerberg, can you help? Can you tell my daughter to please unblock me? I want to harass her for marrying a black man. Oh, fuck. Anyway. Oh, man. I went somewhere fast. Well, I mean, it is true. Like, this is, you know how many times I've heard this shit? Fuck, dude, I was just at lunch. So my mother-in-law took us out to lunch today. And across from us, there's this guy wearing a fucking Make America Great Again hat. And, like, just, I'm eavesdropping on their conversation because I have to know what the fuck they have to talk about. And they're just not so, you know, subtly talking about how, well, this area has been ruined by a bunch of Polish people and a whole bunch of the younger people moving in. It's just like, yeah, I still kind of, like, don't feel bad anytime I'm just like, can you guys, like, ship off a little bit quicker? Like, goddamn. That attitude from them really just... But then again, I'm not trying to lose my humanity here. I'm just joshing. I want nothing bad to happen. Honestly, I don't. I want them to live nice, healthy lives. Just, can they, like, not have any power at all? Like, and I mean at all. Maybe it's not a bad idea to take away their, like, ability to vote. I'm kidding, by the way. In 2020 or 2004, I was the only person with a So Fresh, So Clean Outcast ringtone. Nice. Is that what it sounded like, kind of? I don't know. Oh my god, same lady, but black for Italian, make her old. I just have such a I have a big problem with all the Italians and those Irish people moving in. I don't like them. It's just like, wait, what? I just don't like them. And these Polish people too. You know, I suppose. Dude. All right, I don't want this one to get too out of pocket. Boomers get free DoorDash and Uber. Hey, you know what? If they just would, like, give up the power, then maybe I'd be more, like, I would be okay with this. Also, what up, Dennis? It's good to see you, man. Hermit, also, how you doing? Tragic Mammal, how you doing? What tastes better, Bald Eagle or Loon? I don't know. Also, Ken, how's it going? Thank you for holding it down over on Twitch. Appreciate you guys hanging out over there. Also, for anybody that is hanging out on Twitch, make sure you stick around. We're going to be doing Twitch exclusive tonight. That's our Friday night thing now. Kind of figured it out. I like how we do this. It's a nice little entry into the weekend where we just have some fun. So, your grandparents' background, Polish and Czech. I mean, mine? No, mine is Czech and English. Is this on Twitch? I am on Twitch, Rick Young. Yes, I am. Actually, you can swap from vertical and horizontal over on Twitch here. That's why I do promote that a little bit. Also, yeah, you never know. It's a good secondary platform to have, but yeah, follow me over on Twitch. We're gonna, like, yeah, when we go over there, it's gonna be a lot of fun. Excuse me. This restaurant has turned me what? This restaurant has turned me into a woke. I have to say, I like that Mexican lady. She convinced me that I might have been wrong. Actually, all jokes aside, that's usually how that happens, like, for real. Is like they start realize, like, look at Bob from the Necessary Conversation. you know, and like look at his wife just talking to the Chinese girl that was helping Bob, and she's like, she wasn't even a citizen, and we make this way too hard. It's just like, this is what we've been saying. And then you guys do this thing where you just stop thinking for yourselves and just, ugh. So frustrating. Also, here, Rebecca, let me get this in. There we go. Okay. Why does it take a personal experience? Jesus fucking Christ. I don't know. It really is bothersome, though, where it's just like, I've been saying this, where it's like, it always has to hit them. And I hate that. I kind of wish that they could just see it, you know, with that little extra bit. Like, you'd think, too, with all the years here, that you'd have a little bit of empathy. Like, there's a reason why there's no equivalent to the rights incel movement on the left. True. That is true. I mean, every once in a while, like, you will run, like, the biggest problem that I've noticed is that some people that have the most intense voices and try to, like, they almost doomer, like, let's just call it what it is. They're just in general not very, I don't want to say stable because it's not fair, but it is kind of true, where it's like they're always miserable. Like there is this thing where it's just like the whole misery loves company thing. I talked to my therapist about that, where she did say, like, yeah, that's why, you know, movements that are successful usually have an air of positivity behind them. You know, yes, like religion can rule with fear, but they have a lot of positive feelings. You know, they get you with the vibes. That's why, you know, at church they do like the raising the hands and like singing the fucking "Our God is an awesome God, He reigns," like that bullshit. Which I used to love that song. That's why, actually, because especially like when you like, again, some of the music actually does slap, especially like the country, the Christmas stuff. But yeah, that's where they get you, is with the, you know, the vibes, you know, kind of hide, like, kind of hide the other shit. That's why you have a lot of Christians that when you like show them where it's just like, hey, this is actually what the Bible says, they're like, nuh-uh. And then you're like, right here, and they're like, what? No. Yeah, it's true though. My Egyptian walking onions. Wait. Are walking everywhere. Everywhere. Walking everywhere. Pep singing the good part. Yeah, it's all right. Doomerism is very unusual among actual analysts and theoreticians on the left. That's something to think about. No. I mean, that's why, like, when you actually talk to somebody, like, about the outcomes of what the left wants, it usually is steeped in positivity, and it's usually steeped in, like, positive outcomes for, you know, the majority of people, which is good. I mean, every once in a while you get, like, I'll just call it what it is. It's semantical. Like, you have, like, a lot of people start a goal. Start a goal. Oh, wait, here. Let's do 5. Yeah, let's do 5. All right, I'm starting to go. What will I do? What will I do? Excuse me. You know what I'll do. Rip that beaner. I gotta get more creative with, like, my goal, like what I'm going to do because of it, but I don't know. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, pepper hat. Duh. Put pepper hat on there. be honest, I'm a little. You got any spicy peppers? Yes, I do. Yeah, they're almost ready too. I'm gonna be harvesting likely on Sunday, so we will. Ooh, maybe I can do that. Maybe I can harvest and then make the brine on Monday. I like this. Yeah, because then it'll be 2 weeks from when I pick them. Try Genkin? What is that? Is that like spicy? Or is that like, I don't know what that is. Hope and love all the way. I mean, listen, I've been trying. I've been trying to live like this again, where, dare I say, it's very hippie, but there's something simple to the peace and love theory, where it's just like, I come at things with peace and love, man. I will match energies. Ooh, it's almost pepper pickle time. Let's go.
At
Thank you for the
HBX
$5.
$5.
Appreciate that.
It's almost pepper pickle time.
It is.
Let's go.
Great. Yeah. Thank you. Also gotta get. What are you doing? This desk is going to collapse on me. Yeah, hopefully after we pay our bills, I will be able to finagle that one into the budget, because hey, I have been putting that off for over a year now. I'm sure that there's somebody in this audience that remembers when I was talking about that. 2 down, 3 to go. Aw, thank you, Rebecca, for the $5 a dose.
At Rebecca Green,
You guys
1827
really do have,
5
like,
Australian dollars.
You got the
2
best name
down,
for
3
money
to go.
ever. I thought Looney was kind of fun, but dollary dues. Now, I know it's not technically the official, so Looney still takes it. Like, come on. They call their fucking currency Looney. Like, and we were supposed to be like, and we will totally take you seriously. I do kind of feel like that's part of it, where it's just like, why we don't really respect Canada as much. I mean, obviously, Trump doesn't respect their sovereignty, but, Looney and Toonies. Oh, is he kind of like, this is going to be like, Joe Henry, where, we say his name and he appears. Yeah, the Toonie in the wild is the wild part. I was told, not to say dollary-do. Oh, wait, Aussie dollar are Rubucks. Ooh, I like Rubucks. Wait, why were you told not to say dollary-do? Have you ever been in a raw chili eating competition, Pep? No, I have not. My wife actually won a hot sauce competition, though. That was pretty cool. And they looked at her just like, wow. Like everybody was just shocked that this, barely 115-pound freaking skinny little thing just sitting there demolishing fucking just a whole bunch of hot sauce. Didn't even need to go for the milk. That was impressive. Like, she was at the end of it, she was just like, I'll take some lemonade. I was like, oh, wow. Dollary-do is from Bluey. It's cute. They got mad at me because told me no one actually calls it that, and that's just people like dank pods. Get offline, Sylvie. Like, for that one. Like, no. Like, it's literally from a fucking cartoon. It's literally from it's from a Bluey cartoon. Like, come on, man. Like, dude, this is what I mean. I don't even understand what you said there to just be like, oh, I was told that. Okay, so it's cringe. Just, I don't care. And this, I was told not to say. Okay, do you listen to people? I know. I'm not passing on, or wait. I'm just detailing my experience. It kind of sounds like you're saying that we shouldn't say it, but I don't know. Don't even get me started on Melbourne. Next, you're going to say I can't say Dunny. No to Dollary do. Where is the whimsy? Why do so many people lack whimsy? A bluey sounds like a peach. Were there a bunch of Australian parents just kind of going like, you know what that sounds like? Hey, you gonna go watch some Bluey? All right, well, me and your mom will be back. She's gonna give me a Bluey. All right, yeah, you're right. It's good to know they were just sticks in the mud. Yes. Where did you hear that? Like, seriously, who said not to say dollar? When did you use the dollary do? Like, did you use it from this where you were trying to have fun and they were just trying to ruin your fun? Like, ay. We should watch Bluey on Twitch one of these days. Such a fun show. I mean, honestly, I've heard nothing but good things. I have no reason to even be exposed like to Bluey at all. It was funny because I remember asking my my sister-in-law about that, where I'm like, oh, does he watch Bluey or anything like that? She's like, no, he's past Bluey. I was just like, well, missed that one. I think it was Moog. What's Moog? You don't have kids? No, I don't. Not planning on ever having kids. I don't remember the full context, but it was short-circuiting me because I never had that as an opposition. No one is past Bluey? Oh, okay. Well, is it really one of those types of shows where you're just like, you could just get high and watch it? You know, a few parents that are actually Bluey fans, and it seems that's not unusual. Well, that's the thing. I've been told, like, my buddy, his kids, they just grew out of, you know, that stuff. They're like, you know, 7 and 10. And he was saying, he's just like, no, Bluey's actually pretty good, man. So... Are your kids past it? Yeah, you did the whole Bluey arc. So are you like, yeah, are they past it? Because like it was the same thing watching them get out of Frozen. Like Frozen 3 is going to come out and it's going to do horrible because the kids that loved Frozen are so out of it. They don't give a shit. And I don't think nostalgia is going to do its thing with them. I mean, it took me forever to even see Frozen 2, which was actually, ironically, I thought it was pretty good. So... I had very low expectations for it. I was kind of surprised. Only at home when we are with family, she will watch it with the youngsters. Oh, really? Have a crush on Bluey's dad's personality? Really? What's the personality? Wait a minute. Wait, what? What in the Freud? What's going on there? Anybody want to explain that to me? Like... Bluey has some of the best representation of things like ADHD. Oh, dude, I didn't even know that. That's cool. Oh, that actually kind of explains some things, though. Like, now, some of the people in my life that... Okay, that actually makes a lot more sense. Lots of parents are shit. Fuck yeah, they are. Fuck yeah, they are. I always found that, like, the shittiest parents are always the ones that are, like, saying the shit, like, don't tell me how to parent. It's just like, hey, man, I don't know. Just every once in a while, especially if it's coming from the outside, where you just have a rando telling you, hey, your kid's kind of shit, you might want to listen. Like, my mom was cool like that, where anytime I was acting up like an asshole, she you know, she didn't take public humiliation very well. So, yeah. She hated that stuff. Kenzie, thank you. Yo, it's been a while. It has been a while. How have you been? Also,
it's been a while.
It's been good.
Hope all is well.
I mean, it's
Victory
good, but
hand
also thank you for
emoji,
maintaining your
black
membership
heart
for
emoji,
18 months.
Transgender flag emoji.
Holy crap. We're getting there, man. Oh, that's crazy. You're gonna hit... we are well on our way to that 2-year mark, and some of y'all have been here with me pretty much through it all. That is crazy to think about, man. Wow. Thank you so much for the support. Thank you for being a member of my community for so long. And also, Enzi, thank you for being awesome. Genuinely, I hope you've been well. Like, Oh, you have not been here for a minute, so I don't even know how to like approach it. I don't want to ask too many questions, so it's just like, yes, you know what? Thumbs up if everything is good and you're just, busy. Etch, thank you for almost 1 year. Hell yes, thank you. Look at this. Thank you for
Almost
maintaining
1
your
year.
memberships,
Heart
guys.
emoji, pep hand, unicorn emoji.
Okay, so here we go. My ADHD butt just made a whole connection to wanting to watch more of anime. You want to watch Free Ren? Yeah, we need to. We'll do that tonight. We'll watch some Free Ren before we go to bed. From media coverage, I've seen Bluey's dad is like a really good husband and father and is really kind, and that's where crushes come from. Really? Wow, interesting. Hey, that's very wholesome. Cool. All right, nothing weird there. All right, cool. I was a little worried about that. Hanging in there by the skin of my teeth, but we're making it. Awesome. Okay. I'll be honest, guys. Sometimes, like, I know this is a little parasocial on my side, but when I don't see you guys for a while, I do get a little worried. Look at the video, look at the description, look at the comments. Have you liked the video? Like and subscribe. Yes! This video. This one. Turns out, be a decent dad dude, get human puss! Oh, Ravi. What the fuck? Oh my god. Oh, that's hilarious. Got Pep the wide way today. I usually catch you on vertical. Boomerang, thank you for hanging over on the horizontal. Yeah, no, I got both of them going soon. I hopefully will not have to even worry about it. Seems like they're starting to roll some stuff out to get us on the just single page. So hope that comes soon. But god damn it, that was funny. Wow, not wrong there, according to the internet. Okay, what's going? Oh my god, is this like that fucking Pokemon stuff with like God of War and Lucario? Like I found. Oh my god. Okay, why internet? Why must internet have to internet so hard? Yeah. Oof, Rafe. That's what I've been doing wrong this whole time. It's like, apparently. Yeah, I was about to say, that's a rabbit hole I don't feel like going down. I'll just say that much. Okay, I gotta turn the brightness down. What the fuck is going on with this light today? Sorry, guys. Nope. Oh. All right, sorry guys. I'm trying to not have this brightness filter fucking all the way up, but for some reason it is just not cooperating. Is anyone keeping up with the new season of X-Men 97? I literally fell asleep during the 3rd episode and I have not gone back yet. I'm going to. I'm just gonna say it. The problem with X-Men 97 is the fact that it is doing exactly what X-Men comics do, and this is why so many people get out of X-Men comics. It gets so fucking convoluted, and you're just like, okay, what timeline are we in? Who's part of this team now? Is Charles Xavier dead again? Like, hey, the green nude eel. Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. Also, guys, just so you know, If your subscription over on Twitch lapsed, it is a big help for me over on Twitch to sub to the channel and yeah, get my Twitch channel out there, because I don't know how this like the Twitch algorithm. The problem I have with that is it really does seem way like, yes, YouTube is pay to play in a way ish, but Twitch is definitely pay to play, where it's just like, no, you got to get subscriptions and then they push you in the algorithm. It's just like, how does this work? Now I'm gonna make him finish D&D anime with me first, though. I mean, you do love that show. X-Men, X-Force, and X-Factor are separate teams. No, I am well aware of this. Wait, did they intentionally make the X-Men movies timeline suck because the comics timeline sucked? Ish. No, what ended up happening is that whole Brett Ratner thing, and just he ruined X3, and that's where it all went downhill. And then you had the Fox executives trying to make decisions that didn't make any sense as far as like the origin stories. Even though the Magneto origin movie, I wanted to see that. I saw like one of the leaked scripts like back when they were making Wolverine origin, and I was like, oh my god, like that actually sounds like a really good movie. They did like a portion of it in X-Men origin, but still wasn't good. Like, I didn't like those movies, or First Class. Anti-woke, the woke story. Fox really mishandled the X-Men on so many levels. I love the main character. She is all my favorite things, and of all of my D&D characters rolled into one, she's my spirit character. Yeah, for anybody that is looking for like a fun, wholesome anime in the vein of like D&D, check out Free Run. Free Run is one of the best shows that I've seen in a long time, and my wife absolutely loves it. So I love that just in its like for that alone, where it's something that we can sit down, watch together, and enjoy. It's very hard to do that as a couple, like at certain points where you're just like, huh. Like, I always feel like it's a big win where I look over and my wife's not on her phone and she's actually paying attention to it. Then I know it's like, oh shit, we won with this one, yeah. Yeah, I know this. I have the secret way of getting Uni's her movie takes. Sometimes she'll do the thing where like if it captures half her interest, she will just be like, and like she'll eventually just put her phone down. How did the D&D? It went well. So what ended up happening is we were making characters, which for anybody that plays D&D, I should have just known that I was not going to be able to be on last night. I don't know what was wrong with me, thinking that I was going to be able to get that done in time, but there was no fucking way. We got to 9:30 and I was just like, crap. Yeah, so I'm essentially reusing a character. I didn't have to do that much work. Most of it was getting Uni's character made. Yeah, she made her character. She's a little Tinkerbell with an emo phase. She also can not only heal, but she can give us rerolls, which is nice. Yeah, no, she's gonna be a great member of the team. Oh, super cute. Oh, yeah. No, I'm excited. Yeah, my guy's name is Jork the Dreamweaver. So, he's a beautiful orc. So every time that he slashes his axe, the song Dreamweaver plays behind him. And then there's like sparkles, and it's just, yeah. He's so cool. Like, I think he's probably my favorite character that I've ever created. So, yeah, and her character's awesome. No, her character's gonna be great. It was so funny. Immediately she was just like, how small can I be? And then our DM rules, because he was just like, not small enough to go under doors. He knew what was up. I always appreciate where they can kind of see where you're going with it before you even get to that second part. Is your orc a former henchman, Pep? Yeah, actually. He be jorking. Hey, yeah. That's cool, you guys. Thanks, Mitch. I appreciate that. No, yeah, I'm excited because this is kind of picking up from our last story, which we had the first actual character death I've ever encountered. Like, I've been lucky in my campaigns where nobody's actually died as far as like playing, just standard D&D or Daggerheart, which is what we're playing. And yeah, this one was it. Because he in Daggerheart, it's a little different than D&D where you don't just like do a save throw. In this one, you can pick from 3 different options where if you like get KO'd, you can lay there and just wait until the end of combat, and you're still part of the party, but you will not die. You can get healed, but it takes an entire action away from your team in combat, and that's like for what was going on with us, that was just not viable. And then the other one is you do a 50-50 roll, where you roll, if you roll high, you live. If you roll low, you die. Well, he rolled low, and he had permadeath, which yeah, that kind of sucked because the entire mission was to go and save his kids. So like he was like a tiger character, where after he died, his 2 little twin like kitten like tigerlings, they're just like, "Daddy, no! Daddy, wake up!" And then me and my buddy's character, who is a weird little he was a weird little cleric, who like we just both had this moment where the DM's just like, "Will you take on his children in your party?" And like essentially he was gonna give us like a companion kind of thing. And then both of us just looked at each other, like, "Nah, we're gonna leave him at the next pub." We have no business raising children. What are you? No. So that's exactly what we did. We ended our game dropping off these little tiger babies and just being like, "Bye," just walking into the sunset. Yeah, legit. That's how the game ended. That was weird. I to this day don't feel great about it. I'm not great with the technical stuff. My character development is top notch and way too deep for what it is. Oh yeah. But that's the thing. It works really well for what we do. Yeah. Oof. It was just the thought of the 2 little tiger babies, just like. Yeah, no, I know you can. Yeah, that's the thing. If you summon them back, oh man, they're gonna be pissed. Oh, they're gonna be pissed. I could imagine just using them as a summon and just be like, "Oh no." This is the shit I do in games, is irritate the table. One of the funniest things you've ever done was when you were just trying to break the game and you made our DM snap. That was pretty funny. Did somebody just like type in something where they were like were they just Googling something? What? I successfully did. Supernatra. What's going on? Are you okay? Is everything okay? Are you doing that thing where you're like trying to look for something and you just accidentally like Googled it in the YouTube comment section? Oh shit, you can do that. Is that an instant win? Which one? Because Moogles can fly. Oh yeah. There was a yeah, there was a whole thing where like there was like this area. It was an area effect where it got all of us. Like it was a green fire. That was supposed to like. Yeah, supposed to get all of us. And then Uni was just like, "I can fly." And the DM's like, "I don't think so." And she's like, "That's bullshit. I can fly. Let me roll to fly." That's bullshit. I am a tiny little thing that has no armor. Like her AC was like 10. Like, no, it was no. We balanced her pretty well, and no, our DM was just being a whiny little baby. Just about the fact that, well, anyway, that was supposed to hit all of you. It's like, okay, but it didn't. Like, Jesus. Nothing's worse than playing with a DM that doesn't like roll for any of the shit too, where they incorporate it into the story, so it's just a natural occurring thing. The most annoying one was when they tried to do something where we were facing somebody and they said that like they had an instant kill ability, where I was just like, that's not a thing. That's no. And all of us at the table just went, no, no, that's not fucking cool. That's not fair. Like, what's the whole point of us doing like? And it's because we were playing like a Final Fantasy, like it was literally set in the Final Fantasy realm. So they're like, well, there's a bunch. They tried to even say like there's a summon that it's 9999 every time that they hit you, so it's essentially an infinity attack. It's bullshit. It's complete bullshit that they tried to incorporate that into a D&D game. I was like, that just doesn't work, especially when they wouldn't let us use healing techniques from in the same vein. I was just like, okay. We had to get this thing called etherite to make potions. Yeah, we had to craft potions. I will never forget when we went through like this epic battle with Kafka. If anybody from here knows their Final Fantasy lore, Kafka is the final boss in Final Fantasy 6. So Kafka. I keep doing that shit. Kafka. So we beat Kafka, and then they wouldn't let us take a long rest, so we couldn't heal. So we were in pretty dire straits because we kind of saw what was coming. We're like, okay, so you're going to send us right back into combat. And yeah, we had our healer craft a potion, fail, so it blew up on them, and we didn't have any more potions left. That was insane. So thank God one of our party members had also played a lot of Final Fantasy, and they were just like, okay, we're going to cast Healing Wind. I was just like, fucking thank God, because we did level up. So it was like they got another spell slot, they took Healing Wind, and boom, we were okay. And I showed up and broke things because I was magic. Yeah, well, that was the thing. Like, they were trying to say that you can't use magic in the game, and I was like, that doesn't make sense for Final Fantasy. What's the point of having mages? Like, you're just gonna nerf mages like that hard? That's stupid. Even in Final Fantasy VII, like, come on. Like, you do have materia in there's magic in Final Fantasy VII. Like, even the most grounded Final Fantasy games, there's always magic. The idea that it's just like, no, we need to kneecap magic because I can't have you doing too much. Bro, it's like DM 101. If you're not going to roll for, if you're not going to roll for things, you have to fake roll for things. Yep. Wait, magic is integral to the story. Yeah, I know. Tell him he can't just make shit up either. Oh, well, there's a woman, but, yeah. Yeah, it's kind of... Yeah, I'm in this. Listen, the game is long over. We're probably 6 years removed from that game, but still, I do think about that occasionally where I'm just like, that was so fucked up. Either way, so, yeah, I obviously got to roll up new characters. I'm excited. I really am excited, though. I kind of realized it's been at least 2 or 3 months since we last played D&D, and I needed it. Oof. So there be some D&D drama. Yeah, a little bit. I'm always magic or a bard. I do love being a bard too. I get to fight with my word. Oh yeah, you love Vicious Mockery. Uni's favorite spell in any game is Vicious Mockery. And one of the funniest things I've ever seen her do was actually like KO a character with Vicious Mockery. That was pretty epic. Dungeon Drama Island. Actually, oh my god, that'd be kind of funny. Oh man. Thank God the coffee's cold today. Otherwise, it would be ice cold. If I I was still trying to drink my hot stuff. You guys are too... Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Could you make a character with Jedi-like powers in D&D? Absolutely. Yeah. Easily. Easily. Yeah, you could make... I think a Warlock would technically be the one that you would want to use, because Warlocks use... Not like they use incantations as opposed to like magic spell or wait, which one's tied to like items and stuff like that, but then the other one is just like natural flowing magic. Like, oh no, I'm doing dyslexia with fucking D&D. Sure, Latino, that's how I do things. Decide that stuff first and then force it to fit. Well, I mean, there's been a few times that you've had to be shut down because you're just, yeah. There are times you have tried to break the game a little too much. Which, I always appreciate how hard you fight for it, though. Yeah, I have the one that's a cross between Arwen from Lord of the Rings and Taylor Swift. It was actually, like, that was a cool character, I will say, because, like, the way that we did our party, we were an actual band that, like, we met in... like this town, like your standard D&D thing where we meet in a bar, but like I was a oh my god, a tiefling. I was a tiefling barbarian who was awesome. Like he's so cool. Uses like a guitar that's an axe. Like it was just, yeah, it was a really fun game. We had a shape-shifting drummer. That was dude, we've had some pretty epic D&D parties, I will say that much. Anyway, I've talked about D&D for about a half hour, probably a little bit more. I'm going to move on. I appreciate you guys hanging and discussing this with me. It was definitely a lot of fun, but we're gonna move on to some more news and politics stuff. It's the 1 hour in, and I would love to get to the when I say the fun half, I mean the Twitch bits. We need to finish up the show so we can get over to Twitch so we can hang out and have some fun. If you guys are not already aware, we are going to be going over to do some Twitch exclusive content tonight, a little bit later. Please consider following over there. Also, please consider, if you have the Bezos bucks, to drop a sub over there. Someday I will have to play. Sounds awesome. It is awesome. D&D is for virgins. Yes, that's exactly how that goes. It's not one of the most popular things in most pop culture. There isn't like thousands of fucking D&D podcasts. You know, Critical Role isn't one of the biggest things to pretty much exist in nerd culture, but whatever. I'm basically a virgin. She's Dusty. Wow. Raby. Get away with words today. Jesus Christ. She's Dusty. Literally. Your first new partner goes to have some fun. It's just like, hold on. You might need to... Just... Jesus. Then they have to get a fucking machete. It's just like, wait. Here. You have that and some hedge clippers. Oi. I'm committed, I am. Hold on. Don't mind the spider. That one's named Barry. Oi, those aren't pubes. Those are me spider webs. Those are me spider knickers. Oh man. Okay, man. That's just... Wow. I heard the bush was dangerous in Australia, but not like this. Crikey. Oi, I'm going down in the bush. Eh. This is definitely taking a turn. Carpet bag. And oh my god. Carpetbagger. Yeah, brings a whole new meaning for going down under. Wow. Welcome to Pep Talks. Oh my god. I swear this show. I'm probably never gonna break it into mainstream just because of shit like this. I'm alright with it. I'm totally okay with it. If it means I get to have these types of laughs, these are worth everything right here. I'm in tears. Alrighty. Don't blame. No, this is totally your fault. No. No. You accept what you have done. This show, you want to talk about rails? I'm pretty sure that you put the rock on the rails. Yeah, you ever done that? Don't do that. I'm not even high. You can't put this on me. It's like, well, I don't know what that has to do with anything, but yeah, no. Plenty of blame to go around. Australia, and So Life is just shaking his. So Life, you're just like. I literally am picturing you doing the Happy Gilmore, the dude from Happy Gilmore, when he has like temper tantrums, or you're just shaking your head in disappointment, just, no. No rails. I mean, yeah, what rails? Exactly. Roads, where we're going, we don't need roads or rails. I made it work. All right, no rails, Sylvie. I'm using that now. All right. Well, we might as well just celebrate the 420 mountain time here. We do that here. This is a very 420 friendly stream. Hope you guys are cool with that. Hope you guys are having fun, because this is like kind of what we do. We have a lot of fun here. I love I love doing this. So yeah, hopefully the vibe is definitely felt with you guys, 'cause this is my favorite thing about the Friday shows. I will say this, like, the vibes are always on point. The only good thing to ever come from Australia. Damn. That's what's with the, wait a minute, what's with the Australia hate? What's going on? Ooh, I feel like, what is there, just like, do you just not like the way that they talk, or is it like, do you got something, do you have like a deep, do you have a story? Is there a story? That's what I want to know. Is there a story here that we must know? Don't talk that way about my adopted family. You need. Soul Life is scared of us. Or the spiders. I mean, I'll be real. I'm scared of the spiders. I'm not. I've seen the dude, I saw the one that was like legit as big as like a small dog, and that was enough for me to be like, I never need to travel there. I never need to travel there. That's insane. I don't need to be on the same, well, I was about to say that I don't ever need to be on like a continent that has, bugs that size, but I have recently learned that here in America, we got some rather large bugs too. Like the Midwest, because it gets colder, we don't really have to see them as much, but I don't know. I saw like this like weird account. It was like Florida's giant bugs. Oh boy. Yeah, Florida's got some big ones. The bigger the bug, the easier to spot, though. Is that true, though? Like, you ever had that thing where, like, okay, so I would just say that I'd be very afraid of, like, putting my shoes on anytime. Like, if I was in Australia, I would have to have, like, an air canister to just, like, blow into the shoes to make sure that there was nothing in there. I mean, I already like anytime that my shoes are left in the garage, I tap them out because we do have brown recluses here. I've already dealt with a brown recluse bite. I hope that's the only one I ever have in my entire life because I did not get the necrosis. I got very lucky apparently where it didn't inject its venom into me. So even like without that though, it still left this weird pocket that I have like a scar from, so that sucked. You just tap your shoes out every time. Yeah, I always just thought to tap my shoes. Okay. Yeah, see, that's what it, yeah, all right, well then it's not that odd, I guess. Also, Jeff, what's up? Welcome to the show. Appreciate you being here. I met 3 people that got bit by a spider, and all 3 had to have pieces removed from them. See, I didn't. I got like. This is the saddest part. I hate to admit this, but this happened on stream, so it's not like I can really hide it. Like, if you go back far enough, you can see it, like, happen in real time. Where. I got bit right before stream, and I'm sitting there itching like crazy. I'm just like, ah. And at one point, I just was like, yeah, I got bit by a spider, and then Alirda, here in chat, thank you, Alirda. I will always tip my hat to this one, because I'm pretty sure that without you, I wouldn't have gone to the doctor. Because... yeah, Anna, aka Alirda in chat here, she just said, like, you need to go get checked out. Like, don't mess with that. And I did. And yeah, I do owe you a little bit of a thank you, because yeah, that when they told me that's not a tick bite, I was just like, well, what is it? They're just like, that's a brown recluse bite. I was just like, oh. Should I be like, I was just like, are you guys gonna do something about this? And they were like, we already tested the area, there's no venom there, but you're gonna have to keep an eye on it, because if it gets like any darker, then they were like, you're gonna have to go to the hospital, like the ER, immediately. I was just like, oh shit, thank God it got light. Just so you guys know that it kind of does have a little bit of a tick bite look to it, where it has like the it looks like a target, because I was just like, huh, that's weird, like, or like a ripple almost, because you got the center and it had like the 2 little fang marks, which that was that was kind of a giveaway that it wasn't a tick, but I was also like kind of hoping it was one of those rare times where you're just like, please be a tick, please be a tick. It was not. Yeah, don't fuck with them though. Like that's the biggest moral of the story here is don't do what I did. Don't do the, oh, I'll deal with it later. Yeah, that's not cool. I'm such a moron. I can't believe I even started stream that day. That was really dumb of me. Ooh, not fun. But I'm glad you got better. My muscles are sore, still no more swelling. Yeah, it's a ring. Yeah. Damn, so you've had the brown recluse and cancer? Fuck, maybe. Jesus, gone through it. Burp. I kind of did. When I lived in AZ, I worked with a lady who got bit by one. She had a red mark that started going up her arm. Yeah, so my dad got bit on the foot by one, and he had the same thing where he didn't need to have anything removed. Because apparently this is how brown recluses work, where like they do like warning bites, and then they have like the fuck you bites. We didn't get the fuck you bites, so that was good. You know, that's good. The most Oka accent you can. Wait. All right, now you guys are doing inside jokes. Oh man. Well, make sure you get uni in there, because you don't want her to feel left out. At least you didn't get brainworms. This is true. This is true. But speaking of brainworms, we should probably talk about RFK and a whole bunch of the news that's going on. What do you guys think? Actually, hold on. There's this interesting little bit here. Why does MAGA have to ruin everything? Like, just in general? Why? Like, Jimothy. Why would they ruin Jimothy? Jimothy is not political. Jimothy is something that we could all get behind, and we can all agree is hilarious and awesome and an inspiration to us all. But then they have to go and do some shit like this where it's just like, Trump was right about everything. Look, he's wearing a MAGA hat because Photoshop. Yeah. It's their idol. I mean, let's be real. MAGA is just a bunch of trash pandas. Let's just call it like it is. Like, they're just not cute like Jimothy here. They're not cute little, like, raccoons. They don't really... Fuck, they don't even offer, like, joy in the world. They offer nothing but just sadness, and a bunch of lies. Like, dude, they literally lie about everything. They're lying about the, like, everything going better than, you know, Biden. They have to. They sit here thinking that the economy's great. It's not. Dude, they literally lied about the jobs numbers report on Fox News, and they got called out on it. They were just like, that is not what the jobs numbers are, and we're about to raise interest rates. Your inflation's about to go even higher, and then on top of it, gas is about to spike again. But sure, Trump is great. He's just awesome. Isn't he just so great? Oh, wait. By the way, guys, this is fucked up. All right, so before we get to the political news, let's get to this gunman in Nevada going on a shooting rampage. This shit's fucking crazy.
Tonight, a gunman opening fire, unleashing multiple rounds in this North Las Vegas neighborhood, randomly firing as he appears to roam the streets. Doorbell cameras capture the shirtless man with what police say is an AR-15. Look as he walks down the street Sunday pointing his gun, even knocking at a front door. He crouches down on this porch to take aim.
This is some GTA shit.
Ryan Adams films the shooting from a window before the gunman starts.
If GTA 6 was out, the narrative would be that he was playing GTA 6 and he did this.
Firing in his direction.
What the?
That's crazy. The fact that he's just looking out the window and then he gets fucking shot at.
Get down.
Adams warns his family to take cover.
We were armed and just sitting tight, you know, hoping that he didn't come in. And fortunately for us, that he didn't. Couple on the...
Later showing our Las Vegas station KSNV where several bullets pierced his home.
We just found a bullet fragment right here on the side. And then it actually buried in the wall.
Damn, that's a family photo.
Police arrived with guns drawn. The suspect on the ground before taking off running. Police say the suspect resisted their attempt to take him into custody, and once apprehended, he became unresponsive, adding they believe he was impaired. The gunman was later declared dead at a hospital.
Impaired? Wait, he was impaired? So, wait, what impairs you to the point of death? Wait, what?
A chilling end, sending terror through this quiet neighborhood. Dana...
I mean, I kind of get it. Like, I'm going to be completely real with y'all. If they had to shoot this guy, I kind of understand why.
Griffin.
Like, I'm going to just go out on a limb and say that this guy was definitely a danger to the fucking community.
ABC News.
We thank you for...
Lots of drugs. Yeah, I mean, do that. Yeah, he's dead. Yeah, he apparently passed while he... Yeah. Well, I mean, it does... Listen, if he was impaired to the point where his heart stopped, I could get that, but they just said he was impaired, and then he was gone. It's like, that's not how that works. See, police don't even shoot gunmen, yet they want us to believe that ICE should shoot... Yeah, that's... Thank you! Actually, Sylvie, great point. Very good point. That is how this goes. All right, let's get our breakdown from Amy. We haven't done the Democracy Now! Breakdown all week, so let's get it done.
Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. U.S. Central Command says it's concluded a 13th consecutive night of airstrikes against Iran. Blasts were reported in several cities, including Karamabad, Jaska, and Bandar Abbas. In Abbas, a U.S. missile strike reportedly killed 4 people, leaving 5 others injured. Iran responded with attacks on Bahrain, Kuwait, and a U.S. airbase in Jordan. On Wednesday, President Trump attended a dignified transfer ceremony at Dover Air Force Base in Delaware for 4 soldiers killed in action while deployed to U.S. bases in Jordan and Iraq. The soldiers are 19-year-old Isabella Gonzalez of Texas, 25-year-old Tyler James Feehan of Hawaii, 28-year-old Angel Rampersad of New York, and 30-year-old Michael Emmanuel Swinton of North Carolina. Trump saluted as their bodies were returned to the U.S. Just hours later, the Pentagon lowered its official death toll for the Iran war to 14 from 18. Military officials told the New York Times the names were removed in part because their deaths occurred after President Trump declared a ceasefire in April.
Oh, cool.
Meanwhile, President Trump has threatened a massive attack.
So that means it didn't happen under his what?
On Iran, saying it would be, quote, bigger than ever.
Do they not understand that that would like have a bigger impact on them, where people would just be like, what are you hiding? Like that, if they just left that alone, what the fuck?
Before.
Yeah, what kind of red tape is that?
Quote, and that he's close to making a decision. The U.S. House of Representatives voted 214 to 208 Thursday to approve a resolution calling on President Trump to withdraw U.S. forces from hostilities against Iran.
This didn't get much coverage.
4 Republicans sided with Democrats in support of the measure, including Kentucky Congressmember Thomas Massie, who wrote ahead of the vote, quote, American servicemen and women are dying and gas and fertilizer prices are soaring. It's time to end this war, Massie said. It's the second time the House has voted for a resolution seeking to rein in Trump's power to wage war in Iran. Later on Thursday, the Senate voted 47 to 49 against advancing a similar war powers resolution. Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman joined all but one Republican voting against the resolution. A new report.
Of course, it's fucking Fetterman.
Report finds President Trump's war against Iran has forced U.S. farmers to spend an additional $1.4 billion on diesel fuel compared to a year ago, an increase of more than 60%. On Thursday, the price of oil passed $100 a barrel for the first time since May as the U.S. and Iran exchanged fire and as Yemen's Houthis claimed attacks on Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea following their announcement of a naval blockade on Saudi Arabia. The Food and Agriculture Organization reports global hunger declined for a 3rd consecutive year last year, but progress remains fragile and far too slow to meet the UN Sustainable Development Goals by a 2030 deadline. The annual State of Food Security and Nutrition in the World report found 7.8% of the global population, or roughly 645 million people, face hunger last year. That's down from 8.1% in 2024. The FAO's chief economist, Maximo Toredo, warned the crisis around the Strait of Hormuz will delay progress towards ending global hunger.
It will have an effect on production, it will have an effect on yields, and it will have a future effect on hunger. So depending on the length of the impact of
us pulling out of USA AID is also not going to help with that.
Which is driven by higher energy and fertilizer prices. We simulate that between 510 and 520 million people may still be facing hunger.
MAGA only cares about dead soldiers. They don't give a rat's ass about veterans or wounded. Yeah, because again, it's not politically expedient to them.
Occupied West Bank, 4 Palestinians are dead following an attack by dozens of Israeli settlers who stormed the town of Tal, west of Nablus, earlier today. Israeli settlers and soldiers reportedly opened fire as Palestinians attempted to protect their homes. Al Jazeera reports at least 86 Palestinians have been killed in the occupied West Bank since the beginning of this year, including more than 20 fatally shot by Israeli settlers. The Palestinian Ministry of Foreign Affairs has condemned the attacks in Tal as a massacre, calling for urgent international intervention to halt settler violence and hold perpetrators accountable.
Yep.
The Trump administration's
the fact that they can't
weighing military action in Mali to target an al-Qaeda-affiliated group. That's according to the Washington Post, which reports that if approved, the plan would add an 8th nation to the list of countries where President Trump has ordered strikes since the start of his 2nd term. The Trump administration's imposed new tariffs on dozens of U.S.
Yeah, here we go. This is going to get fucking even more expensive for us. Yay!
Just as a temporary 10% global tariff expired. On Thursday, the Office of the U.S. Trade Representative announced levies of 10% on imports from the European Union, Canada, Mexico, and India, and 12.5% on goods from China, Japan, South Korea, and other nations. The levies took effect just after midnight this morning. They'll keep Trump's massive regime of tariffs in place despite a Supreme Court ruling striking down earlier emergency powers tariffs. This time, the Trump administration cited a section of the Trade Act of 1974 that allows for tariffs against countries that don't outlaw forced labor or who allegedly fail to enforce anti-slavery laws. In Texas, dozens of
Yeah, let's see if this works again.
Organizations and small businesses in Houston's East End district will participate in an economic boycott today, demanding justice for Lorenzo Salgado Araujo, the 52-year-old Mexican father shot and killed by an ICE agent July 7th. Organizers are intensifying calls for the release of the 3 key eyewitnesses who may remain in an ICE jail in Conroe, Texas, and for the Department of Homeland Security to identify the ICE agents involved in the fatal shooting. One of the eyewitnesses is Salgado's younger brother, Victor. This comes as Harris County District Attorney Sean Tier says an independent investigation into the fatal shooting is moving forward.
The medical examiner ruled Mr. Salgado's death a homicide. There's one agency in Harris County, Texas, is authorized to investigate and prosecute that, and it's my office.
In Minnesota, the man who fatally shot Democratic lawmaker Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark to death in their home has received a sentence of 2.
Just remember, Republicans kill. They actually take the lives of politicians. Just remember that.
Consecutive life terms plus 40 years.
They're violent. The violent extreme right that actually took the lives of politicians. Just remember.
In prison. A federal judge.
Hey, look, we can do hyperbole too.
Handed down the sentence on Thursday to 57-year-old Vance Belter, a self-professed conservative evangelical
guys.
Christian whose guilty plea.
Wait a minute, guys. What? Why aren't they going after anybody on the fucking right wing? Why? Wait a minute. Why aren't they looking into what made this guy so extreme in his position to make him do this? Oh, wait a minute. Was he brainwashed by liberals?
He helped him avoid a possible death sentence. He also pleaded guilty to shooting and wounding State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette, at their home during a violent rampage in June 2025, during which Belter dressed as a police officer and modified his SUV to look like a police car. Investigators say he left behind 3 assault rifles, a handgun, and a hit list containing the names of dozens of people, including prominent Democrats and abortion providers and advocates. The Trump administration's withdrawn subpoenas seeking the phone and text message records of New York Times journalists and their family
UN
members.
has rejected the U.S. ISSY and Russian tiers about the charter and have extended the human rights proposals for another 4 years. Just in from Al Jazeera.
After a federal judge grilled federal prosecutors and threatened them with sanctions unless
they're weaponizing the state against anyone who disagrees even a little. Yes.
They withdrew the subpoenas. The Justice Department had been attempting to uncover confidential sources who spoke to the Times about security concerns over President Trump's new Air Force One jet donated to him by the royal family of Qatar. This comes as the Republican-led House Ways and Means Committee has issued subpoenas to the independent news site Breakthrough News, along with the People's Forum and Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. Here in New York City, a group of landlords are suing to overturn Mayor Zohran Mamdani's new rent freeze on apartments. The lawsuit accuses Mamdani of influencing the outcome of a vote by the independent New York City Rent Guidelines Board for 0 rent increases on 1- and 2-year leases. This comes as Mayor Mamdani has tapped Lina Khan, the former chair of the Federal Trade Commission, to serve as chair of the city's Economic Development Corporation. And dozens of protesters blocked an entrance to the Brooklyn Navy Yard Thursday, demanding the eviction of Cry Precision, a private contractor that supplies tactical gear to the Israeli military and ICE. Thursday's action comes as part of an ongoing widespread campaign against other military equipment manufacturers. Democracy Now! Spoke to Eitan Mubarak of the National Iranian American Council.
They are profiting off of war and ICE and genocide and war crimes, all being subsidized by New York City tax dollars. They pay a lower rent. They had their construction costs covered, and we, united as New Yorkers, are here to demand that our tax dollars go to us, go to our needs in the city, and not to Cry Precision and other companies that profit off of constant war that is slaughtering children in Iran, in Palestine, in Lebanon, and kidnapping, arresting, and deporting our neighbors here at home.
And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now! Democracy.
All right. Man, I will always say that they have the best, quick breakdowns of all the world news that you can get. Wait. It wasn't donated to the United States and the president. It just so happens that Trump is in office. Stop saying that it was given to him. Wait, on what? Lina Khan was OP. Yeah, dude. No, Lina Khan was awesome. I've noticed that CNN's presentation is starting to change a little bit.
We're following new strikes between the U.S. and Iran as officials from both sides are now disputing a report in
Look at that. They fixed the audio issue, at least with CNN.
The New York Times that Tehran rejected a ceasefire proposal from President Trump. But this hour, no ceasefire appears in place. The U.S. launching its 13th straight.
Dude, oh my God. They are like every fucking Friday, man. Every Friday. You could count it. The American media is going to be doing this thing where they're just, well, hey, there's still no ceasefire today, but hey, we're expecting there to be.
Great night of attacks, while Iranian state media says Tehran targeted U.S. assets in Bahrain and Jordan. Earlier, sirens were heard blaring over Bahrain, and Kuwait's military now says it's intercepting hostile targets from Iran. Questions are hanging over President Trump's next move after he told Axios, I am considering a massive attack bigger than ever before. CNN's Betsy Klein is live at the White House with more. Betsy, that kind of warning would carry a lot of weight, except we've heard many warnings from the president where he's made them and then backed away. So what are we making of these conflicting statements about the ceasefire and about this threat from the president?
Well, Brianna, if you're trying to make sense of both the state of this conflict and the strategy going forward, you are getting very mixed signals right now. As you just mentioned, President Trump telegraphing this idea of a massive attack. This is something that he has threatened before. He has said he could go after critical infrastructure, things like roads, bridges, Karg Island, that key oil hub, as well as Pickaxe Mountain, which is believed to be an Iranian nuclear site. It's unclear if this is just a strategy to get Iran back to the negotiation table, but this comes as we have seen those 13 consecutive nights of U.S. strikes in Iran, and we are getting new intelligence from the U.S. intelligence community, according to two sources, that the strikes that the U.S. is currently carrying out are unlikely to shift Iran's negotiation position. Meanwhile, the New York Times reports that Iran has rejected a ceasefire proposal that was delivered to Tehran by Iraq's prime minister, who recently met here at the White House with President Trump. According to Iranian officials, they did not want this temporary deal that did not ultimately resolve the idea of who has control over the Strait of Hormuz, which has been really at the center of this conflict. Now, Iran's
another
state
one.
media
Oh,
is pushing
thank you.
back.
Number 4.
They say that this is quote, diversionary and misleading. The U.S. official also saying that this New York Times reporting is quote not accurate. But in President Trump's words, Iran, he says, is not ready yet to get back to a diplomatic solution, to come to the negotiation table. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt also very notably telling the Wall Street Journal that the U.S. strikes will continue until they come to the table in what President Trump deems a meaningful way. No real clarity there. But the president also said today that he doesn't believe that China and Russia, two key U.S. rivals, are providing weapons to Iran. He did issue this warning in a new post to social media saying, quote, two major countries that people speak of often in terms of Iran are.
Thank you, everybody. And I know that Stan is,
are, in my opinion,
he's pretty happy
not
right
participating. If they did, it would be very bad for them. Certainly not in their best interests. Of course, we should also note that this directly contradicts testimony from Pentagon official Pete Hegseth. He said that China and Russia are at different levels enabling some of Iran's activity.
Can American own their empire hubris? Holy shit, you can't own your own hubris and always blame Chinese, Russia, Israel. I mean, I do. Dude, I'm literally a fucking American leftist. The thing is, the rest, like, this is where I am always about having nuance when discussing world like events or politics or just another country in general. You can't blame us all in America for Trump. It's the same way that I don't blame every Israeli for Benjamin Netanyahu and Israel's actions, and just in general, like how I don't blame, the people of Iran. No, we are all being fucked like by the powers that be, and it's kind of insane because I think that that's what they're counting on, is for everybody to start like just generalizing like that. I mean, dude, look at the way that they make us do it with our own fucking country.
Bringing in CNN global and political affairs analyst,
Dollary dues. Thank you for the $10 dues. I really appreciate that. Rebecca, also thank you for the $5 dues, and Etch, thank you for the $5.
Who's had that news?
We say dollars.
Breaking conversation with the president. Also with us, CNN now.
Thank you, Ravi. I really appreciate that.
Security analyst
and Stan
Alex he's also the director of the counterterrorism program at the Atlantic Council.
Actually, I might give him a special
Army veteran himself. Barack, let me start with you. Take us inside your conversation with the President of the United States yesterday.
Well, Wolf, the president, I think, was very clear on the one hand that he's seriously considering going back to major combat operations in Iran and launching an operation that would be bigger than Epic Fury. And I think this is very meaningful. At the same time, he said several times during our conversation that he hasn't made a decision yet.
I think I discovered a problematic glitch. Let me test it.
He's aware that taking such a decision for, starting Epic Fury 2 will have major consequences on the region and on the...
Exactly. Thank you for saying that. It's like they want us to hate all Iranians. I'm not going to do that. Yep.
The U.S. and on the global economy. And so I...
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. What's up with that?
I think that the president is still undecided as far as I know, including...
Okay, so...
last I checked was last night. He still hasn't made a decision to escalate, to go on an all-out war. And I think what the president...
We're all being subjugated by the, by the world's ruling classes.
...wants to see still is if there is some kind of diplomatic off-ramp. And I'll point out to two significant issues. Number one, for 4 days now, there have been no attacks by Iran on ships in the Strait of Hormuz. One reason for it is the fact that the Iranian capability to attack ships has been significantly degraded.
No, it hasn't. It hasn't. This, dude.
Another reason is that
that's American propaganda right there. This idea that we are somehow like just ruining their military capacity and ruining their capabilities of hitting us with ballistic missiles and with drones. Like, no, the reality is they're begging the American people for 37.2 billion more dollars to add to the 1.5 trillion dollars that we already gave to them, and they have no answer as to where that money went. I don't think that we're doing as well as we thought, guys. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that, like, having our fucking leaders flounder and beg us for fucking cash while Iran, without any military, is somehow keeping us at war. I just have to say that it's a little sus that they want us to fucking think that we're just so badass and doing such a great job.
Like talks over this issue. And this brings me to the second point.
At Pep, do you like some more news? Kind of.
An Omani delegation
haven't watched anything from them in a while.
In Tehran today about arrangements in the Strait of Hormuz. This is
I used to watch them a lot
because
I don't have like any issue. It's just literally
Iran
I think it's because they do like such long form stuff.
The diplomatic off-ramp that would de-escalate the situation.
Get to it.
But what would a major escalation of this war, the U.S. combat operations, what do you think, Alex, that would look like?
Well, so at this point, we don't have any mass mobilization of ground forces. So there's been, conversations in Washington, people making...
No, but they're normalizing this. They're literally trying to get us comfortable with the idea of ground invasion. This is really fucked up, by the way. Before we go to the oil markets thing, actually, hold on. We'll do this first.
What is the White House doing here?
And then we'll go to that.
Essentially trying to help the president find ways to tariff other countries. And you see the president time and again, despite court rulings, despite the Supreme Court saying IEEPA could not be used unilaterally by the president to impose those massive tariffs on countries, he has ordered the U.S. Trade Representative to find other means.
Yeah, as Americans are worrying about how they'll afford gas and groceries, Trump is mocking our concerns.
And we saw immediately after the Supreme Court struck down
Are they
IEEPA,
going back to the draft? I wouldn't be surprised if they do.
22,
That's why I think that they're doing the mandatory testosterone thing so they can get a whole bunch of like 30 and 40-year-olds in there too. Because I think that that's the way they see this, as to not having like a big uprising, which good luck with that.
Allowed him to essentially impose tariffs at 10% rate on all countries for 150 days. Well, those 150 days have come and gone, and they could have been extended if Congress approved. But of course, we know that even Republican members of Congress are not into these tariffs. And so there was no such legislation to try to seek an extension of it. And that's where you see the president now today invoking Section 301 for unfair trade practices that the USTR went through this investigation process over months and determined that there are a number of countries that have engaged in a myriad of forced labor practices. This is what the administration is contending. That is where they get that 10% to 12.5%. But there's also another Section 301 investigation underway for excess capacity, essentially overproduction, on a number of these countries, including China, Canada, Mexico, other EU countries as well. So we could very well be seeing even more tariffs here in a matter of weeks.
Yay, cool.
I'm always interested in how this affects consumers because I think that's what ends up.
The thing is, you guys pretend to be worried about consumers. The reality is you would be covering this when it actually gets implemented or when it actually takes effect. You know, like I misspoke there. So like they're doing this when it's implemented, but when it actually takes effect, nothing. They literally go like shock Pikachu face. Why is everything more expensive all of a sudden? Oh,
shaping the politics of this. I asked our producers if we could get a full screen showing us all of the different.
What's the glitch, Soul Life? Like, what's actually going on over there? Like, why is like it's weird that that's even
tariffs are going to increase the cost on. And they basically said, Alicia, there's not enough room on the screen for all of the items that are about to increase in cost. So just talk us through it. How are consumers going to see this show up?
Yeah, these are extraordinarily broad tariffs on an extraordinarily broad set of countries. So basically anything that is imported into the United States, we're likely to see some kind of cost increase. You had a nonpartisan analysis from a group of experts.
So yes, just right now, let Soul Life do what Soul Life is doing to figure out whatever the hell this is.
That the typical household is going to see about $1,000 increase in costs because of these tariffs.
Yeah.
And I think this is a president who really loves tariffs, who is trying to find every possible legal avenue to impose them. When the courts strike down one avenue, he finds some other, frankly, pretextual legal authority.
Yeah, so if you don't mind giving like just a small breakdown of what's going on. Oh, you're trying to align
tariffs and forces the courts to play whack-a-mole in order to knock all these down. And I think the question that we have, and the question that, frankly, a lot of consumers probably have is, what is the point of all of this? What are we supposed to be getting for all of this? Okay, my costs are going up by $1,000 a year because of this. What outcome are we seeking
when we can't afford shit
to gain here? You know, this is about manufacturing jobs, allegedly at the beginning.
Looks like my car hobby just became less affordable.
Manufacturing jobs are down 75,000.
Have any of you guys bought a car battery within the last 6 months?
Under the Trump administration. Are we supposed to be seeing some kind of change in practice? Well, why are we imposing
spent $200+ on a fucking battery that was only $110 last year?
Tariffs on Canada for illegal
still pissed about that.
Slave use. We're not seeing any of that forced labor use in Canada or Mexico or the European Union. So all of this has a very unclear goal, but the costs are very clear.
Yeah, we're fucked.
Associate, a person who might have had answers about Jeffrey Epstein's trafficking network, has suddenly died right in the middle of an investigation. You've also got new brutal details and allegations from prosecutors in the David case, and why you're seeing drastically different reactions right now around a man who was killed by Wisconsin police. We're talking about all of that. Gotta jump into, starting with this. A man who may have helped Jeffrey Epstein traffic and abuse girls and young women, and therefore may have had knowledge of his crimes, he just mysteriously died before investigators had a chance to question him. And he is now at least the second Epstein associate to die while under investigation or awaiting trial.
Spent $450 on a car battery.
I guess the third, if you
that
count
doesn't
Epstein
surprise me
himself.
at all.
And his death is now just the latest obstacle to getting justice for survivors. So I will say with all of this, it's happening in France, where at least there is an investigation. Unlike the US, where the man who withheld information exposed victims' identities and ultimately ended the Epstein file.
How in the fuck is this not just like
review might
destroying these people's fucking
the next
careers and just their ability to go out in public? This is insane.
And that's
YouTube coded the chat.
Of course, as you survivors speaking out against it. But as far as, this man who died, his body was found on Monday at his home outside of Paris. His name was Daniel Siad. He was 69 years old, and his name appeared in more than 1,000 Epstein-related files declassified by the Justice Department earlier this year. And what they show is that for roughly a decade, he traveled around the world looking for young women and teenage girls that Epstein might want to meet, sometimes describing them by their ages and nationalities.
Yeah, and he did this this is what's really bothering me, because I think that there's something going on with the modeling agencies and like the industry as a whole, where I think that like they're threatening to sue people for even insinuating that this is like a broader thing with the modern like modeling like careers, where it's just expected that you're going to be used as playthings for the rich and powerful.
And then offering to send Epstein
Like, dude,
photos. So you had one email.
I had a very light exposure to the modeling world. One of my ex-girlfriends, she worked for an agency. And yeah, man, seeing the shit that she had to deal with, the expectation that you were going to have to sleep with photographers and just all this stuff, it was fucked up, man. And at some point, I felt like they were purposefully deluding themselves because they were like, that was the whole dream, was to like go to Milan, do the fashion weeks, all that stuff. But the darker side of it was, again, it was something that was super well known about, very openly talked about, but somehow, some way, it was also kind of brushed aside.
You know, from 2014, for example,
Like,
he said he had found some Swedish and Slovakian girls in their.
I heard about some alleged activities from one of the women that ran one of the agencies in Chicago, where she was doing things to underage models.
20s,
Like,
several 16 and 17.
there's just so much of this shit, and it's so commonplace, guys. I think that you would be shocked, and like, this is why I think we have a hard time even conceptualizing just how bad the Epstein stuff really is.
15-year-olds that would be, quote, ready for next year, and a 15-year-old from
Jesus fucking Christ, guys. Like, just that, the language alone. But here we are. Not a single person's been arrested. Remember that. And just remember that Todd Blanche, the guy that gave a sweetheart deal to Ghislaine Maxwell, is about to be our permanent AG if he's not already.
brands whose parents were, quote, very happy for her to start modeling.
Fucking
It's Ziad
Christ
comparing his
almighty.
work to fishing writing. In this business, I feel like a fisherman. Sometimes I catch quick, sometimes no fish. But either way, he got paid. Or based on the files, he received payments from Epstein amounting to tens of thousands of dollars for expenses incurred during travel to find these young women and girls. And he did all of this while he was aware of Epstein's 2008 conviction as a child sex offender. And you had him telling CNN in a recent interview that Epstein had assured him he had paid for his crimes and that this would never happen with anybody else.
I don't know his private life.
Well, you did, because he was a convicted child sex offender.
But again, he paid for it. He said, I paid for it.
So that's it.
He said he pays his due to the government. So for me, he's free. Man, he's clean. How can a government of United
I'm gonna just say this much. Rest in piss, motherfucker.
States let this person out from jail? How?
And you also had him saying that there was no reason to believe that two women he had recommended to Epstein who had told CNN that Epstein had abused them had been harmed, saying,
My work with him has been strictly professional. I never doubt that, because I never heard
outsourcing
anything from any.
As I said, guys, they ran this like it was a business. This is why nobody really caught on for as long as, like, this is, let's be real, guys. No one caught on because they were in on it.
When I introduced him, who came back to me, that
Donald Trump made the biggest mistake of his career by fucking trying to use the Jeffrey Epstein fucking stuff disingenuously, not understanding that it could actually like fall back to him and bite him in the ass.
They had a bad.
If anything, his biggest mistake was actually underestimating just how committed his base was to having this problem solved.
Situation with him.
And as far as how he explained why you would even be bringing models to a guy who worked in finance and not in fashion, well, you had him saying that he believed that Epstein had actually been a casting director for Victoria's Secret and the modeling agency MC2. There's actually no known evidence to support those claims. Though very notably, I will say MC2, it was founded with the help of $1 million from Epstein by a guy by the name of Jean-Luc Brunel.
Brunel,
Ziad,
yep.
he reportedly recruited models for Brunel as well as Epstein, which is relevant because a little over a year after
it was, and trust me, and then Trump had a modeling agency that was tied to Brunel.
Epstein died in his cell, apparently
With
by
Epstein.
suicide. French police
Like, they
arrested
were all
Brunel on
involved.
suspicion of, quote, having committed acts of rape, sexual assault, and sexual harassment against underage
guys.
girls and young women, and having organized
Just
the
remember,
transport
now
and
they're saying that Jeffrey Epstein might even be alive in Israel, kind of like people were speculating.
Accommodation
So
of
it's
young-
just like there truly is no punishment at all.
girls or young women on behalf of Epstein. And while he denied any wrongdoing, he spent 14 months awaiting trial and then suddenly showed up dead.
And all of a
in his
sudden, he was dead.
prison cell in February of 2022.
All of
just
a
like
sudden.
Epstein. You'd
Weird.
also appearing to have taken his own life, though, of course, you have many doubting the official narrative. Now, You have Siad's death, which is notably coming just a few months into new allegations and investigations that would have likely had him being questioned by police in the near future. You see, back in February, Ebba Karlsson, who's a former model in Sweden, she accused Siad of rape. She claimed that he had scouted her in her hometown when she was 20 years old and later raped her in France. And you had her saying that she didn't report him at the time because she didn't know his name, but she said she recognized him 36 years later when a journalist showed her a photo of him from the newly released Epstein files. Plus, you also had her claiming that Siad had introduced her to the former European head of another major modeling agency, who she has also accused of rape, as have several other women who have also accused him of human trafficking. Right, and Karlsson isn't alone.
What up, Unlisted World? How's it going, man?
Back in February, after the final dump of the Epstein files, with the chief prosecutor in Paris announcing that he was one of several people who could be questioned as part of a pair of broader.
Don't forget, guys, we're going to be hanging over on Twitch in about 2.5 hours.
This week, after his death, you had her saying that investigators had identified or been contacted by 24 women who were victims or witnesses of incidents likely committed by Daniel Siad or others implicated. But she also added that the investigation had not yet yielded any evidence justifying his immediate arrest. And you also had her saying, now, with Siad's death, the investigation's over. At least into him, right? The broader investigation into the Epstein network will continue, and there also is going to be an investigation and autopsy to determine how Siad died. And however,
I did the weird thing. I ate my dinner like right before I started stream.
Part of a cover-up, or
I ate it super early.
Kind of happens.
That doesn't
the actual
backfire
impact
on me.
might be exactly the same.
Ball as well. Actually, things are going well today, man.
In June,
had a good day. Took the wife to a doctor's appointment. Got some, good news there.
In the chain has just vanished into thin air without there even having been a chance to recover the information Daniel Siad might have possessed, given that he was never questioned. Karlsson calling Siad's death very frustrating because he was very close to being arrested. We worked so hard for this, trying to have justice. Right, and on that note, you had Lisa Brinkworth, a former journalist who co-founded a collective with Karlsson to support victims of model industry abuse, adding, "It feels like victims are being denied justice," and adding the failure of the Paris public prosecutor's office.
10,000% are. And honestly, this is where if anybody has a young daughter thinking about going into modeling, tell them that they really should not, and show them all this.
Act in the knowledge that Siad was a close associate of Epstein and facing multiple rape and trafficking allegations is beyond comprehension.
Curious why you stop YouTube after a time. Oh, because Twitch allows me to watch certain things that I cannot watch on my YouTube channel.
That may be true, but in the U.S., there's no sweeping law enforcement investigation,
which is a little looser with that stuff.
That we know of right now. You do have this ongoing House
investigation.
All
smoke together.
A closed-door interview with a former head of Barclays Bank over his ties to Epstein, but really, so far, nothing's yielded anything. And now you've got the Senate considering Todd Blanche to be the Attorney General. And
I'll be completely honest, I'm trying to grow the Twitter right now.
That's despite Epstein survivors voicing their opposition, and he only agreed to meet with them last week after Republican Senator Tom Tillis demanded it as a condition for his vote. And in fact, this week you had survivors writing
Amazing Asian, are you not on Twitch?
To him and his colleague John Cornyn.
I keep saying Twitter, the Twitch.
Urging them to still vote against Blanche's confirmation and claiming that the meeting had been an hour of deflection, interruption, and gaslighting, and adding, Todd Blanche showed no remorse for the horrific release of materials that exposed survivors' identities and images. He also gave no indication that he believed there were investigative leads worth pursuing or that he intended to seek accountability beyond Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. And so now with all this pushback and yet another Epstein associate death, we're going to have to wait to see what happens. And so in the meantime, I've just got to ask, what are your thoughts and reactions to everything that we're seeing here? But then all of that, it brings us to the next thing we have to talk about, which
which one is this? Prosecutors, don't care. Okay. Wait.
The New York Times is out with new reporting on an issue that has become a lightning rod for this administration, to the point where it led the administration to take the extraordinary step of issuing subpoenas to reporters. That is the
I swear, she looks like Jessica Burbank's older sister.
Ongoing question around why Donald Trump did not take the plane gifted to him by the Qatari government when he left the NATO summit early this month. Multiple people briefed on the matter tell the Times that, quote, President Trump abruptly...
That's why Lance from the Surfs goes live. He doesn't appear on YouTube for another 20 to 30 minutes. He's playing music and stuff on Twitch. That kind of makes sense.
Turkey.
Yeah.
After what
That's what I'm going to be doing tonight. I'm going to be testing something. It's kind of like I'm going to test a music video because there's a music video I really have been wanting to watch with you guys. But
Air Force One. After the U.S. government picked up on the threat, the Secret Service urged Mr. Trump to change plans. He later announced that he would be...
Hopefully I'll be one of the spacers to pop up on Leftist Mafia and I get to hang with all of them.
Using the old plane to leave the country. The information about the nature of the threat, which has not been reported before, sheds light on why the White House moved swiftly to swap out the plane.
I know that we have some stuff cooking up here.
It also underscores the concerns about the security of the donated jet, which Mr. Trump pressed to be ready as soon as possible for his use.
Grow your own if legal.
The White House didn't respond.
Okay, so yeah, this is just confirming what we already knew about the plane. Alrighty, why global oil market is a bigger mess than you realize. This is, I've already pre-watched this report, full disclosure. But I will say this, Jen Psaki, not my favorite person on this planet at all. I didn't, honestly, the whole way that she, approached the Biden administration, even when she wasn't working for them, she has contributed to the downfall of America, so I'm not a fan. But this reporting was very well done. She does a good job showcasing all the last 2 to 3 months of why we've been saying that we're about to hit the end of our reserves and why the prices are going to skyrocket and why they haven't. So yeah, let's get the deets.
Today, Brent crude oil, which helps determine the price of globally traded oil, closed at more than $100 a barrel for the first time since May, thanks to a war. That is not only escalating.
Which, trust me, you got a bunch of Republicans that are lamenting that shit because this is what I love about how dumb Republicans are, as far as the boomers that go on Facebook, and this is pretty much what they have, anytime they're bored, where they're just I'm going to go piss off the liberal snowflakes on Facebook because that's all I have anymore. My own children don't talk to me. So they have been going on about well, gas is going down. Eat it, libs. Well, with this rise again, now they're just Jesus. That secretly and collectively and secretly, they're all feeling the same thing. For fuck's sake, Trump, can you just not do this? Because they have to know. They have to know. There has to be that at least very quick moment where they're just fuck. But then they're well, I still got to defend him. He's my president. I love him. Blah, blah, blah.
Escalating, but widening. Take a look at the map you can see on your screen. This was published by the New York Times today, which shows how Iran is continuing to target U.S. military sites in the region and how it's really expanded over the last several weeks. Also today, Iranian-backed Houthi rebels attacked 2 Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea and threatened to shut down that key waterway, a move that would cause prices to skyrocket even higher. And consider already, even before that, where gas prices already are. Just take a look at some headlines from across the country. Here's one. Average gas price returns to $4 a gallon. Here's another one from Arizona. Gas prices jumped 37 cents in a week. And in Arkansas, gas prices jumped 24 cents. North Carolina gas prices climbed. Drivers say they feel the pinch. Michigan gas prices up again.
I filled up for $38 2 weeks ago. The same fucking tank of gas cost me $57.
Wells in Texas and Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Georgia, Colorado, on and on and on, and probably wherever you are living as well. And right now, there are no signs that this war is going to end anytime soon. In fact, most of the signs we're seeing point to the opposite. Trump told Axios today that he is close to a decision on launching another massive attack on Iran. It does not take a rocket scientist to know that accelerating this war could send energy prices even higher than they already are. But exactly how bad can they get? And what would it take to see some relief? I think this is probably something you are all wondering. Thankfully, my next guest is a perfect person to ask about all of this. Joining me now is Amos Hochstein, one of the world's leading experts on energy security and diplomacy, who served in both the Biden and Obama administrations. It's good to see you. Thank you for being here.
Good to be back.
Okay, back in March, you were here. We were not even 1 month into the war, and we talked about the impact on oil and gas prices, and you said at the time we were experiencing the worst energy crisis the world has ever seen. How would you describe it now?
Getting worse. So look, I think that a large reason why we ended up in this
costs over $100 to fill up a tank there.
Bizarre
Jesus.
MOU between Trump administration and Iran was because he finally realized what I was saying on TV and others were telling him. Look, if we continue the war at a steady pace, he was weeks away from getting to what's called tank bottoms, where you can't get more oil out or more gasoline out, and we're going to go towards crisis. He had weeks away from that.
But the conversion rate, yeah, wait a minute. Shouldn't it be cheaper for you? I'm sorry that I'm not exactly an economist.
Catastrophic event. So he decided to do the MOU in a very hurried way, which you can tell by reading the MOU. It's a page and a half to end a war. And the problems that we're having right now in the war are resulting from how quick.
By the way, guys, if you haven't already double tapped that screen and hit the like button, please consider doing so. And if you haven't if you have not subscribed to the channel, and if you are subscribed, can you please double check to make sure that you're still subscribed? Because I do know that YouTube is going and purging people's subscription lists. They did so to me.
Quickly, that was drafted because it has ambiguous language that the Iranians read one way, the U.S. reads a different way.
Splendinavia.
And that's why we're
Thank
back
you for the follow.
This conflict now. So
thank you.
But something even worse.
We could nationalize oil. We should.
Over the last several months, the Ukrainians have been successfully attacking the Russian oil infrastructure, their refineries. So now we have two wars that are colliding and coalescing in the worst way possible for oil markets, for gasoline, for diesel, for jet fuel. Russia was 11% of the diesel export market. They're at 0 now. All of their refineries are basically up in flames. Today, just today, a few hours ago, Kazakhstan announced so much damage, they're stopping their exports through Russia. So it just gets compounded. And everything you've said, the Houthis have now come in. So in March, April, May, we have a war that we have tools to answer. Now we're going back to war. Those tools, some of them still exist, some of them are gone. They don't exist anymore. And the ones that we have are diminishing. And we have another war that is combining with the Iran war.
And it's all about availability out there in the oil markets, as I've learned from you and many others from working together before. I think people watching have probably seen also, and you just referenced the Houthis. I talked about it earlier as well. I mean, and I referenced how the Houthi attacked some Saudi oil tankers in the Red Sea today. There's also been this threat of traffic being cut off, not just in the Strait of Hormuz, of course, but also in the
just the Red Sea in general,
Red Sea, where ships also go through.
Also, they're not bringing up the other obvious side of this, how Russian oil is not exactly getting out because they can't produce it when it is getting struck by Ukrainian drones.
What would the impact of that be if that is really brought to a halt?
So that is really bad because what happens when we shut down the straits, the Saudis and the UAE.
Let's put it this way. If there's gas lines and that's not the end of Trump's presidency, just as a whole, where everybody is like, nah, like they mark that as being like the final straw. I don't think there is like anything. And I'm not talking about like I could be in the middle of Fifth Avenue, like none of that bullshit. I'm talking just in general. Like that's the proof that it's like we can write them off entirely, and the rest of the country will. That's what will officially get people to to get them from being like passively annoyed, like where it's just like ugh, like rolling their eyes, to shut the fuck up.
Are the only ones.
Once you get normies doing that shit, it's over.
That have infrastructure to go around the UAE, around Iran.
We're getting closer and closer to that. I'm telling you. Like I talked about that on the panel show yesterday. We are getting dangerously close to that. In my own life, I'm hearing it from people that usually don't talk politics. And when they do, or when they did, they were kind of leaning towards being like, well, I just feel like the libs and the Democrats aren't fair to Trump, and they always try to make me scared. And honestly, I don't see it. Anytime that the Democrats and like the liberal news is talking about something, I never see it. Well, now they're seeing it.
If you suddenly attack the Saudi ships where they did, in what's called the Bab el-Mandab crossing, and Yanbu, which is the area in Saudi Arabia where they load the ships, then you've taken the alternatives. So now you've taken millions of barrels that have been able to make themselves onto the market are now gone because that route. And two ships turned around, made a U-turn, turned around. And now even if they do go through, the risk premiums are high, so the insurance rates go up. If we're going to go 10 ships a day, we're now down to 2 because everybody's a little bit sluggish. Who pays the price for all of these things?
Right.
Ultimately, the consumer. Because we can't get oil out, we can't get gasoline out or diesel. That's why we're already at $4.10 on average in the country. It's going up from here, and probably significantly. Some states had suspended their gas taxes, gasoline taxes, but they're supposed to come back now. So all the prices are now going back, and into this environment, the president has just said, we're going to go to a bigger war, a more expansive war. And the Houthis are saying, well, we're activated. So now we have the Houthis in the Red Sea, we have the Iranians on the Strait of Hormuz, and the Ukrainians attacking the Russian infrastructure. This is too much pressure for any of our tools to really work anymore. So consumers need to know, if you see a headline that Trump says we're going back to war, or they see a headlines we're striking again, go fill up your cars.
Yeah, go fill up your car. No, it's a good piece of advice right there for the consumers.
A critical oil cushion, rapidly shrinking. America's Strategic Petroleum Reserve, or SPR, at its...
No. And the thing is, this is where I'm telling you guys, don't do this thing where we talk about this for a long time and then all of a sudden we're shocked when it actually happens.
Lowest level in more than 40 years. Just 311.
I'm more comfortable being like, oh no, I have been preparing for this.
Barrels of crude remain in the SPR, about half of where we were just 4 years ago. And it's 100 million barrels lower than in March, with tens of millions more still to be let go after the Trump administration authorized a mass release to help contain the oil price shock from the war with Iran.
It's one of the largest releases that we've seen in recent history.
Energy analyst Jorge Leon calls the SPR an emergency oil insurance policy.
It remains vital as a national interest asset in order to protect U.S. consumers from fluctuations in oil prices.
The SPR was first created after the 1970s energy crisis to help protect Americans when global supply disruptions sent oil and gas prices higher. The idea is that reserves let out into the market helps keep prices in check. But the emergency supply running low doesn't just impact the ability to react to shocks. Energy officials say years of large drawdowns, including the massive release during the Biden administration after Russia invaded Ukraine, have taken a toll on the aging salt caverns and infrastructure that store the oil. Republican Congressman Thomas Massey saying recently,
it literally looks like a corridor from Alien.
If we use much more of it to mask the cost of wars, we risk collapsing the salt caverns that hold it. The White House responding to our request for comment, saying the administration, quote, exchange the barrels for lower cost barrels that will be delivered back to the SPR, with the Department of Energy adding the move could potentially save taxpayer dollars.
But Trump said this wouldn't affect our oil at all. I know. It's almost like he lies about a lot of things.
At a 40-year low, experts
It's almost like the people that support him need to kind of, I don't know,
say the U.S.
take him at his
isn't as
word.
vulnerable to an energy crisis as it used to be, thanks in large part to the shale boom.
The shale revolution has turned the U.S. into the world's largest crude producer, and its reliance on crude imports have plummeted in the last few years.
And there's another reason oil prices haven't climbed even higher. China, the world's largest crude importer, slashed its oil purchases during the war, choosing to draw from its own stockpiles instead.
China was a shock absorber. If China would have continued buying crude at its normal rate.
Kind of wish we would have known about that, though, like, so I could have reported on it instead of doing the doomer bullshit, because I kind of feel like I was contributing to, like, borderline misinformation because I didn't have all the, like, information.
We could have seen prices.
Which, that's also why I'm saying borderline, because it's not fair to say somebody was spreading misinfo when they didn't have all of the information.
Peaking closer to $170 per barrel.
Even as the conflict seems to fire back up, with stockpiles so low right now, the next chapter likely won't be about releasing more emergency oil. It'll be about buying it all back. And that could keep oil prices higher for longer.
Yeah, but we have to be realistic. They're not going to. Right now, we have to work within the framework of what we can actually accomplish. Like, we can put that one on our list of things we would like to accomplish when we're in power, but not like it's just not going to happen. The Trump administration's not going to do it. You're not going to pressure them into doing so. You could call your congressman until you're blue in the face and like just scream at the phone. It's not going to do anything.
And Ali joins us now. You know, Ali, I was geeking out on this stuff earlier today, reading the Wall Street Journal. So Brent North Sea crude, back over $100 a barrel. What flexibility does the government have to ease the pain at the pump for Americans when the SPR is at this level?
Yeah, Tom, there's some flexibility. We still have more than 300 million barrels in the SPR. So if the government feels like consumers will be harmed further, they could choose to release that. But with the reserve at these levels, you know, more than 40-year low, there's simply less of a cushion compared to previous crises. And really beyond the SPR, there's not many quick fixes. The U.S. is the world's largest oil producer, but drilling oil takes a lot of time. Oil is priced on a global market. So as long as these disruptions continue in the Middle East, Americans will keep feeling it at the pump. So really, Tom, you want all the tools at your disposal. You want to be able to lean on the SPR during emergencies, but you also want that longer-term energy independence. The issue, though, today is that neither one can offset these crazy global supply shocks that we're dealing with.
Yeah, and no end in sight. Ali Canal, thank you very much.
We thank you for watching. And remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app.
There we go. By the way, we're going to watch this Christina P thing because apparently Tom Segura is not going to get out of his or go into this divorce cleanly like everybody was saying, that it was like amicable and blah, 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 blah. No. It turns out that Christina wasn't kidding about the whole if he ruined their family unit because of their kids, that she was going to go scorched earth and she was going to release a whole bunch of damning info on him. I hope that this kills his career. I really do. I'll be completely honest. Tom Segura hasn't been funny for years. The amount of dudes that fucking listen to him because of the fact that he is just, he's gone towards the like Andrew Tate fucking manosphere bullshit. He's literally talking about like being a OF, an OF manager, a pimp. Let's just call it what it is. They're fucking pimps. Wait, what's happening? He divorced Christina Pazsitzky, and Christina is going scorched earth on him, and Bert as well, because Tom Segura is a massive piece of shit. We will get to that in the in some of the fun bits. So
happy to.
No, guys, I used to love Tom. Like Tom Segura was one of my favorite comedians. The whole like bit on bikes and annoying his wife with it was great. But yeah, this motherfucker, he got way too big for his britches. He did the thing where now he makes millions and millions and millions of dollars for pretty much nothing. He's got a fucking tequila company. He's done everything to keep himself rich, but not have to actually like do anything to like maintain his relevance. And yeah, he did what every fucking, absolute fucking loser 50-something that gets a little bit of money, like he chudded out. Like he started losing weight, he started doing the thing, he started bringing on fucking prawn models, and then he started doing this thing with Bert Kreischer where he's like, we should be an OF modeling management company. Yeah, well, guess what, that should be enough for you guys to just be like, oh, fuck these guys, because the machine bit wasn't funny enough for me to just like go, oh, you know what, Yeah, you guys are not massive pieces of shit.
To be joined by.
And honestly, I'm kind of glad that they're getting what they deserve on this one. So we'll see what happens, though. They could just win, but yeah, let's get this thing about Stephanie Rule and the tariffs.
Let's get down to business. Overnight, the president slapped a new round of tariffs on America's 60 biggest trading partners, allegedly over forced labor violations. These are replacing the 10% import taxes Trump
She is in like my my dream roto. Let's put it that
February,
way.
those tariffs expired at midnight. They were put in place after the Supreme Court struck down his so-called Liberation Day tariffs. Joining me now, Neil Irwin, chief economic correspondent for Axios, and Ron Insana, Emma's now
That's
business
so disappointing. What a piece of shit.
And publisher of the Message of the Markets on
Just remember, he has, I think, 2 daughters that are impacted by this now.
Substack. We got to go in 2 categories. First, I want to talk about the average American, the American consumer. Go.
So this is going to maintain inflation rates. Once you put tariffs back on, even as the others have come off, and the government's actually refunded in the month of June $26 billion to American
Steph
businesses.
has great energy.
Consumers will not see that savings.
Yeah.
But these new tariffs now, which are across the board, 60 different countries, and we have 50% tariffs on Canada that are being added, 34% tariffs on Brazil. All this means is that prices of goods and services are going to remain higher than they would otherwise be. It affects the Federal Reserve's decision on interest rates over the long run. So inflation stays sticky, and the American consumer keeps paying more for the goods that we import into the United States.
Okay, Neil, let's talk about American companies, American manufacturers, American retailers. So many
I'll be listening. Phone has to go on the charge. Cool. Well, I'll make it audio friendly then.
Fund checks from the government, millions and millions of dollars since the original tariffs.
Bro dropped the bag. She still looks
were struck
great.
Down,
I
mean, and they needed that money. These companies.
So remember, he's going to have a 20-something-year-old OF model as his fucking girlfriend.
Already had thin margins, and they are struck.
Because she loves him for his personality.
Now this administration is saying these new tariffs are about combating forced
Sorry,
labor
ladies,
practices
it's a little
that allow
hard to just believe that shit when it's just like, yeah, he's got a great personality. He just also happens to be a millionaire.
Production abroad, making it difficult for American companies to compete. Just this morning, I spoke to an American retail business down south that were like, are you kidding me? We do not have the ability to have production here. It's wildly expensive, and the American consumer is already saying prices are too damn high. We cannot pay these prices. Who is listening to the president saying this? Who is the voting bloc? Who's the lobbying group? Who's the businesses that are saying, right on, Mr. President, we need this?
There's not a lot out there. Look, it's kind of been whack-a-mole with the legal system. What the administration's been doing is finding these different authorities in different corners of the trade laws on the statutes, many of them never used before, kind of obscure, untested, and just using those to declare tariffs. 301, the legal term of art used for this one, is more tried and true, but the excuse, the justification here is pretty curious, that forced labor, including in 60 countries around the world, in Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, the EU, it really doesn't hold up to a lot of scrutiny. At the same time, they're kind of running ahead of the courts, and every time the court strikes something down, they find a new legal authority to use to try and get
some of us find personalities very attractive. Thank you.
Get a new tariff, and we've ended up at about the same place, about a 12% weighted average tariff rate. It was 3% before the president took office.
Okay, but Ron, even if they successfully play legal whack-a-mole and get them
As
through,
I said,
who are
sometimes it's believable, others not so.
they doing it for? It's not
Like Stavi. Stavi, fine.
not for American business, and it's
I
not
could
for the
buy
American
that.
consumer.
No, again, and you and I have talked about this now for a couple of years. The president has this underlying philosophical belief that the U.S. was at its greatest when our only source of revenue was tariffs, not income taxes, and that this somehow made the country great and brought manufacturing to the United States. What we've seen in the last year, Stephanie, the loss of 100,000 manufacturing jobs as these tariffs were put in place. So either philosophically, intellectually, practically, none of this works the way the president thinks.
Okay,
it
but
would.
Ron, we've got this K-shaped economy, and
Yeah.
I get it. The rich have gotten richer when they look at their 401ks, they're having a party when they look at the value of their houses. But when we need the economy
you,
to
Stephanie.
function,
Finally.
right? When people are out there buying back-to-school clothes and backpacks and filling their cars with gas and going to the grocery store, scores of Americans just cannot afford to make ends meet. And now look at this, pay higher prices.
Yeah, and look, gas is back above $4.
Credit defaults are on the rise. That's actually a good way to just like do a general gauging of how bad the economy is.
And so, yeah, this is
If credit defaults are on the rise, then nobody's doing that
It makes
great.
it much more difficult for them on a day-to-day basis to afford their basic necessities. And this does really little for anyone, including the federal government, because once these tariffs get challenged again in the future, they may have to refund these. And so we go where the government collects a couple $100 billion, then they give back a couple $100 billion. The American consumer pays more, and then they never get a break because the prices don't come back down after the tariffs are unwound. And so I don't understand the president's economic philosophies in any way, shape, or form. I mean, we've got a war that's making energy prices go up. We've got tariffs. We've got a whole host of policies that are actually raising inflation.
I love how Stephanie's just like
hurting the.
She's had it, man.
Economy, hurting the manufacturing sector.
She's one of the this is why I love her. Like her presentation, she really does not hold back, and she does wear her emotions on her sleeve. So you have watched her get legitimately pissed during a broadcast, like the worse the news gets.
Doing nothing.
I like that. This is where I have to say she's even better than Crystal Ball on that one, because she doesn't she doesn't pretend like she's just a fucking like a robot that just breaks the news to you. She feels the passion behind it because she realizes it's like, dude, this is bad for people.
For anyone. So I don't understand.
That's why I do kind of feel sometimes like Crystal genuine, like her politics are great, but sometimes I feel like it's like, yeah, but you got your own little gilded fucking cage, like, or your own little gilded life that realistically you're not going to start freaking out until, you know, you can't afford to take your daughter to fucking, you know, horse camp or whatever the fuck you do.
This notion of a golden age and that this is the best the economy has ever been, it is patently untrue.
Come September and October, I guarantee retail CEOs, big box company CEOs are going to say there was no back to school shopping because families simply said they cannot afford it. I do want to talk about oil prices. They are down today. They were up yesterday, over $100 a barrel. They're slightly down today. What's going on here, Neil?
Look, the war, it's kind of a toggle. When the war is escalating, oil prices go up. When the war is de-escalating, it goes down. Look, this is the most important single price in the world. The price of oil is the most fundamental component of energy around the world. I will say the economic damage has been less than you might have guessed 6 months ago when this war got going. At the same time, look, this is a direct translation to what people pay at the pump. It's the most salient price in your day-to-day life. It's something that you can't avoid. You have your commute, you have your errands you have to run. You're going to pay for that gasoline. And this re-escalation is certainly going to create pressure at the gas pump heading into the election in the fall.
I think prices came down because it was...
How does everyone forget that the person who made up Trump's tariff plan literally made up all the information, like just made it up?
Disclosed that the president sent Iran a ceasefire agreement, which is...
Crystal strikes me as a dance mom. Yeah, I kind of...
A kind of taco-style moment in Iran.
I mean, brother, please.
No, I know. Believe me, I know.
But like,
I know.
okay, can we just stop with this?
I know, I understand.
But like, this is such nonsense, okay? That the president, day in and day out, well, he sent them an agreement. Yeah. Well, he's going to do this. And all that does is get people to dance with the markets, trade for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, make a quick buck. stock, but it has no long-term impact on what's actually happening, whether it's with the war or the economy. The market has never been more disconnected.
No, absolutely not. I mean, and we've seen this, the difference between consumer sentiment, which is near record lows, and the stock market, which is ostensibly near record highs. But yeah, because you have algorithmic trading that reads headlines, you get these moves in the stock market, the oil market, the bond market, based on whatever gets spit out, you know, from the president's Truth Social account, from any news organization, and they trade it. And so,
but Pep, it'll be a downgrade, or it'll be a crisis if her daughter has to downgrade to pony camp.
Oil comes down based on something like that. However erroneous it might be or unlikely it might be, these are the markets we're dealing with right now. They're going headline to headline, minute to minute, and it's driving everybody.
This rebound is going to hurt. Oh yeah,
crazy.
Algorithmic trading has no connection to mothers who are putting gas on their credit card and not being able to pay it at the end of the month. Two wildly different worlds. Neil,
that's exactly what's happening.
For joining us, Ron. We're going to catch up with you in a little bit.
Yep. Yeah, and they're just like, well, that mom could just default, you know. Which I'm not sure if that's not exactly the worst plan at this point. Just
we're going to put a major tariff on Texas. We're going to put a major tariff on Texas.
You're going to put a major... Cool. He's so proud of himself. Well, speaking of Crystal Ball and her dance mom fucking ish stuff. The fact that she is probably a dance mom is the way that I was going to say that. We have got this interview that I was not able to watch on Majority Report earlier. So I am excited to watch this with y'all. Lisa Muse, Unk Alert. Hey, you ain't wrong. You know what? Cheers to that. Hey, I'm cool, Unk, man. Like, shit. Yeah, shit. There. Cheers to that. Because, yes, I am technically Unk. And I'm proud to be. You know what? I'm proud to be one of the internet Unks. It's okay. Even though I'm technically one of the older ones that started this way later than I should have. And, yeah. I'm kind of, you know. It's so weird to actually, like, have a few creators that are significantly younger than me. Like, you know, I talked to this dude that was 12 years younger than me, which for me, that's, it makes me feel ancient. And he's trying to tell me just like, oh, dude, no, it's really cool that, you know, you got into this, blah, blah, blah. And then I started asking, like, about, you know, more technical aspects of this. And he was just like, oh, isn't this kind of cute? Like, you know, I feel like I got my uncles asking me how to do certain. So I was just like, hey, watch that shit. Fucking, that's aging that, like, to the point where you just, yeah, once you start getting to 40, like, that really is it. And everybody has said this shit. I have heard this my entire life, and I didn't believe it until finally it happened to me. I'm 39 years old. I did the math, and I'm like, in about 10 years, I'm going to be 50. And I was just like, I'm on the back end. I'm playing my back nine. And that just kind of happened out of nowhere. What does the sign on an out of business brothel say? Beat it, we're closed. All right. Pep the Ancient. You know, don't make me go Gandalf on all y'all. Like, damn. Aw, Pep, it's just a number. I know. No, it really is. Like, I just... It does kind of... It gets to that point where you're just... Yeah. It's not even about being invincible. It is that, like, oh my god, this happened so fast. And why? Like, why is it the back end of 30, everybody does this. My mom did it, my fucking dad, like, pretty much every single person I've ever seen that, like, you know, hit their 40th birthday, they all say this. And now I'm one of them. Damn. I can't even be a silver fox. The thing is, I can't even grow, like, fucking silver hair, like, properly. Fuck, I mean... I'm sitting here bitching about the fact that my hair hasn't turned gray. That's a reversal. Quantum immortality will save us all. Hey, that'd be cool. I mean, hey, let's put it this way. Knock on wood, if I were to kick it, at least there's plenty of content to go and watch, you know. That's cool. Maybe older than you, Pep. No worries. Oh, it's all right. Where's my Silver Walker? All right. Let's get to this this Majority Report interview with Crystal. I was not able to watch this, so don't spoil it, because you really could. Facebook is all conspiracies right now. Oh yeah, dude. Arturo, welcome to the show. Yeah, you ain't wrong. I still frequent Facebook because I don't know. I guess I have that little bit of masochism in me. But yeah, it's a fucking cesspool. I legit the last like time I checked my Facebook, I had made a comment on like this like Trump brigade that like they're planning like their boat trip. And I was just like putting a whole bunch of like Trump memes and shit. And I was just like, wow, it's all this. It's the typical fucking boomers just doing their. It's so annoying, but whatever. Did you guys see that MySpace is actually like going to be making a comeback for real this time? I was just like, I'm actually okay with that. Especially if it's in its kind of like old format, like they don't tweak it too much, I think I'll be okay with that. I miss MySpace, dude. I really do. As long as they don't like require us to have our old account, because I don't remember any of my passwords or any of that shit. I'm sure it's still up there. A bunch of Kirk videos. It's just graphic, bro, and they don't seem to care. Well, they don't seem to care about the Kirk like aspect of it, or they don't seem to care about like the actual like conspiracy aspect of it. I don't know. Like, it's all fucked up. Lisa, what? What? Arturo, also welcome to the channel. If you guys haven't already hit the subscribe button and you are enjoying the content, I hate that I have to ask this, but it's true. Really, really helps out my channel, so please consider doing so. MySpace let you customize. I loved it, dude. Okay, my favorite like time of MySpace was when you could like link like your favorite band's song to it, and like it just. That was so cool going from page to page, and then you would get like, you know, somebody's favorite like, you know, music while kind of learning about them, and then you'd also like learn about some of their hobbies and shit, and then you'd just be like, whoa, I'm into that hobby. And that's like, it was such organic connection. Like I have some friends that I met on MySpace. That's crazy to me. Because we just kind of figured out that it's like, oh, we go to like the same, you know, the same church functions and stuff like that. I know, shut up. But It was. I was a product at the time, okay? Like this was. I was still in my schooling, and I was still very, very into, you know, being a Jesus freak. I loved me some Jesus. I also loved me some godly punk bands. Five Iron Frenzy is still one of my favorite bands of all time. They're cool. They're actually a leftist Christian band. But realistically, yeah, it was kind of lame. I'm not gonna lie. Click the scribe, tickle the bell. Yeah, I mean, nice. Yeah, if you guys can, that it really, really does help me out. Double tap. Facebook don't care how far each video goes. Instagram is chill. Facebook is conspiracy. TikTok is brain rot, and YouTube Shorts is kind of all the same. If you go down the wrong algorithm. Yeah, I mean, this is why I don't do short form content. I'll be honest. Like, as far as creating it as much, like, yes, I do some shorts, but I don't focus on it exclusively, obviously. But I also just, this is train your brain with some longer content, man. Like it doth stream. Yes, please do. We're going back to the 20 aughts. I'm okay with it. Not live in mean. Oh, hey, I appreciate that. I miss downvote. Hey, it's like the people that are like, I miss disliking videos where you could actually see the dislike ratio. It's like, why? So you could just so you could bully channel creators. You do understand that's why they got rid of that, right? It was because there's a bunch of bad faith assholes out there that ruin the fun for everybody. So I don't know. Instead of lamenting this thing that, you know, I wish I had more power so I could bully creators, I'm gonna just say this politely. Fuck you. These are the same assholes out there that seriously, they don't contribute anything to anybody ever. And I'm talking like not even monetarily at all. Like I'm talking specifically just in general. Fucking miserable waste of life. I think you might be rooted on that last part. No, people like the dislikes so they can see what videos were actually useful. That's what they were trying to say. Yeah, the ones with misinformation, yet they label the ones with misinformation. No, it's just another way to fucking bully creators. That's the reason they got rid of it, is because people were using it in bad faith. So deal with that. We've literally seen exactly how people use dislike, how they use reporting in bad faith, and how they literally do not create, they don't protect creators. So that's enough of that. No, until they protect creators, I don't care. I think that your opinions are shit if you think that the dislike button should be fucking reinstituted as far as seeing the ratios. I do think that that is genuinely fucked up, especially if you're not sitting there advocating for creator protections. Anyway, let's watch this.
My friend Crystal Ball, co-host of Crystal, Kyle, and Friends, and Breaking Points. Crystal, welcome back to the show.
It is my pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me.
Of course. I always love to talk to you and always love to break down the news of the week. And I think we'll probably start...
Yeah, if you want to know that a video is bad, then watch it yourself.
In a big picture way about these national stories.
That's what they do. That's literally what they do. They do, like, I can see the ratios of my like to dislike on my studio.
Perhaps we'll get in.
You guys can't.
I'm starting with LeBron James.
We are not. And when you texted me, I was like, oh no, I hope she's not canceling. But it was just to talk basketball. So you're a woman after my own heart, per usual. Not about LeBron James, although, yes, the East just got a lot more interesting, and I'm not thrilled about it. I'm sure Kyle isn't thrilled about it either, right?
No, and my son is like a monster LeBron fan, and he loves the Knicks, but he also loves Miami. He was really hoping LeBron was going to Miami.
Right.
So he's not happy with this. He has complicated emotions right now. Bless his little 13-year-old heart.
I'm sure he's been, really a big fan of those Miami highlight reels during that time with Chris Bosh and Wade.
Oh, yeah.
Has he been watching
I
those?
think Kyle Kalinski's broken. Is he only doing bed vids now?
Yes. It's hard.
I do think that Kyle has taken some criticisms to heart. I'm wondering, okay, so there was one thing that he mentioned, and I was just like, Jesus, did he watch, because it was almost verbatim what I was saying.
Hard not to watch that.
Oh, he was giving into the Doomer stuff and how he was playing with the algorithm.
If anyone
was just like, wow, dude.
If anyone is looking for someone to argue with that, LeBron is not the GOAT, if they want someone to take the yes, he is the GOAT side for roughly 12 hours straight, my son is the man for the job.
Honestly, you should reach out to Stephen A. Smith and see if your son
He just said the thing, though. Your son is 13 years old. He doesn't know how to conceptualize anything but just LeBron. He can't... Dude, your kid didn't even grow up during Kobe.
No, Skip Bayless. Skip Bayless is the LeBron
If I'm going to take
hater,
any 13-year-old's opinion on fucking basketball players, let's start with... only parents would do that bullshit.
With Iran, in related news. Let's start with the Iran war, because the Trump administration appears to be covering up the true number of U.S. military personnel who have been killed in this horrific war on Iran, criminal war on Iran. Trump's been using this figure of 18
fucking dynasty with all the same team
deaths for days, repeatedly in remarks.
Jordan, Kobe, LeBron. That's if you're doing the big three, that's the big three. But that's the order of the big three.
Because he's trying to say, let's compare this to Vietnam, where he's been using made up figures like 200,000 Americans that died in Vietnam, which isn't what happened.
Living vicariously through your children is a problem. Yes, it is.
It's
very odd to me.
As bad as Iraq. But yesterday, even though he's been saying 18 all week, the Pentagon changed its number on its website from 18 to 14. And it's because they're claiming that since Trump signed this MOU and since there has been a ceasefire, even though it's been broken, that none of the deaths count. What do you make of this? And I also am curious if you can put it in the context of the Iraq war, because the Bush administration was trying to cover up troop deaths as well.
Yeah,
I just want the algo to not give me the same shit that I already disliked. Because now they just show a level of engagement because there is no dislike. I mean, there is still a dislike button.
Want any of the caskets coming home to be filmed because there were so many Americans.
You see this? You see what I'm hovering over? I could literally dislike this right now. I don't understand why people keep saying that the dislike is gone.
Who were being killed, and they knew it would be devastating to public opinion and public sentiment, and that certainly was the case. And no, I mean it's really disgusting. I mean, you look at.
I'll be honest, you kind of nailed it though. I do think that they send you more stuff that you dislike, where you hit the dislike button to piss you off.
19-year-old girl
it's
who,
engagement.
1 year older than my daughter. I couldn't help it thinking about my daughter just graduated from high school, and at her graduation ceremony, they had all the kids who were signing up for the military stand up. And, this is them. This is their lives. And she's now dead. For what? For what? Now you're not even going to reflect it in the official statistics. And they've already been caught hiding the overall casualty numbers, which are, well into the 400s that we know of. Service members are complaining about the lack of medical care that they've been receiving. They've been downplaying some of the severity of the injuries that they've received. And the reason is because they know that this war is disastrously unpopular. They know it is an absolutely catastrophic mistake at this point, but they are flailing around.
Oh shit, you're right. I'm just high and I haven't gotten shit that I dislike for a minute.
They have
there you
no
go.
plan. I mean, Trump, I think, really believed that this would be like, oh, in 3 days, we'll just, do what we did with Venezuela and I'll be fine.
If you guys never hit the dislike, congratulations on being mature adults.
And then I'll be greeted as a
And also understanding that it's just like, yeah, you can dislike a video without having to fucking go after the creators.
Liberator, mission accomplished, etc. Now here we are, months and months into this, and all he can think to do is, more bombing campaigns and complete insanity and lies.
Yeah, the Wall Street Journal reported today that Trump basically sees few options except escalation. He's apparently grown skeptical of negotiations, shocker, and he doesn't see better options than continuing strikes. And I know that you at Breaking Points have had Professor Robert Pape on.
I get it though. It's like the looking at the views ratio so you can judge activity botting. Yeah, dash botting. Yeah. No. I ran into something like that where I was just like, holy shit, there are 300 plus people here, but there are only fucking 20 people actually engaging in chat. I was just like, oh shit, that's botting.
Who's spoken about the escalation trap. I mean, this is an example of somebody who doesn't have the moral
and the excuse is, well, they do it.
Character, fortitude, foresight, intelligence to understand when he needs to well, he didn't understand why he shouldn't have started this war.
Can anyone see my text in chat? I think I got false reported. I can see your chat. Oh shit, I think you're right. Oh shit, yeah, I think you are right. You are, yeah, you're not. Well, they're not popping up in my chat.
Kind of rube that can be manipulated into furthering this escalation trap because
Ghost Train, yeah, there's definitely something going on.
He sees no other options, and Iran has won, and that's untenable to a guy like Trump.
That's exactly right. If he was to walk away now, if he had gone forward with the memorandum of understanding,
there's
it would have
going
meant
on with
acknowledging
the mixed chat
complete
here.
defeat.
I don't know why it's not working.
Robert Pape describes it as a surrender document. I mean, that's truly what it is. So with that direction, he has a certain defeat. Whereas if he entertains some of these insane options, let's seize Karg Island, let's bomb or nuke Pickaxe Mountain because the conventional weapons wouldn't be sufficient, that somehow maybe this has an outside chance to turn the tables. And so when greeted with a landscape that's either accept complete defeat with something like
it works
the memo
now. I had to completely reset the
of
chat.
Understanding and an eventual deal,
Hopefully that
or
works.
take some insane gambler's risk on some absolute boondoggle that is going to result in catastrophic loss of life, both for Americans and for Iranians.
Ghost Train, you're back now.
He'd rather go in that direction because then at least there's some theoretical
Also make sure that you're not in top chat, but
chance
here
that he can come out with something he can sell as a win. And as insane as that landscape is to us, when you're looking at this and you're just like, just cut your losses. Like that's the best thing you can do at this point. I think he sees it as it's unacceptable to.
Wait, I think it's been 86 or 8 years since I did major streaming. I started it up again. I left because cyber attack and false reporting.
To him to accept the defeat that has been rendered on the battlefield. And that's why it's such a terrifying moment in terms
upsetting.
of the likely escalation that we face, I think as likely as soon as this weekend.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so as far as this weekend, they didn't get like the ability to say that they were thinking about a peace deal because Iran just literally said, no, you don't get to do this. Like, you're not going to manipulate the market. There is no peace deal. So the best they got was a Pakistani official coming out and saying, hey, I talked to someone from Iran. So you had a few people like from them, like a few things in the market kind of respond. But overall, I think that this one, like that whole, going out on a Friday saying that the peace deal's like that, nobody has an appetite for that right now from Iran or even the American public, because we're all just kind of like, hey, man, this isn't going to end the way that you think it's going to end. They're not going to just give you everything that you want at all. Hell, you gave them everything and more and somehow still fucked that up. Yeah, I just got to say it, man. Like, I don't think that there is going to be a peace deal. I think that we're going to go into November still at war.
The teasing of the massive attack.
And after that, after the November election, this could be a fucking forever, like just another Iraq.
Another way to try to scare the Iranians, as he's been doing on Truth Social, threatening to nuke them. But how can we rule out another deadly attack? And we're getting
especially we know. Sorry, Emma. We know that they sent some sort of a new ceasefire deal to Iran via the Iraqi prime minister, and Iran said no.
It was Iraqi prime minister.
We spoke with Professor Marandi on our show to get the view from Tehran. He said, "Listen, first of all, no one is in the mood for negotiations right now, because why would we be? Every time we've negotiated with the U.S., we've either been attacked or they've undermined the deal. So no one is in the mood for negotiations. But if we get to that point, it's going to require a lot more than was in the memo of understanding. It won't just include Lebanon, by the way. It will also include Yemen and Gaza. So that's the frame of mind that they're in. So I was not surprised at all to see that they had out of hand outright rejected this latest ceasefire deal offer. So what choice does that leave Trump with? I think that's why, even though in past instances where he's issued these insane threats, I've suspected that he would end up tacoing in the end. That's why this time I'm
Uni, are you still in chat or did you fall asleep?
We're going to see the actual threatened escalation come to pass.
I think Iran sees his belligerence as even more evidence that their leverage is increasing and is stronger. When he continues to use the same exact tactics,
I'm going to turn the camera off and maintain the audio just so you guys can kind of hear this. The United States has caused by
bombing Iran and the civilian infrastructure that has been damaged. But the Iran with every day understands that they can just use their geographic leverage over the Strait of Hormuz, and perhaps they can dangle some sort of concession on a nuclear program for the Trump administration. Okay. But that's but that would be because they understand now that they don't even really fully need a nuclear weapon as a deterrent if they're able to make the West feel this economic pain. But that would require Israel to be included. Because if the United States has this understanding with Iran, but Israel is still acting as this rogue actor, as a nuclear power in the region, then and they're expanding their operations.
You discovered this show when you were sleepwalking
now, and they're trying to spark the civil war in Lebanon. Then that is what I think could tank these negotiations if they're even plausible at this point anymore.
Yeah, and the nuclear piece is I guess you could look at it in two directions. In some ways, the logic of pursuing a nuclear weapon has never been more clear. These people are maniacs. They'll just keep attacking you.
Put me into early chill mode. I appreciate that.
You should pursue it so that you have this deterrent. On the other hand, to your point, the Strait of Hormuz acts in a sense as like its own deterrent effect. Over time, though, the impact of that will diminish as new pipelines, new routes are created, as the world transitions, realizing that, hey, maybe we shouldn't base our entire economies on this very volatile geopolitical situation backed, by fossil fuels. Maybe we should transition to renewable energy. The power of that geographic advantage will ebb over the years. That won't be an immediate impact, but that will happen over years. So that does still argue in favor.
Wait, you'll go blind? Etch?
of the notion that a nuclear weapon could be important for them if they
Quit spanking the monkey.
want to, persist as a national entity with sovereignty.
Yeah, that was more maybe wishful
Gonna have to make a fucking optometry
thinking for me because
appointment for you.
There has to be
Gross
something
boys.
where Trump feels like he has some aesthetic victory, and he's seemingly, hung his hat a lot on preventing these monsters from getting a
Why do you think that your vision might be blurry? I pull my putt a lot.
nuclear weapon and destroying the world as two nuclear armed countries bomb their country. It's just completely topsy-turvy.
Come on, this is-
but I'm
this is
wondering if
literally
you,
101.
since
You
you
want stuff.
interact with conservatives more than I do on your show, like, what is the reaction to this war from them? I mean, it's hard to judge the sincerity of the Republican base when they were swayed by the no new wars and I'll fix the economy piece. But at least for like an independent, unaligned voter that,
According to Trumpers, by the way, he never meant it, and they knew it.
maybe voted for Obama and then
That's the
switched to
new
Trump
narrative,
or
is
whatever.
that, yeah, we knew that he was, he's a strong man, so there was always the possibility of him actually going to wars, but we just didn't want him doing Ukraine. It was just like, oh my God, you guys are really stupid. Like, because I can't tell you how many times I've heard this just in my average life, where they will be talking about how Biden started the war with Ukraine. I'm like, what?
This is a
Like, wait. You're telling me that we somehow, like, we helped Russia invade Ukraine? And they're like, no, like, we attacked Russia. And like, it's just like, I'm very confused at how this works.
not just a betrayal of a campaign
They're in
promise.
denial?
It's like a
Yeah.
complete inversion of what
Complete
he
denial.
promised. And that has to have some impact. I would hope that it does.
You would hope so. I don't know. I don't delude myself into thinking that Sagar and
Oh
Emily
yeah, no,
represent
peace through strength. Peace through strength was the bullshit that they were trying to feed.
the Republican base. And I don't think they delude themselves that way either. But
Yeah.
I think the Republican base is overwhelmingly still in favor of the war. But the piece that is more
NATO aggression, yeah, they kept saying that too.
problematic for Trump politically, I think, is the economic piece. They can tell themselves all sorts of lies based on Fox News propaganda about how glorious the war is and how great we're doing and how strong our fighters are and how smart President Trump is, blah, blah, blah. Like, if you watch that channel, it is crazy, the amount of propaganda. And boomers are the core of the Republican base. For all the talk about the young
1000%.
Republicans, this is a boomer-led party. So that stuff is still extremely powerful with them. However, you cannot deny the reality of going to the gas pump and seeing, now today, I think the average gas price across the country is $4.11.
Yeah, it's $4
That's only
yeah.
going to go up from here. And that's going to continue to have catastrophic ripple impact effects. It's already had massively negative effects on most ordinary Americans who are struggling. So I think that's the piece where he's probably more politically vulnerable with his own base. Not that they're going to turn on him, but maybe they don't show up in the midterms. Maybe they're a little disenchanted.
That's the big thing that I do kind of see happening, is that they will not be mobilized.
And maybe there is some erosion
Oh, Rebecca, you got to take off? You will be back for Twitch time? Awesome. Looking forward to it.
around the margins where finally they go,
We're an hour and 20 minutes outside of going to Twitch.
what, this guy's never
It's
going to
gonna be
actually
fun.
deliver anything for me. And my life is actually worse than before he came into office.
What's also astonishing to me
Keep
is
moving
that
the
Trump is
goalposts
trying
and change
to
the rules.
basically
I mean, that's the thing is, that's not just Trump. I'm going to be fair here. That's the Republican way of doing politics. That's like
force the Abraham
GOP 101.
Accords into these negotiations.
But that's also one of the few things that Trump and the GOP originally did agree on, even when he was a Democrat. Which you have to keep in mind for every time that they're just like, you remember when the Democrats did slavery? Blah, 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 blah. Let's remind them when Donald Trump was a Democrat.
By dangling nuclear cooperation with Saudi Arabia over their head to essentially say, we will give you this technology and we'll cooperate with you in this way if you normalize relations with Israel. And this is at a time when that normalization is a lot more costly for a Saudi government that at the very least has a population that it has to contend with. It's not just like a glorified corporate entity in the way that the UAE is, right?
Yeah,
that is
true.
eager to normalize. Saudi Arabia still has a population that is
Oh, by the way, they talk about the AOC thing here in a minute. That was the one part that I was able to be like, ooh, we could cover the AOC bit through the majority report. Sweet.
Is horrified by the genocide in Gaza. But like,
you know how awkward it is sitting there trying to read like closed captions on a phone of a live stream where you don't have audio because you forgot your fucking your earbuds at home.
Me, I wonder who is
that sucked
pushing Trump to escalate or to return to the
Ended up
Abraham
playing
Accords within
solitaire
the
for
context
fucking
of these
45 minutes.
negotiations when Israel's leverage or standing in the region is even worse than when he had attempted it previously. Like, it feels like a literal poison pill, frankly, by Zionists to tie this to the Iran war or to do this at the same time or in conjunction. Like, how does that not sabotage
Resurrection 2.2.
so many of the other regional issues that is
The Day the Earth Stood Still is a good movie. Keanu Reeves. Actually, that one was a fucking solid remake, and that doesn't get enough love.
plaguing the president right now?
I mean, it's a complete mess. I mean, first of all, we get the announcement that just with no requirements whatsoever, we're going to go forward with this Saudi nuclear deal. I don't need to remind everyone who actually were the nationality of the hijackers on 9/11. So there's an issue there where we're oh, Iran is so evil, we can't give them nuclear weapons. It's like, who attacked us on 9/11 again? Just remind me that. So there's that piece. Then the next day he comes out and says, well, actually, it's going to be tied to
Is that the one with the nanobots? Yeah.
joining the Abraham Accords. Well, the reason that Saudi Arabia has always resisted going forward
where he's like, your planet.
with the Abraham Accords and normalization of Israel is because they've insisted on some real, genuine horizon for a Palestinian state. And even there, you know, they left some wiggle room of like, it doesn't have to be immediate, but we need some genuine path that's going to lead in that direction. And obviously that's completely off the table for Israel. So I'm not sure what's going on behind the scenes there. I think that Trump promised the Gulf Arab allies of the United States that this war was going to be quick and easy. They sort of bought into that idea. You know, they saw what we did in Venezuela. You're this big superpower, going to be paired with Israel. You can deal with this Iranian thorn in our side. That sounds great. And then once they realized the reality that, oh, Iran can fight back and now our countries are getting hit and our entire, you know, existence in this region is in.
Pep, do you know what notable German philosopher and economist had written correspondence with Republican POTUS Lincoln? No.
Danger because you can't live in that region without electricity, without desalination plants, without importing a lot of goods to feed the population and sustain the population. You know, once they realized that, they became a lot less enamored with this idea of the Iran war. So, you know, my sense was Trump was trying to throw them some bone. You also can't disentangle any of this from all of the business interests that he and his family members have in the region. You know, usually the easiest explanation for things that are happening here is just straight
it's Karl Marx
corruption.
Oh,
so
shit.
that's the other piece you have to take into account too.
I did not know that.
And lastly, before we move, I think, to elections.
Yeah, I was about to say, get to the
thoughts
AOC bit.
on the National
That's what I
Defense
really wanted to
Authorization
watch.
Section 219, the passage of this entrenchment of
Oh, yeah.
military
Did you guys see that Laura
technology
Loomer she interviewed Zelensky?
with Israel's military as it commits genocide in Gaza, and right now the West Bank annexation efforts are escalating. Southern Lebanon, they're trying to create this civil war. The Trump administration is as well, and Israel, by aligning itself with this kind of skeleton Lebanese government and saying that we're not going to remove Israeli forces from southern Lebanon until Hezbollah is fully disarmed, which would take years. Talk about another poison pill.
Yeah, why? Exactly. Dude, we're going to figure this out because I don't know. When I saw it, I was like, is this a joke?
To keep these
is this
wars
AI?
ongoing.
Am I falling for AI?
But Netanyahu, you know, after Lindsey Graham's death,
apparently.
was going on TV saying, Lindsey told me right before he died that, like, he didn't... We can't, we don't want him to cut aid to Israel, but I'm saying we don't need it anymore. We don't need it anymore because he understands that this MOU that Obama signed expires in 2028. That's going to be a big election year. And Israel, funding for Israel that used to be kind of automatic under this MOU is going to be at issue. So why not put this outside?
Yeah, but they're going to pass it through some kind of reconciliation bill. Like they're not going to let this lapse.
Kind of any Democrat,
unless we do have enough like DSA representatives
input, and basically circumvent democracies so that
man.
Israel is even more entangled with the United States.
I was just watching one of those Harry Enton polling clips about the view of Israel, and he was saying, listen, you may think this is a Democratic Party shift. No, this is the entire American people who have changed their minds, especially Democrats and independents, a little bit less so Republicans, but you see shifts there as well. There's been something like, I think the number was like a 65-point shift away from favorability of Israel since Trump's first term to this term. So look, Israelis, Netanyahu et al., they're not stupid. They can read a poll. They see the way that the politics are going. They're watching what's playing out in Democratic primaries right now. And so there's no doubt they're moving in the direction of, okay, any sort of process that requires a vote, that requires any sort of democratic input is going to be shaky. So we need to entrench this thing. We need to put it outside of politics so that there isn't a public check, there isn't public accountability, and that it's
Wait a minute. If you turn the lights off and say Laura Loomer 3 times in front of a mirror, she'll appear behind you and yell the N-word.
Very difficult to disentangle, even if you do get, President AOC or President Abdul al-Sayed in 2028. So, I think there's no doubt that's the direction they're going in. And, kudos to the few members who've really spoken out. The Democratic Party has been
terrifying.
Pretty good. They blocked originally the version that had this in the Senate, although this wasn't the only reason they're blocking the NDAA. I mean, that's my other thing. I don't know why any Democrat is voting for any NDAA right now, regardless of what's in it, while Trump is waging an illegal and unconstitutional war.
I loved that you asked that of Representative Adam Smith. We played part of that interview. People should all check it out on Breaking Points. But like hold
on, that would just be that. That would be me.
Leverage. He tried to say in that interview, well, the DSA wants to get rid of the Pentagon altogether, which isn't true on the program. It's a 50% reduction, right? But he was using that to say that anybody that's calling for an attempt to use the NDAA here as leverage to slow the roll of this administration is
you set my dogs off
on the side of getting rid of.
I'm sorry. The
Pentagon. It was such a straw man to try to defang those arguments. But putting that to the side for a second, what a coincidence. There were just enough Democrats to pass the National Defense Authorization Act. And it wasn't even some of the usual suspects that we would suspect, like the biggest Zionists in the Democratic caucus in the House, Jared Moskowitz, was worried about Oliver Larkin down in Florida was not a vote for this NDAA. Josh Gottheimer, who's in a blue state in New Jersey, was not a vote. Yeah. But they had some rotating villains to do their dirty work. Cuellar's always down to do it. Busenkamp Perez
again,
is a psycho,
the fact that there were more than 5 was kind of a disheartening.
But it's just always, it's such a weird coincidence how the Democrats seem to find 6 or 7 votes whenever they need to pass bills that help the military-industrial complex and do what the Zionist lobby wants.
Well, it was very telling in that interview with Representative Adam Smith, because he's fighting with me about this, about we don't have the leverage that you think, and it's probably not going to work, and blah, blah, blah. But he also was like, yeah, but I'm going to vote against it. I was like, okay, well, are your colleagues going to go along? He's like, probably not everybody. And sort of in that answer, it shows you, it's like, okay, well, shouldn't you be working on that? Isn't that a problem? That makes your vote kind of...
Well, it's almost like this is where everybody assumes that they get behind the scenes in a committee, and they're just like, okay, so who needs this vote? Who can afford to, to vote on the other side of this and play we were doing bipartisanship game, because that will actually help you in a purple district. And then they kind of do a swapperoo, because they don't really have any guiding principles. It's mostly just we need this vote on our record so we can bring this to our voters.
Meaningless if you're going to get...
Which realistically, how much does that actually help?
Just enough Democrats to get...
I've always wondered how much that actually has an effect during elections, where they're just like, so-and-so voted for such and such. What a bad vote. Do you care? Next time on elections.
Across the finish line. And of course, that's what ends up happening. I just have to say on this Marie Glusenkamp Perez person, what is with the archetype of the hippie who is now weirdly right-wing?
Alfredo Voldemort.
This is a Kirsten Sinema
no.
archetype. It's a
new.
Maha archetype. there's a whole thing that needs to be dug into about what is happening with these people, because I don't really understand it.
And they're often moms that are like, exploiting kind of anxiety about health
Kim
care
Jong illiterate, I have heard.
and like personal choices
Very
in this
funny.
way and what's going into their kids' bodies. Like, I think that's part of it too. And not that Kirsten Sinema is, but like, yeah,
Oh,
it's
dude, she
people
was the
that
worst.
they think wellness or smoking weed or something like that is leftism, but their politics don't align with that. I mean, that's, I guess, the best way I could describe it.
Yeah, and it's like partly libertarian, but then also I'm going to vote for the NDAA to like help enable the like fascist rise in travel. Like, I don't know. I don't understand where you're coming from.
Well,
on any of it.
because like I said, you don't have to necessarily understand what you can't, as far as they don't have guiding principles, so it's not like you're like going to find any.
They're appealing to like wellness moms and tradwife types, I think, to a degree, but I think it's so niche and online. I really don't get it either. But let's talk about another weirdo, actually, Haley Stevens.
Oh, God. How long was this?
Although I don't want to be called.
Don't be sexist.
I know. I'm sorry. I can't get rid of my
and we're almost like
misogyny, making fun of Haley
Well,
Stevens and
I don't have like a heart
her,
out.
gremlin
All right, you know what?
like demeanor. Okay, sorry, Haley. This is on the substance, girlfriend. What over the past 48 hours, we've seen 2 acts of desperation from this campaign. Ryan Grimm, great reporting, showed that they basically
You're just joining us, by the way. I do actually like want to have like more conversation with chat today.
fire this top staffer because she was
I just want to wrap this up.
also working for Palantir on the side, just when you
Perfect.
thought the campaign
kiss.
couldn't get any more slimy. And can we put up the tear sheet here from, I don't know what number this is, but this, oh, here it is, number 8. This is a press release that they sent out using Abdul al-Sayed's logo, which I cannot believe is legal, but I guess I can. I can believe it because this is America and we have no campaign finance regulation. But using his ad to talk about the Mike Rogers, and claim that Mike Rogers is endorsing Abdul al-Sayed, just saying what you would say if you're thinking you're going to face off against him in a general, like claiming, I think we feel good about our chances against this guy, right? And she's sending this out in this press release, in this email blast, and this is the same campaign that's welcoming in tens of millions of dollars of outside money from AIPAC, from big tech.
You'll press the don't show me
They're
this or don't
also
recommend me.
using dirty tactics,
recommend
this
this, but
outside
that's
spending,
it.
to make it
Oh, shit.
seem
I
like
think Anna's a
Obama has
little
endorsed Haley Stevens when his speech about her was from years ago and was in a different context. Like, they are pulling out all the stops here, and I think particularly the Israel lobby sees this race as immensely important, and they want to make an example out of Abdul al-Sayed.
That is exactly what's happening here, because if they can, just with sheer dollars alone, prop up one of the most unappealing candidates.
I feel like I'm breaking through to like in a Terminator timeline when somebody pauses and they're like behind on the stream and they're like reacting to somebody, like something I said like previously. I'm just like, ooh, Terminator timeline. Well, I'm going to send a message from the future
that you can possibly imagine. Then yes, that is going to send a message to others throughout the Democratic Party, because we may like for these people.
Anna, make sure you avoid the timestamp at 2 hours and 49 minutes.
To be principled and take the
just don't watch, just skip.
Right stand because it's the right thing to do.
Yes, Anna, welcome back to the president, and yes. We almost broke the time stream. I think that we got close there. I felt the incursion happening.
Many of them, especially of the existing elected Democrats,
Anthony.
are just looking at where the political winds are blowing. And right now they're looking at Daria Liza, they're looking at Zoran, they're looking at Abdul, they're looking at Troy Jackson, and they're going, oh, there's a thing happening here. I'm going to have to adjust. They want AIPAC and their
I'm more a TARDIS guy myself.
Affiliated organizations. They want to send a countervailing message here of there is a price to pay if you
like the
shift
Avengers
to where
multiverse.
not just the Democratic base, but the public at large is on the question of Israel. That is what they want to do with this race. So it is extremely consequential.
He branched it. Oh no.
it's also consequential because, of course, the knock on lefty candidates right now, and it's a
Broke
constantly
the Twitch multiverse.
moving goalposts. But sure, you
I'm
can
Twitch
win
Loki.
in these like deep blue districts in Denver or in New
I'll
York
take it.
City.
That's
But
cool.
let's see how you do in a swing state, right?
It's
This'll
what freaked them
be-
out about Plattner as well.
All right.
Absolutely.
Wrapping soon,
Yes,
'cause, damn,
absolutely.
I got
And
one more
so
segment I
this
wanna
is
get
now
to.
going to be a marquee test of whether the type of politics we believe in can win in a swing state. So that's another
AOC
reason
thing,
why
right?
this has become so consequential and why they're really going to be mad
Dang.
over it. I mean, her tactics are disgusting. They're desperate.
God,
it
was
goes
she on
without
for the
saying.
whole
Also,
rest of the
all these
show?
insinuations that he's
Oh,
not
she
even just
was. Holy
insinuations, like
crap.
overtly saying that he's sexist based on literally nothing, smearing him that way.
I
is
didn't know that. I thought that.
so disgusting. I just watched
Okay, well, I don't want to do
Hillary
that.
Schulden, she's a congresswoman from Michigan who's a supporter
Much as I am for fair,
Haley
fair
Stevens
use and all that,
going on and
I
accusing
I
him
feel-
of being
yeah.
sexist and launching sexist attacks on her. And her list of evidence was just like normal critiques that had no gender connotation to them whatsoever. It's so incredibly disgusting and dishonest.
And it's frequently white women that are making these cases or making these claims. And, we can't ignore the Islamophobic tropes about, Abdullah Syed being Muslim and how Muslims are so horrible to women. That is what they're trying to
I really wanted to hear the part about AOC taking the lead,
imply.
because that just happened like last night, where she went up like significantly over Kamala.
It's also
as
a-
far as like favorability in the 2028
racist Zionist talking point. Coincidentally,
presidential race.
Emily's list backing Haley Stevens.
there's no
The
time stamp on
DSCC
this.
is head by Kirsten Gillibrand, who is one of the biggest Israel plants in the entire United States Senate. And they are using cynical white feminist attacks of sexism against this candidate so cynically, and it comes from the exact sources that you would think it was coming from. Under Gillibrand's leadership, I think you can draw a line back to her about this because their handpicked candidate is Stevens.
And then the other thing you have is Jim Clyburn coming out
Not
and
gonna lie, I don't like the idea of AOC
looking
for
at some
president.
picture of an Abdul audience and saying, oh, there's not enough black faces in the audience, making trying to do this racial resentment argument as well. And
She's way better than Kamala. I'll give you that. I'll just say that much.
then you look at this, you're like, she's a white lady. He's
Yes.
a brown guy. Like, what are we doing here? And it's just one more reminder, in case we needed them, of where this weaponization of identity really came from in the Democratic Party. It's used in its most vicious and detrimental way as a weapon
not down
against
here.
any sort of rising left movement. Hillary did it against Bernie, and so now they're trotting out, the whole old playbook again.
Wish my cat could talk so he could just tell me like. He must have like hit my dog or something, because my dog is like Stan has not been having it.
Saying he's toxic, his supporters are toxic, they're low-key sexist, they're low-key racist, etc. I am hopeful, though. You look at the money, you have to be concerned, but I am hopeful that he's going to be able to prevail, just because the tactics from them do feel like they're looking at some internal.
Someone's curious about that.
When we got a problem here, we got to try some different things. We got to throw whatever we can against the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah, I will refrain from making a prediction just because I don't want to jinx anything, and it's not been a great track record.
How do you think I was going to go this year, Emma? Can you tell
Yes,
us?
This woman works at the consulting firm,
and
yes,
so I
yelled Alu. Her initials are Bus. Okay, Batya Ungar Sargon on News Nation, blaming Zoran Mamdani for this and using extremely racist language as she does so.
So I just want to tell our viewers how this is being perceived within the Jewish community. New York City, of course, has the biggest Jewish community outside of Tel Aviv.
Forcing
care.
said, look,
All right,
we believe.
I'm gonna just call it there on this majority report thing, because I want to catch up with chat for a second, and then I have one more thing that I want to do before we kind of go to the fun bits of stream. If you guys do not know, we are eventually going to go over to Twitch and do some Twitch exclusive stuff. It's going to be fun. Get to watch some stuff that can't really do on the YouTubes. So yeah, we're pretty much just gonna like carry on over there. But later. Hey, it's okay, guys. Like, I ain't going nowhere for at least an hour, possibly two. Because, yeah, I just noticed, like, I might actually have to push it to 2. It kind of sucks. Because, like, this, I really wanted to watch the Piers Morgan bit here, and I don't want to do that over on the Twitch stream. Got to make infrastructure, which is what organizes it. Whoop, Pap, great show so far. So excited for tonight's Twitch exclusive. Dude, I've been loving this Friday night, like, wrap up. It really is, like, so much fun. Look at... What I'm gonna take this away. Just so there is no, violence between the cat and the dog. Fantastic pepper party. Yep. Yes, Anna, we have to make the infrastructure, but, you know, having a president that more clearly aligns with us kind of helps with that. Absolutely. Listen, I'm gonna just say this much. I'm voting for whoever the fuck is going to not be JD Vance or the person. Like, I know you guys, like, there are people that will get mad at me for just caving to the blue no matter who, but that's just the hard reality to, to what I'm going to do. I'm sorry. Like, I'm just doing harm reduction at this point because I've seen exactly the harm that comes from Donald Trump, and I just can't do it anymore. Like, I can't do this with this Republican machine. Like, they have done so much damage. It's literally going to take decades to reverse it. And I'm just, yeah. But the nice part is we get primaries this time. Yay! I'm very, very happy for that. Well, the electoralist project is going to be a thing, Anna, for a while. We're not going to just abolish our elections. Like, and it's not just going to, and we're also not going to do this thing that, like, we got to get somebody that is at least DSA adjacent, somebody that believes in just a farther left fucking platform. And then we can work with what we got. Like, this is going back to the Kamala thing. Like, I truly believe that she was, like, the worst, or she was, like, the better choice specifically because we could pressure her, because we could actually, like, you know, have a chance. But, man, I'm, like, dude... Like, Anna, you know how it is. We're pretty much all of us are now technically on a list. Like, if you are part of any leftist organization, like, we're living through it. Like, we're living through, like, the worst case scenario that we, unfortunately, were talking. Like, dude, we've been talking about this since the election, like, since before he won. I can say that I know I have. I know that I was talking about how he was going to be so much worse this time around. And how it was going to be existential because I remember that I got in an argument with somebody on one of my streams about how Project 2025 was just like, it was a fear tactic and how they were using it as, you know, it was essentially all hyperbole, but then they started enacting everything and then it was just like, oh, fuck. Well, you know, that's only part of it. And then now here we are, you know, 70-something%, you know, through it. You know, hey, behave. Okay, he left your bed. Sorry, guys. I have to be a little cautious about Stan right now and little Lito. I don't know why you keep being so aggressive at me. No, stop. No, Lito, go. Hey, we're not doing this. Go. What did he do? God, which one of you? Okay. Anyway. Poor Lito. Bad fight. No, there was something else. Something happened, like, while I was gone today. He's just being hyper aggressive with the cat, which is not like him. Unless the cat did something, which I'm not putting it past Lido to do something because he has clawed my dog randomly just when my dog was walking by. So, you know, it's not exactly innocent. Oh, that cat's got balls, dude. That cat, he does not know. It's just, I don't know. I think that he likes the challenge, I guess. I don't know. But I took the bone away. Do you actually want this? Like, are you actually gonna, like, you want this now? Really? You want it? Oh, shit. I guess he actually wants the thing. Maybe he's just intimidated. He's just like, I don't know how to go about this. Man, when you were a puppy, you wouldn't have cared. Like, oh my god, you give him anything like that, he would just be like, oh, hell yeah. Ah. Alright, anyway. YouTube gives our chat logs to the government. I tell people that all the time. This is the worst time to Fed post. I've been telling people to not do that. I'm strictly against Fed posting. I'm strictly against people that make our job harder. You know, we're trying to literally make our lives easier by like playing the electoral games. Yes, you know, that it's not always the best, but god damn it. Sorry. Mitt Romney was not a great choice. No, he was not. Okay, well, you only want it when I fucking put it away. Like, it's all right. Are you serious? Here, do I need to like hold this? No, you don't want me to hold it. Here, take it. Take it. Here. Pick it up. Here. Pick it up. Here, take it. Take it. It's so... I know. Here. It's... Dude, come on. Dang. Your thing, please. Take it. Otherwise... Alright. Figure it out. Stop pining for a good choice to be put in your lap. Oh, I don't think there is going to be a good choice. Like, just like, yeah, we're not just going to... Okay, what are you doing? We're going to have a discussion here, mister. All right. Okay, I voted for Obama in my first election in 2012. I regret that. I mean, I don't. I mean, what? Mitt Romney was going to be better? It was not going to... Yeah, it's not how that works. I mean, technically, I was going for, like, Ron Paul, you know? Hey! Enough! Alright. I gotta separate these two. Give me a second. No! Oh my god. How the fuck did you get back down here? Oh. Sneaky little shit. I thought he was upstairs. Yeah, I gotta keep them separated tonight. Yeah. Alright, so anyway, feel that pain, yeah, gotta keep them, yeah, no, I do. They have gotta be separated for the night. Next hour stream is Pep, thinking he has separated them, but Keeps popping up behind him. Well, the thing is, the cat, he must have like rushed behind me and was really sneaky about it, because I swore I closed him behind the other side of the door. Like, that was kind of creepy. Where it was just like, what the fuck? Hey, you. No. Come here. You guys are causing a lot of problems tonight. Ugh. Come here. Lay down. No. Well, here. Okay. Technically, yeah, Ravy gave $10 dues, so here. We'll give you 5. So you have been overloaded on these treats. Alright, Lito wants his comic. Oh, yeah, no kidding. To be fair, he did come down here and he did start doing that, so I don't know. He's cat's in a mood. Again, thank you guys for the donations tonight, and all for every time that you do donate, dog gets treats. Only if it's healthy. Well, I mean, this is why we go with the really, really tiny milk bones. You could technically eat that entire thing and he'd be fine. Gotta keep them separated. Hey. Yeah. Yup. Did you know who? No. I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know who you talk about. Alright. Let's do... Alright, let's do this Pierce Morgan bit. Because this one is one that we're going to watch the majority of.
Donald Trump is certainly not the vision of masculinity
jerking
that
off
I think
the guys.
that, people
I
would.
love jerking off guys. That's why my all my dance moves is just jerking off guys.
Say, oh, if I were to look the word up in a dictionary, it would be the guy who's covered in theatrical cake makeup and wears lifts in his shoes and, a girdle.
Don't try to tell us what masculinity and femininity is. You don't even know what words mean.
Is it a coincidence that the Tates happened to blow up after 15 years of the left lecturing the entire society about toxic masculinity and enforcing safe spaces and all of this just nonsense?
Look, I'm just sitting back watching because it's kind of like I need some popcorn. But I would hardly say that I've ever been badly behaved because I have convictions and because I believe in what I have to say.
Am I supposed to know? Wait, is this? Oh, wait, is this Facebook?
This week,
she's on Facebook.
Marked 10 years.
What's her
moment which changed politics, the United States, and the world forever.
Friends.
Oh, Pep, I need to tell you I was wrong. I saw an interview with the DSA official, and my concept of what the DSA's prioritizations was just incorrect. Appreciate that.
Delegates.
I'm telling you, man.
And fellow Americans.
It's been pretty consistent where I'm just like, oh, come on, guys.
I humbly and gratefully accept.
What happened to this guy?
Your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
I gotta work on that. After seeing that one guy like doing his inflections, I gotta get the head tilt, the head tilt,
USA.
Gotta get the pursy lips. I don't do the pursy lips as much anymore.
Not long after that, then our President Trump delivered the defining words of his movement and his 2 presidencies in front of what Sean Spicer called the biggest audience in the history of humanity.
From this day forward, a new vision will govern our land. From this day forward, it's going to be only America first.
Why are we watching this?
America first.
Yeah, oh, okay. Context. Good.
Well, a quiet period then followed.
Oh, right. I keep forgetting that we're going to have a lot of clips from him saying a lot of conflicting shit with his own stuff now.
Give or take a pandemic and the failed revolutions led by QAnon and BLM. Trump was cast into the political wilderness, but he began his political comeback with this speech.
These globalists want to squander all of America's strength blood, and treasure,
There.
chasing monsters and
Chasing
phantoms
monsters.
overseas. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad.
No more pointless, endless wars was the message. It was popular, and we heard it many times after that as the new
All right, I see where you're going with
returned
this,
him to
Piers.
office against
Okay,
all odds.
okay,
For those who
okay.
write off all current criticism of Trump as anti-Israel or Democrat propaganda, listen to what Brit Hume of Fox
What's
News
wrong
said.
with his mouth? I don't
He
know.
promised to
I've been wondering that for a while because it really is unnatural.
keep us out of endless wars or unsatisfactory wars. And now he's in one, and it's not at all clear how it's going to end.
Well, he did promise to keep us out of endless wars. He is now in one. And 10 years on from the week MAGA began, many now argue that Trump's entire legacy and the future of the movement built on his image has been destroyed by the Iran war. Are they right? Joining us now is a superb trio. Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. Dave Smith, host of Part of the Problem. And Joanne Carducci, a.k.a. JoJo from Jersey, when she's not
That's
abusing
Jo-
me.
yeah,
on
okay,
X,
that
as you
JoJo
have
from
been
Jersey.
recently, haven't you?
Lady.
Me never.
We'll come to that.
I've only seen her on Facebook.
Dave Smith. Donald Trump is an extraordinary political figure, whatever way you look at it. This guy came out of nowhere in politics. He was a television and real estate guy who beat the most qualified candidate in history in Hillary Clinton in 2016. He then lost in 2020, went off, everyone assumed, to wilderness and ignominy, and then pulled off the greatest comeback in American political history and became president all over again. And now is just as divisive and controversial and polarizing as he was first time round. But there's
Let's
no
speed this up a little.
disputing the fact that this guy has won 2 terms with 4 off in the middle for
Like I
bad
said,
behavior.
this is even,
Yeah.
man.
Well, man, I agree with everything you said there, and there's so much that's important, and this is just so not the most important thing. But did you just say Hillary Clinton was the most qualified person
She
to ever run
claimed
for
to be.
president?
That was, if you remember, that
claimed
was,
to be.
if you
Oh.
remember,
Yes.
her great claim
By the way, guys, if you are just joining us, welcome to the show.
was that she was the
yes.
most qualified candidate in
Well, that was-
history.
He didn't
and the
come out of nowhere. What the
Trump
fuck?
was the least qualified.
I mean,
Oh, you got to go, Ravy. Thanks for the fab stream. All righty. I will catch you on the next one. Too bad man. If you can try and make your way back for a little bit of the Twitch stream, it's
I
going to be
Eisenhower
fun.
won World War II, but I guess she was married to the president, so yeah, that's okay. Anyway, I'm sorry. That's
I will catch you on the next one, no matter
just
what.
such a ridiculous claim. I forgot that she used to make that. You're right.
It wasn't me,
Well,
trust
look,
me.
Trump's been the biggest political phenomenon in modern American history. However you feel about him, I mean, it's for a decade he's ruled the minds of more American people than any political figure imaginable. As you said, greatest political comeback in history. And of course, what Donald Trump really represented, the whole movement, I think from the very beginning, was a frustration with the American people against the establishment, the drain the swamp, lock her up, the whole message of the idea that DC has been run by reckless, corrupt, idiotic leaders who have taken the United States of America and left it bankrupt and weakened and all of this. I think in terms of what his legacy ends up being, it's tough to say that at this point.
Yeah.
I do think for sure that, yeah, when you launch a war of choice, man, you put all your chips in as far as legacy goes as a commander in chief. And so he will be judged off the results of this war. And as you know, as I've made the case many times on the show, my prediction of that is that it's going to be a disaster. I think he's destroyed his coalition and set back the party quite a bit. But ultimately, in some ways, Donald Trump's going to be judged by what the long-term change of his administration
Hey,
was.
Matt,
And I
with
gotta
two
say, from
Ts,
my
what's up, man?
perspective, I think while he did revolutionize American political culture and in many ways American political media, I don't think he revolutionized at all the American
I'm guessing
system
the
of
blonde
government.
woman is pro-Israel. No, actually, she's not.
For the last
she's the leftist on the panel.
25 years, we've had an
Book by its cover. Come on.
experiment, the biggest experiment in human history in big government.
Making me give the shooks. No.
Government spending, artificially low interest rates, and printing money. We printed more money in the
Wow. Yeah, no shit, right?
the last 15 years than have ever been
It
printed in
is
history,
kinda
and spent
surprising.
more money from the federal government. In that same period of time, we've had record high levels of immigration. That really hasn't changed over the last 10 years. It's only gotten worse.
Andrew Wilson, you posted, I've always said I don't support the war, but still support Trump. Now, of course, Trump refuses to call it a war because if it was a war, he'd have to get congressional approval for it. And American presidents don't tend to do that. So you haven't officially had a war since World War II, I think. But notwithstanding that, how big a threat to Trump's overall legacy
Good for her and
could
us.
this Iran war end
Also,
up
Spectre,
being?
how's it going? Welcome to the show.
I could ruin him.
I mean, what Smith says is essentially correct. The
Also,
idea that now he's being
Hermit.
compared with Jimmy Carter when he had been ripping Carter to pieces, especially
you're
in his
jumping
first
back and
term,
forth.
I think bodes very, very poorly for him. I do agree that it has divided his base substantially, and it's weakened him as a president, this particular conflict. I don't think that it was ultimately a good idea, and he should move back to domestic issues if he doesn't want this to completely corrupt his entire political
Damn, kinda
ideology
sounds
and
defeated
the
on this
America
one.
First messaging.
This is rare. Like
You
right
know,
out the gate.
Jojo, welcome back to Uncensored. We'll come to your thoughts on me a little later, but your thoughts on Trump. You know, the problem for me looking at all this is the Democrats have spent 10 years, as Dave said, you know, he's been this huge figure for 10 years. And they've spent 10 years screaming about how awful he is. He's a Nazi, he's Hitler, he's a fascist, he's this, he's that. And yet, after 4 years without Trump, the American people, in bigger numbers, voted for him to come back. And that's not just a positive for Trump and his powers of recovery and amazing comeback and so on. It's a damning repudiation of the other side, your side, right? Who just allowed this to happen, in my estimation. And when I look at the political arena now on the left, I'm like, well, where is the person that's actually going to see off Trump or Trumpism? I don't see that person yet. I don't see the new Clinton, Bill Clinton, the new Obama, the new Democrat liberal rock star who's going to come along and go, you know what? Forget talking about this guy. I'm the future. Vote for me. This is part of the problem for the left.
He's not necessarily
agree
wrong
with
about
you,
that.
in terms of what happened in 2024. But I will say that we do have quite a deep bench when it comes to potential candidates for 2028. John Ossoff is just one. We have Chris Murphy is another. I mean, the list is really long in terms of how many people I think will be standing up and meeting this moment. I think the Democrats have a real challenge of threading the needle in opposing Trump, standing up to Trump, criticizing Trump, and showing the American people that they actually have something to offer as well. I think that's one of the big mistakes that we made in 2024. But I also think we were not necessarily that adept at messaging how things were going versus how Republicans were saying they were going. And right now, in terms of Trump's legacy, I think it's incumbent upon us to tether him and Republicans to what is happening right now, to the fact that he alone is responsible, or at least during his 2 terms collectively up until this point, for 28% of the entire current U.S. national debt, $39.6 trillion under Donald Trump's first term and this 2 years. So I think it's important that we
That's not even including the new budgets that they're trying to get us to approve for him.
talk about that. I think it's important that we talk about what is happening in this war that he says that is not a war, that he sold as a quick, decisive operation that we are 5 months, at least $38 billion into, 18 service members.
Yeah, according to Pete Hegseth, which at this point, even like GOP senators were just like, okay, but we gave you a $1.5 trillion budget for the military. Where's the rest of the money? Like, that's very reasonable. Like, if you're a parent, right, and you give your kids a stipend, right, and they spend it all, and they come back and they're like, hey, I need more money, and you just go, what did you spend it on? And they're just like, oh, I don't know. We just need more money. That wouldn't fly. So why is this flying for the government?
Seized 400 plus wounded, no exit strategy.
It's just kind of wild, especially with like, you know, the fiscally responsible Republican Party that I was supposed to believe in.
Not only haven't we accomplished any of the objectives that he set out, but
Any liberal is better than in the pocket of Republicans.
we've actually given Iran essentially control over the Strait of Hormuz.
Yes,
Gas is $4 a gallon again.
I almost think that a lot of liberals are just they're being I don't want to say the both sides thing, but it is. It's literally like they are part of the same fucking.
I think we need
like,
to. The
party,
Democrats need to manage
essentially.
to thread the needle where they talk about what he has done
Like
and is
they
doing
have the
to our
same
country, his
buyers,
legacy,
you know what I mean?
that is also economic, that this protracted war, and what we offer the American people, because that's what's.
I wouldn't go as far as to call them fascist.
Dave Smith, I felt from
I just say that they're diehard
day
capitalists.
one of this war, it was a massive miscalculation, and at best a terrible misjudgment based on, I think, the persuasive powers of Benjamin Netanyahu and the head of Mossad to buy into a sequence of events which just hasn't materialized. And that if Trump had his time again, as we can see from the current distancing with Netanyahu, that he probably wouldn't have gone into it. It's interesting. I mean, Jojo said about the war, they've lost everything militarily and they're able to kill our heroes because this fucking sociopath, Trump, doesn't have a goddamn care in the world about how many of our troops die in his elite.
Thank you for fucking saying that. Holy shit. And he said it with some passion. He actually, like, damn, he called him a sociopath.
For personal profit bullshit war. Now, I would say that is a mischaracterization.
Damn. And Andrew is just like, oh, fuck. I can't refute any of this.
Correct me if you think I'm wrong. Whenever I've talked to Trump, publicly or privately, he's always wanted to avoid death in combat. And he has been very perturbed by the enormous number of deaths, for example, in the Ukraine war. Right? And he talks about it a lot privately. Right? How many young men are getting killed on a daily basis on the front line there. I don't think he doesn't care about the lives of American forces. I think he genuinely has always viewed Iran as a massive threat. And he got traduced.
His face says it all. Also, he's doubling down on the Siggies.
Netanyahu into believing this was the right moment and the sequence of events the Israelis put forward would happen. In other words, it was a
kind of found it rich that he was saying, "Yeah, suck on your pen," while it's like, ooh.
Terrible mistake. He shouldn't have done it.
Come on, man.
An appalling error of judgment to trust what he was being told and sold. But ultimately, I don't think it was the actions of someone who doesn't care about the lives of American servicemen. I think where he's got himself is that, unfortunately, he doesn't know how to get out of this now. And so more and more servicemen are getting pulled in and getting killed. And I don't know if he knows an exit route for this.
God, his studio has to smell awful.
Well, I don't know if you're asking to speculate what's in his heart or how much he cares about every one of these 19-year-olds who he's gotten killed. I don't know. It is true that he certainly tried to resist conflicts, including this conflict, in his first term. And the exact same factions were trying to pull him into this war, and trying to pressure him into it in his first term.
Yeah, that's why everybody was just like, John Bolton, what are we doing?
The Iranians shot down the drone after the Soleimani strike. There were lots of pressures to get into it, and he resisted those. And he resisted even in the 12-day war. Took the first off ramp that he got. Now, I understand.
Yeah, because at that point, I'll be honest, I think he had he had it in his memory bank that he accused Obama of doing the same thing, and there was a point during his first administration where he used to try to not be so contradictory.
I understand what you're saying, Pierce. Here and me.
You guys remember that? I kind of remember that, where there were moments where he would actually give, almost try, and I'll say almost.
And you read the same news, but he
really is his own worst enemy, dude. It's just like half the time you just look at him, you're like, dude, just shut up. Just shut up.
Here, which is that how exactly?
But this is also where it's like, if you want to know what's gonna happen and how he's gonna do it, he will tell you.
It was Donald Trump persuaded.
He doesn't know when to shut the fuck up.
He should have known, as everyone in this town would know, that Netanyahu is just trying to get you into this thing because what he wants is a regime change or a regime collapse, and that he's going to say whatever he can to try to lure you into this thing. And then, of course, Pierce, if we're
Could you imagine him getting so bad?
Times reporting that nobody in Trump's own government.
I mean, dude, my favorite joke that I had was where we figured out what Kofefe is, where that was the start of his dementia, where it was just like, Kofefe, oh crap, I just gave out the nuclear codes.
Government went along with this and backed it up, and nobody in his
just pretend that it was an oopsie, and we'll just leave it as a mystery
with no ground forces. I'm not sure that's ever been done in military history. And so, yeah, it's kind of a crazy idea that he got tricked into this by the Israelis. I suppose that's possible. After Venezuela, he believed. The bottom line here,
you do understand that there's a very small possibility that was actually what happened.
Is this: he launched the war. Those people are dead as a result of it. This is what leadership comes down to, right? Okay, now here's the interesting thing about this latest round. We're at the darkest point in this war so far, Pierce. He's back to threatening, and now he's even taken moves toward bridge and power plant day. He's threatening to do this the next time. The Iranians are not backing down. But Pierce, what's really different about this go-around?
Hey, Pep, what would you do if you became president?
Round of the war. Last
healthcare for all.
Week in his
no, for real. I would make healthcare for all a priority. I would make sure that they
walk down. He walked away from all.
Couldn't keep fucking us, but at the same time, I would try to reassure them where it's like, you'll still be rich though, because for some reason they need that reassurance. And I don't want to get JFK'd.
All of the original war aims, Pierce. Every last reason that we supposedly were fighting this war, he backed off of. The first point in the memorandum of understanding is that there'll be a ceasefire in Hezbollah. So we're not saying they can't fund their terrorist proxies. He walked away from ballistic missiles. He walked away from the nuclear dust. He walked away from zero enrichment. He walked away from the whole thing. We're just fighting over the Strait and Lebanon now, two issues that didn't exist before the war. I mean, I'm sorry.
Attacks the shit like the ever-living shit out of them.
If that's not a disaster, I don't know what is.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew, it is a disaster.
This is also where I don't think I'd be a great president. I'm not a very leaderly type.
I mean, I don't see how Trump can extricate any kind of legitimate.
Pep, you know what JFK? Yes, I do.
Ultimate victory here, do you?
Wait. Unless I don't.
No. I don't. This has not been a good foreign policy decision for the Trump administration. I not only concede that that's true, but
If I became
never thought it
president,
was a
I'd
great
stop
idea.
all this BS ASAP. Wars would be the first problem. Well, again, if you're president, you can't necessarily settle the war. I mean, at some point, there are two parties.
I think that I would disagree with Dave in, I guess, a nuanced way. That
No, it'd be great if we could just, like, I don't know, have peace again. Like, I grew up in the 90s. I grew up in, like, fucking what we call now peacetime.
I think that
It's
Trump
weird
became
to think
very
about.
overly reliant on his very decisive military
helmet is
victories
that
that he
behind
did
him?
have. That were always very limited, very quick. Mission accomplished. He was out, and then he could brag. This is altogether a different situation. So no, I don't think that. I don't think that this is good for the administration. I wish that they would focus back on domestic policies, as Democrats have
damn.
nothing at all to offer.
This is interesting to
Nobody's
see.
excited about any Democrat candidates.
back
That's where the
foot.
war
Cool.
should be being fought, is domestically.
Okay, Jojo, I mean, look, if you compare Trump's war record over 2 terms with Obama, you would compare it quite favorably. I mean, yes, it is appalling that 18 servicemen lost their lives, but actually over Trump's 2 terms, fewer people have died serving their country for the United States in combat than pretty much under any president in modern times. So this is not like he's a natural warmonger. Why would you think he doesn't care about troops dying? I mean, I know for a fact he calls the families of everyone who dies.
Well, I also know for a fact that in the first term, he was on a call with a widow who had recently lost her husband. And the words that she said he used were that her husband had known what he signed up for. So I also know that he skipped 5 dignified transfers over the course of his 2 terms for troops who died in Lithuania. He was at an event, I believe, for Live Golf at Mar-a-Lago instead. And he skipped the dignified transfer from one soldier who was killed in
no matter what,
relationship
you do understand that this would be a huge fucking scandal for, like, Joe Biden. So
to this
is fair.
illegal war in Iran. I don't have any metric to point to that tells me that Donald Trump cares about
U.S.
any
government could just
loss
save
of
so much
life.
money
I
if
mean,
they
we could
shopped
talk
at
about
Menards.
COVID and the fact that while thousands of
Fine,
Americans
like,
were dying.
why? I don't
day.
want to believe that you're like an AI bot that was prompted with Menards ads, but that would be hilarious.
He said to Jonathan Swan that it is what it is. But the fact that he continues to talk about how many
It's just cycling the song. You save big money. You save big money when you shop Menards.
troops we've lost in other wars. I mean, if the Vietnam War is the hill you're going to die on to use to justify 18
No, I know.
American service
You
members
just love Menards. It's so weird.
dying in a war you launched that you said we won on
Menards
day
bot.
1, 5 months and $38
Hey.
billion
Oh God, that would be so dystopic.
ago. He doesn't say anything with true empathy or sympathy. He treats these deaths like they are just props and statistics and numbers on a page. He said today on the tarmac, before he went to this dignified transfer, that the soldiers who had died said out loud somehow that they wanted to make sure that Iran never had a nuclear weapon, which, by the way, we haven't done anything to stop, even though he told us repeatedly that their ability to do so was obliterated, that their military was obliterated. We've heard this
You gotta go meet your Uber. I will catch you later, Soul Life. Thanks for hanging tonight.
for months. We've heard this since the bunker buster last year. So
Yeah, the
back
problem is, I just think it's inarguable now that the real danger for Trump is that he becomes the boy that
He's
cried
not
wolf.
great at
He keeps
answering
saying
that.
stuff that doesn't materialize, and he goes from wanting to.
That's always been him.
He wants to go from annihilating Iran 1 minute to we can deal with these people. They're all great people to deal with, and I just don't think he knows.
I mean, the easy answer is why does it matter? A life is a life. Like, what does the number have to do with it?
Go on.
The bottom line, Pierce, on it is really this, man. It's just there's
Also, Obama totally inherited that war. This one was started by Trump. Like, these are easy answers.
consensus in this country. There's agreement among super majorities of the American people that we don't want any more of these stupid wars. That's it. And I could make an argument for you, by the way, Pierce, if you got enough time. Like World War I, Americans voted for Woodrow Wilson, who ran on the promise to keep us out of World War I. We voted for FDR, who promised to keep us out of World War II. We voted for Johnson and Nixon, who promised to keep us out of and then end the war in Vietnam. We voted for Obama, who promised to keep us out of the wars. We voted for.
He's not wrong.
For Trump. The American people, every time they get a referendum on this, say we don't want to be an empire. We don't want to fight
shit.
senseless
He
wars.
is
We've
not
never
wrong
in
at
any.
all.
It's not what our Constitution says our form of government is supposed to be. There's never been a referendum. It's totally illegal and against the wishes wishes of the American people. And, you know, I don't care who was nicer on the phone or what alleged story you have or who you think speaks with more empathy. George W. Bush and Barack Obama are responsible for the deaths of millions of innocent civilians. And Barack Obama, after running as the anti-war candidate, launching wars in Syria and Libya and Yemen and Somalia, just killed hundreds of thousands of innocent people. So I don't want to hear. But the whole point is that Donald Trump ran against that.
Yeah,
Donald Trump said we're not being like that anymore. He pointed to the fact that we wasted trillions of dollars and pointed to the fact that this specific war would be a disaster. We've had Tulsi Gabbard as the DNI for almost the entire thing. She sold no war in Iran t-shirts. J.D. Vance warned against this war. Like, this was such a huge part of the coalition. It was such a big part of the energy and the momentum that Donald Trump seized. This was the deep state. This was the Bidens and the Clintons and the Bushes. They're the ones who wanted forever wars in the Middle East, not the America First movement. And by giving that up, we've lost a lot of that energy. And now these dirty commies who were against the war have the wind at their back.
Yeah,
it is this the gaslight nation. I mean, we have been
completely true. Let's just segue.
I don't know, man. It's like we're being conditioned to just accept it, and that's what scares me. I've caught myself doing it a few times where I'm just like, meh, whatever, which is not healthy.
The arrest of Andrew and Tristan Tate in the United States. Now, these two, Andrew in particular, have become a kind of talisman to millions of young men around the world, which many people think is a pretty unhealthy state of affairs. You've all been on the record about the Tates previously, and I completely accept that news events have moved on, but it has split the right in America. And I want to play a clip from Ben Shapiro talking about this.
Folks, if Republicans would like third worldists to win, you know, these commie, Castro-standing revolutionaries who desire ardently to subdue and overthrow America, if Republicans want those people to win, then you probably should keep allowing the retard right to take over the party. Now, call me crazy. I think that when law enforcement prosecutes the guys pushing pimping hose degrees to young men via TikTok and sexually abusing underage girls, I think when those people get arrested, that's probably a good thing.
And I believe, and I think they believed, that they had some level of diplomatic protection from the United States, particularly from the Trump administration. Tate brothers have been good allies. They've been a pretty good sport to the Trump administration. And from what we've heard today, it sounds like Trump is not going to lift a finger to help them. And so we'll see what happens in this hearing, but it's not looking good. Go figure. Golden age, we have all these indictments that we were promised, and of all people, it is the Tate brothers.
So, Andrew, let me start with you here. In March 2025, you said Christians should stop bitching about Tate as long as...
Mark my words, Democrats will take the new Red Scare and run with
Christians
it.
allow feminine...
There's already some establishment Democrats that are, but at the same time, we have to keep the momentum on with the DSA. Like, let's put it this way. If Abdul wins, we have a good chance at actually taking over this party, like a la the way that the Tea Party took over and became MAGA. If Abdul loses, that signifies that the Democrats are going to go after the DSA adjacents and just try to keep us in the status quo.
Feminism and sowing so-called lunatics to punish all forms of masculine expression in Christianity. Men like Tate will reign.
While I can say I kind of agree, I don't want to. I want to be more optimistic about that. I'm not ready to be
as long as the message is feminine
defeated.
Only, Tate will beat you every time. What do you feel about him now?
I mean, it's still true. There's nothing that I said there that was false. As long as it's the case that masculinity is punished, you're going to see men who say that it's okay to have traditional masculine capabilities. You're going to see those people glorified no matter what. So in this case, you could say, hey, these guys are pimps.
Ben Sheridan? How you doing?
You can say that you don't like how they behave. But what's never really attacked is the messaging. And if the messaging was attacked, I think that leftists and feminists would have a much better time. But nobody really attacks the messaging. They just attack the people. And it's like throwing the Tates in jail isn't going to change the fact that having a pro-masculine message is a good idea. And it's something that the right wing needed desperately. And it's something that Christian ethicists need to focus on as well. It's okay to be a man. It's okay to be masculine.
I agree about the attacks on masculinity. And I think that's part of the reason for the rise of people like the Tates. However, they were brazenly misogynist in open sight, right? They didn't hide it. They spoke in a revolting way about women. They wanted women to stay at home, have no vote, have no job, blah, 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 blah. This was all being done in plain view. They were quite proud of it. And I was surprised how many on the conservative right, the Christian conservative right in particular, were prepared to kind of tolerate that.
There's overlap between ideology. So Christian right-wingers who are part of traditional churches, those are patriarchal churches. So you have overlap in some cases with the ideology. So of course, some of them are like, hey, look, I don't agree with the pimping. I don't agree with the various things that these people do. But some of the messaging.
That's JoJo from Jersey.
I do.
You've probably seen her on TikTok or like Facebook or, Instagram or something like that. I know that she's like a social media star, but not necessarily like a YouTube star.
And the fact that men are latching on to that messaging opens the door for Christian ethicists to come in and say, hey, look, masculinity is okay. The pimping part's not okay. The prostituting women out's not okay. But the masculinity aspect of it and the patriarchal aspect of it under the true church is perfectly acceptable. That's why so many Roman Catholics, Orthodox, and high church Protestants were able to kind of latch onto that message inside the manosphere and start turning the tide towards the Christian ethics and away from the OnlyFans and pimping and prostitution, etc.
Jojo, you said if you're getting your facts from Andrew Tate, congratulations, you're an idiot, an asshole, and also very likely an incel, and you need to get back to your basement-dwelling, raid spanking, and video gaming because the grown-ups are busy working. Now,
not the worst tweet.
In a way, my issue with that would be that you're targeting, I think, a lot of people who I would categorize as victims of Tate.
Oh, shut up. Oh, my God.
Impressionable young men who feel a bit
Oh, my
disenfranchised.
God. I must always stand up for the young men.
And gravitated to people.
Shut up.
Who have a rhetoric and a style of delivering it, which is a lot of the time quite empowering. Get fit, get mentally strong, want to do this, want to succeed, but nothing wrong with any of that. But then they have this nefarious side to them. And just how nefarious, we're going to discover when they're finally put on trial. But is it fair of you to just demonize everyone that gravitated to them in the way that you did?
Yeah.
I don't think it's unfair for me to demonize the Tates, but I also think that we have a conflation of what the word masculinity means, right? I mean, again, Andrew Tate was arrested in pedal pushers and
Pat, what are my thoughts on Piers? He's a fence-sitting asshole that he has entertainment gravitas. So
shirt with his.
I'll say that much. But as far as his journalism, he's a fucking
chest hanging out. I mean, the whole thing has been memed a million times. But Donald Trump
is
is
delusional for thinking that he's somehow, in the middle.
Not the vision of masculinity that I think people would say, oh, if I were to look the word up in a dictionary, it would be the guy who's covered in.
Yeah, when Andrew Wilson starts melting into sensibilities to bolster his argument, he's hurting.
Theatrical.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, no, when he started this, I saw that he was already defeated because he was like, I'm not sure if he knew the prompt or what, but he just looked absolutely fucking devastated by it. Like, yeah, I can't defend this war.
Cake makeup and wears lifts in his shoes and a girdle. But I think that it's been incredibly damaging to young men in this country that conflation of what masculinity has meant bragging about grabbing women by the pussy, bragging about raping women, bragging about beating women. I'm the mom of a 16-year-old boy who will tell me that he sees his friends who watch this shit and
that always trips me out when I see
think that guy's cool and that guy is what it means to be manly. I think that's a bigger referendum on what's happening in our culture as a whole. Like, again, as I said, as a mom of a 16-year-old son who went through the pandemic, I would say that the video games that he, was isolated with his friends, that they were playing, games like, what's the one that they all play? I can't think of it. Where
it's a mother of a 16-year-old. I mean, I legit kind of had that moment where I was just like, damn.
So that they weren't having, conversations with people face to face, those kinds of things that are crucial to their development, they were missing. And these guys came in and filled that void. But I would say that if at any point, you're somebody who's looking at the Tates and saying, yeah, that's what it means to be a man, then you're confused to say the very least. And something else is missing in your life that you're trying to fill.
We're all on the same page there where I was just like,
with this manufactured idea of what it is to be a man.
Yeah, so this is, if you were talking about conflation, right, conflating messaging, this is a woman who said that Charlie Kirk was the king of the incels, right?
Yeah,
so talk about don't know what words, talk about what don't know what words mean, right? A guy married to former model, right, who has children, is king of the incels. It's like, give me a break. That's one. She also said that he was the head. Hang on. I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, you're right. I'll let you finish and then I'll respond.
So he also said that he's the king of Hitler Youth, right, at TV USA. They don't know what words mean. And so here she's going to pretend that suddenly she knows what the word masculinity means. Masculinity is set and enriched through virtue ethics and the idea of the virtues around them.
As someone who had neglectful parents and I grew up on the internet where some adults were closer friends to me than kids my age, I understand where she's coming from.
And the idea of virtues around the feminine. That's how we even know what femininity is, what masculinity is. There's some parts of Tate's message that I agree with you are really, really poor when it comes to that. But there's other parts of his message that weren't very poor when it comes to that. So don't try to tell us what masculinity and femininity is. You don't even know what words mean. If you're going to call a guy like Charlie Kirk the king of the incels, you don't even know what words mean.
Okay.
Well, can I point out?
Yeah, I would actually call Nick Shirley king of the incels.
I mean, that Charlie
Dave, I'll
Kirk-
come
I
to you in one
wanna
sec.
Because Charlie Kirk was married to Erica Kirk, who, by the way, may or may not have been introduced to him by Donald Trump. Because she worked for Donald Trump before she met Charlie Kirk.
So what?
Yes.
So
well,
what?
Well, there's lots of speculation as to how that all came to pass. But to say that Charlie Kirk was the king of the incels is not a referendum on Charlie Kirk's choices in his life. Charlie Kirk went to college campuses with Turning Points and courted young men who were incels. They were voluntarily celibate. They
What?
believed.
What? What are you talking about? Just making stuff up?
No, Charlie Kirk
just
went to
making
college
stuff up?
campuses and he found a bunch of young guys who didn't know where they belonged, right? They didn't have a group. They
That
didn't
doesn't
have
make
I'll be fair,
them
she doesn't
incels.
sound,
So they see
that doesn't
Charlie
make them
Kirk comes in there
incels.
and he fills this void. And yeah, that
She doesn't sound very great on this.
was part of the original draw of Charlie Kirk.
How does that make
100%.
them incels, Joe? How would that make
Because-
them
Yeah,
incels?
this is a bad argument.
He has a pro-marriage,
Because they wanted
pro-family
to blame
message. Get
somebody
married.
else.
That's Griper Army. Yeah, she's actually mischaracterizing, and this is where she
They wanted to blame somebody else for the fact
Yeah,
that they didn't
she-
have enough game to get a girl. So it was somebody
You're
else's
just making
fault
it
if they
up.
could
That's
find
that's
her.
not
But
TPUSA's
You're just-
message or
yeah,
Charlie
this
Kirk's
is
message.
so-
What are
I
you
don't know,
talking
it's
about?
I'm
always-
saying
By
that
the
was
way, hang on.
exclusively his
Let me
message. I'm
just tie
saying that
this
was
off.
part of the appeal.
Well,
Well,
let me
that
bring
was
in,
part
let me
of
bring
the
in,
quickly.
let me bring in
No,
Dave.
you says no Charlie
hang on.
Kirk fan ever. It's always like the liberals have to say this was his appeal, but you're not a fan of his, and no fan of his has ever once said that was the appeal. But
Yeah.
anyway, can I
Of
just
course
say,
not.
So you think a
No,
guy's
I've
going to
actually
be like,
talked to
oh
like
yeah,
Charlie
I
Kirk
like
Hang on,
fans,
let Dave speak.
unfortunately,
why I
and
couldn't get laid.
Let Dave speak.
yeah.
No, of course not. But also, I think you just saying it is pretty
No,
ridiculous.
it's a lot of these like Christian dudes that like they love hearing. I mean, who doesn't love having like some affirmation in their politics or anything like that? It's kind of the same way that we do, and that's one thing I will say. Like that's what they're looking for. But this like she keeps misappropriating like the term incel to this, and like this whole like she's trying to like I get what she's saying, but this is kind of like she's not necessarily articulating it well.
Too, and I don't think anyone actually feels that way. Anyway, I think with Andrew Tate, the thing that's kind of interesting here, and I think particularly from the perspective of say like me and Andrew,
I mean, that's where Dave's wrong. People do feel this way, where they think that Charlie Kirk was definitely representative of like the worst people ever.
Is that
but it's also odd because it's like, well, then hold on, because technically, this is why I brought up the Nick Fuentes angle of this, is because they aren't technically on that same spectrum. You know what I mean?
people on the left, it's like they call.
This is like them always calling us liberals or calling like leftist communists. Like, I know this is like mincing words, but at the same time, I at least want to get it right.
Call everything Hitler, and then when something that looks like Hitler shows up, they go, "Oh my God, where did it come from?" And it's like, dude, it's a direct reaction to you. It is so obviously a direct reaction to you. Is it a coincidence? Is it a coincidence that the Tates happened to blow up after 15 years of the left lecturing the entire society about toxic masculinity and enforcing safe spaces and all of this just nonsense? The excesses of the Me Too movement. It is so.
We're not sure what
obviously
men and women are, Dave.
Yes. We don't know the difference between boys and girls. This is an
We can't tell.
overcorrection to you, and then you come around and say these things to two guys like me and Andrew, who are husbands and fathers, who are promoting more traditional family. By the way, Pierce, when you said it's not the message of the Tates that women should be at home and not vote and be in the kitchen, you're getting closer to me and Andrew territory with that. Their message was like, you should put women out in front of like a webcam and sexually exploit them, and this stuff that I think is just horrible.
Andrew Tate grew increasingly misogynist in terms of stay-at-home and stuff when he became a Muslim. Right?
Well, I think maybe, but can I just make the most important point? I believe that we didn't touch on here, right? Is that all of this? So I don't like any of that pimp shit. I hate it. I believe in pushing like a family message. I think that's where you find true happiness and meaning for both men and women, and it's better for children and it's better for society.
Bro. I got some Legion of Skanks episodes that would embarrass the fuck out of him for him trying to make this message. No wonder he quit. Because it's shit like this where it's just like, oh, that's what you were gonna fucking start going on? And he, like, this is, I would actually bring this up to him. I'd be like, dude, I'm a fan of Legion of Skanks. I have heard literally you and Lewis go back and forth and make some of the most horrendous jokes about this shit. Like, I've seen you literally do it to female comics' faces.
That being said, none of that matters right now.
You want to fucking go there?
Citizens.
Okay, I got the fucking receipts because for some reason, I do remember these.
We're being charged with a crime. And all that matters is specifically what's going on here. And I got to say,
Big J's just sitting there like, how am I the most unproblematic one here?
Without knowing the details of the crime at all. I will say, from my perspective as an American, I'm humble that I don't know that much
Kinda
about your
weird
country.
how that
What I've been
works.
reading about you guys, I feel pretty nervous about extraditing Americans to your judicial system right now, dude. It has shown so much corruption and so much, quite frankly, political and bias over the years that I think a lot of people rightfully do go, is this really about the crime that they committed, or is this about some type of political agenda? By the way, a long philosophical conversation that Andrew would be better to break down than me is that, by the way, Andrew, from the liberal worldview, what did Tate even do that was wrong? Really?
Nothing. In fact,
I think
in
it
fact,
was.
from the
I think it
progressive
was wrong.
From the progressive worldview, they endorse OnlyFans. They consider it to be empowering for women to be online prostitutes.
I knew they
the
were
only
going
time
here.
they object is
I
if
was
a
waiting
man's
for
involved
it.
getting a
I
cut
was
of the
waiting for
money.
the tag team.
That's it.
This
That's
is why I
all
was
I'm
saying
saying.
it. Oh my God, she wasn't prepared for it either.
There are very serious charges, including sex
Yeah.
trafficking, rape, sexual abuse,
Yeah,
and
but
child pornography.
here's the whole groundwork is framed for there to be pimps when you glorify prostitution, and they glorify.
No, not technically. No, because this is also like if you glorify female empowerment, then you're making like them their own bosses. No.
A cam girl
No, and also,
prostitution.
That's
and
not
then they
how
wonder
it
how
works. No, actually, the patriarchy is what fucking incentivizes the whole like needing a pimp or needing a fucking some careerist. Like this is what they do. They literally do this. Like this is why Jack Dorsey and all these assholes, they're just like, we'll use my platform to boost yours.
how pimps get
They're
involved
actually
and make a ton
blaming
of money.
women for them being abusive to women. I mean, this is again
I'm blaming the
how
men
you
and
end
women.
up.
They're
Blaming
just
women?
mad that they can't do it.
I'm
It
blaming
kind of
women.
seems
Yes,
that
you
way
are.
a little bit.
I blame the pimps and I blame the hoes.
Yeah.
But
I blame the
how is
pimps
it,
and
it's
the
a
hoes.
buffet to you guys? You can pick and choose that some of the things that the Tate brothers have done have been potentially bad, but not
Yeah.
all of it is bad. Is that how it works? Because when it
Yeah,
comes
that's
to
how
the
it would work with
accusations
people
levied
on
against
planet
them,
Earth.
They're human beings.
you would
yes.
think that this
Yes.
wouldn't. You would say this would disqualify somebody whole hog. If they've been accused of the things that they have
For
been accused
what?
of, how can you support
Disqualify
them at
for
all?
what? I
Hang
don't
on, hang on.
support them.
And
What do you
First
mean?
of all, hang on,
You
hang
said
on. Let me
I don't
respond
like
to you, Joe.
everything that they do. I don't
Do
like
you
the
realize
pimping stuff.
You realize that there's going to
You
be
pick
some
and
things,
choose.
right? Hang on. You're doing it right now. You just picked and choose things you agree with Dave Smith on. But in his overall view, you would absolutely hate him and my view.
Well, no,
but you
we were talking about
pick
the
and
war.
choose the things you agree with us on.
Yeah, the war.
But somehow
Yeah,
that's
we were
okay.
talking-
we can agree.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't mean that I would
Yeah.
endorse either
I
one
wonder-
of you guys.
let me
as
just- let me
somebody
just-
I would
you pick and
advocate.
choose.
Piers is the odd man out on this one.
Let me just pivot to something which we may all reach consensus on. I don't know. We might do. We might not. But another attack by Candace Owens this week on Erica Kirk. Let's take a listen to some of this.
I've been on a wild
here we go.
pursuit of fame and fortune your entire life. You started doing pageants, I think we showed when you were like 12, okay?
Oh.
6th grade, maybe? And you have not stopped wanting to be in the spotlight. Every person you have dated has had some degree of fame,
Jesus.
and you saw
Just realized what
Charlie
time it
as
is.
your ticket to
We got
more
10
fame.
minutes.
And then you finally got it, in your view. When you walked out in a white pantsuit with sparklers behind you, and you sucked all of that in, that was it. That was the moment.
I've got to say, Andrew, I've become increasingly disturbed by the relentless onslaught against Erica Kirk by Candace Owens. I think it's disgusting. I think it's inhumane. I think whatever you think of Erica Kirk's public appearances or interviews,
That's
or
true,
whatever,
Liz, I have
she
not
was
even thought
there
about
with their 2 young children when she saw her husband assassinated, murdered, shot dead. And to target a grieving widow in such a relentless campaign without any real evidence for any of the nonsensical theories she's putting forward, I think is actually pretty evil. What do you think?
We have right now a $200,000 offer for Candace Owens to debate her theories on Charlie Kirk with yours truly. I will say publicly right now on your show, we will up it to $300,000 just to have this woman actually debate her views. But they can't. None of them can. Not her, none of her orbiters like Baron Coleman and others. They all refuse to actually debate their views. Now you might ask, why is this the case? It's because she's the pot calling the kettle black. Imagine a woman works for PragerU, works for TPUSA, works for the, Ben Shapiro, works for all these people, and then says, hey, this other woman over here, she's a clout chaser. It's like, give me a break. Pot calling the kettle black across the board. No evidence whatsoever on the Owens side for any of their crazy conspiracies. And you find out on top of that, that many of the people who are within their orbit who push this, like the Unfuck America Tour and others, guess what? They're funded by Act Blue. Oh, go figure. They're funded by Act Blue and trying to use this as a wedge issue to try to divide TPUSA and the Republicans at large. It's being used as a wedge issue. Now, can you criticize TPUSA for a Zionist message or having had a Zionist message or too pro-Israel? Sure. Can you criticize Erica Kirk and her personal opinions? Absolutely. Can you do all of this? I think that that's all fine. But that's not actually what's going on. What's actually going on is that this is being used as a wedge issue for a revenge plot, and that's what they want. They want revenge against the evil TPUSA. That's what she wants, and they will do anything to get it because for the first time ever, Republicans have outreach into universities, which is where we've been wanting to be my entire lifetime. And they're doing everything they can to destroy that, both progressives and this alternative movement. And they're such cowards, they won't even debate their views.
Yeah, Dave, I mean, to me, you know, I've actually ironically got a $300,000 bet for charity with Candace Owens about Brigitte Macron, whether she's a male or female. I believe she's a female who's had 3 children. The ongoing court case will determine that, and I suspect I'll win my bet.
You didn't get any odds on that? You just went head to head?
I went head to head, and the truth is, even when she loses, which she will, Candace will claim the whole thing is rigged and this and that, because she's a delusional fantasist or a cynical fantasist who just does this stuff for clicks and clout and money. What do you feel, though? I mean, I just feel like this attack on Erica Kirk has gone on pretty much from when Charlie Kirk got murdered. It's just despicable. I just wake up and think, how can you do this to a grieving young widow? How can anyone do that?
Come on.
Am I wrong?
Stop.
Okay, first of all, I'm going to say, like, if you and Andrew are just giving like $300,000 out to someone, I like debates and bets.
I like debates.
All right, I don't know if we're just paying.
Yeah.
So listen, I'll say this. Number one,
I'll beat you for free.
Listen.
Yeah, so will I.
I've already had that, Andrew. I want to make money here this time. That's the point. So no, I mean, I'll say this. I don't know how I feel about using the grieving widow card. You know, I was friends with Charlie Kirk, but I was not close friends with him in the way that other people were. I would certainly feel strange saying, you know, like attacking his widow, and I also don't want to judge anybody based on how they react after something like that happens to them, because it's very traumatic. There is something where once you jump in there and you're leading an organization and you're constantly in the media and you're becoming a political actor, you're not exactly just a widow anymore. You're in the arena.
Exactly.
And I think it's legitimate to criticize it. And look, quite frankly, I'll just say
it's perfectly fine. I mean, come on, her Shawn Michaels entrance, like, dude.
Erica acted very bizarre in a lot of ways. And I'm not saying anything more than that, but I also will say that this, and you can see this in some of the late interviews in Charlie's life, there was this massive split that was already
No, we expected her to kind of disappear from the public light for a little bit and grieve her fucking husband.
coming. I mean, this was already after the 12-day war and after the Epstein cover-up.
Instead of grifting off of his death,
this fight was coming.
constantly trying to, like, now hide behind him.
And to have him killed in those circumstances. And then I gotta say, you know, if you guys want to blame Candace for all this, fine. I am not up to date on her latest theory, and I'm not here to defend what she.
It's all bullshit. It's all complete bullshit.
Well, I'll say this. I will say this. The director of counterterrorism himself said that there were angles of this investigation that got shot down that should have been looked into. Now, I'm not making any claim other than that. I'm just saying that.
You're talking about Joe Kent.
Yes. Now, the fact
Joe Kent,
that all I'm making is this argument, okay? I'm not making anything beyond this. I'm saying the fact that the way that there was this fight between kind of the Israel lobby and Charlie going out, that there was this big event where he brought Tucker and Megan and myself, and we had this debate, and then it's a thing, and then you've got him with the text messages saying, I might have to turn on Israel, and I fear for my life or whatever. I'm not saying that's not evidence of anything that you could take to court or prove anything, but that is enough fertile ground that I think in today's environment, you just go, well, I guarantee you the conspiracy.
Yeah, but when you start suggesting,
Wild.
Candace has done that Erica was somehow involved in her husband's murder.
I'm not defending that.
Dave, that's not even the sequence of events that happened. He didn't send out any text message that he was concerned Israel was going to kill him. He was concerned leftists were going to kill him. And guess what?
Well, wasn't it vague? Wasn't it pretty vague about what he was saying? Because I thought it was in the context. I thought it was in the context of him saying.
No, you're conflating a tweet by Harrison Smith. Maybe I am. Fine. Hang on. I'm just telling you, you're conflating a tweet by Harrison Smith, which many people do, with the actual text message that was sent. Of course, he was fearing for his life. He was at these massive public left-wing events, and these nutcases have been known, as you might remember, to kill people constantly. They seem to really enjoy that. One tried to take out Trump, for instance. So look, I understand you're not making any bold claims here. You've told me in DMs you're not going to make claims on this, and that's totally fair. You're going to stick with the claims that you feel comfortable with. I'm fine with that. What I'm saying, though, is that
what doesn't add up to me, man, is like, look, if there's a patsy,
she had grieving
this guy shouldn't be alive and
pyrotechnics.
standing trial right now. And so if we're going to a trial, then let's sit here and let this trial play out and get as much information as we can from it. And like, I certainly, I don't know. I guess I would just say I never see it as being my role to go around and like hall monitor the other dissidents about who's being too much of a conspiracy theorist. At the same time, I was publicly saying the second after he got killed, don't jump to conclusions and blaming Israel and all this stuff because you don't have a case.
But Dave, there's a difference if you're using something like this as a wedge issue in order to split party politics, especially when you're coming into midterms, things like this. For people who are involved in politics, hang on. For people who are involved in politics like me, that is actually very important.
By the way, 3 minutes away from the 420.
That this be addressed because it becomes a divisive issue.
We will be going to Twitch after this segment wraps. So if you guys are interested in doing so,
Joe, for instance, she has the same type of problem. It's just in a different direction where she has communists who are building up out east, and her party's going to have to deal with that.
If you guys are interested in
struggles regardless of
watching
the parties working within
some clips that are, we just wouldn't be able to do on YouTube here, and also just kind of doing like the 420 hang where we don't necessarily have to
the left-right
mask as much. Then
paradigm, which is
they're
currently the
coming
American
on
paradigm.
by.
So
Well, my
this is
issue,
a divisive
if I can,
issue.
if I
and
can
it's
pick up on
necessary
that,
for us to address it.
if I can pick up on that, I just want to end with what I've been promising viewers.
Yay,
the whole
Rebecca.
show, which is Joe and your little message to
You
me
made
on
it.
X. Because
I was just saying how
I
we're
posted this after the UFC event at the White House. I said I thought the UFC event
gonna be heading
at the
there
White
soon.
House was great, very different, very entertaining. Congrats to Dana White and Donald Trump, and to my liberal friends shrieking in faux outrage about it. I simply say this: pick your battles with Trump. This ain't a hill to hysterically die on. I don't think that was an unreasonable comment. I thought that this is probably pretty accurate. There was no real harm done by the UFC spectacle. And most people who watched it enjoyed it. If they like the UFC, they particularly enjoyed it. But your response, Jojo, I have to say, left a little to be desired. Your full response to me on the public platform of X was, fuck off, peers. Now, I'd like to give you a final opportunity to maybe withdraw that tweet.
Short and sweet. I stand by my words, my friend. Look, I'm old enough to remember when you told me to pipe down on your show, and then you took to that same platform to tell your audience that I was forever banned from your show until and unless, and I quote, I learned to behave myself.
Right.
Piers, I think I've been on your show.
Hey,
Quite
Nash,
clearly,
what
I
up,
failed
dude?
in my own
Since
yardstick here.
And that's not counting the 10
Just in
times
time.
I said I couldn't do your show after that because I thought he said I was banned and told me to learn to behave. And yet I came back because I wanted to give you another chance. So
Well-
me telling you to fuck off when I disagree with you on the app you told me I was forever banned on feels like justice, my friend.
Well, you do seem to be behaving better.
She
So
does.
that
I
points
was
to-
about to
yeah,
say
points
exactly
to-
that. I do think
Look,
my tactic has worked. You are behaving. I would say your behavior's been 35% better than it normally is.
It's
So
been
it's
Very
stealthy.
much
work in
outnumbered
progress.
on this particular panel. So, but I don't
All right,
even.
10
I have
seconds,
no
guys.
horse in the Candace Owens fight. I'm just
We're
watching
gonna
these
try the
guys
new thing
duke
here.
it out. Look, I'm just sitting back watching
So I don't feel like
because
getting
it's kind of like I need some popcorn. But I would not hardly say that I've ever been
Hey,
badly
Ray
behaved because I
V.
have
Welcome back,
convictions
by
and
the
because
way.
I believe in what I have to
Of
say.
course.
Wait.
But yeah, I stand by saying fuck off about the bread and circus.
Been here for a minute.
Thank you very much
Just wait
indeed.
this out.
Well, I kind of admire people who stand by
All
their
right,
guns, even when their guns
420.
are revolting. Thank you to my panel. Excellent debate. I really appreciate it. Thank you all very much.
All right.
Thanks.
Second.
Piers Morgan Uncensored.
All righty, let's do it. Okay. Whew. That was fun. Oh man. Oh, sorry, Stan. I forgot. He hates that. My bad, buddy. Here, we got the. Oh, there, I turned the fan up. How you gonna choke when you're not even smoking? Yeah, I don't know, man. It's crazy. I all of a sudden just started like, I got a tickle in my throat. It's crazy. All right, so what is gonna happen is, for the interest of the timestamps on YouTube, we're gonna chill here for about 10 minutes and kind of lead into the exclusive Twitch side of the show. Which, by the way, guys, this is going to be the norm for a little bit. Yeah, the Twitch switch is incoming. Yeah. I'm excited for it, man, because like, there's one thing I will say: Twitch allows you to have a little bit more fun. I will say that much. As far as streaming platforms, they definitely, even staying within their TOS, like. Oh God, I hate word problems. Anybody want to take this one? If anybody can solve the word problem, I don't know, just there's no fucking worse academic thing than these types of theoretical word problems. I hated these so much. Are you going 6 feet tonight? Oh shit, I forgot about that. You know what? Uni might be able to help me with that. I don't know how I do that on stream though. Maybe you could just wear a hoodie. The answer is always 42. Smart. Very smart. Oh, by the way, we got Stan back here. He was mad because I didn't have his air purifying fan on. Andrew, he likes sniz. You like sniz? No, he said you lick sniz. Yeah, I was about to say you like sniz. Like, sound like a little baby, dude. Hey, I don't know how he managed that, but he really color me surprised. Alrighty, so the big question is, what are we doing tonight? Alright, so this is the tease. What are we gonna do tonight? Because I want to get to the Cell Saga of DBZ Abridged. That is something that I've been thinking about since last week, and I haven't watched any since. So, yeah, that could be fun. Or there is some stand-up that, I mean, theoretically I could play here, but it'd be more fun to play over on Twitch. I don't know. I would not mind DBZ. All right. Well, I mean, it is fun, but no matter what, we're gonna do like the at least an hour hang. So if you guys are looking forward to that, then as I said, head over to Twitch. Mitchell, bye then. What? We're not leaving just yet. I got another 5 minutes on stream. Man, Mitch, I feel so bad. I keep forgetting. Like, this is lame. I wonder if I could simulcast it to Discord. Mitch, I feel bad, bro. I wish you could do this. Like, I don't think so. I think he had a problem with it, right? You got to figure it. Yeah. Oh, wait, you just got to figure it out is all? It's not that hard. We can walk you through it right now. I'm live on Twitch. So here, you know what? I'm going to give you the link. It's so fucking easy, man. I'm not even kidding. If you have an Amazon Prime account, it's even easier. I will say that this is where they were very smart in the way that they made it pretty seamless, because Twitch wants that money. I mean, they're good at that. I will give them that. Like, the way that you earn subs too, like joining with the Prime stuff, like, whew, boy. You don't have Amazon Prime? Well, okay, that's fine. Then it's as easy as come and just you just gotta follow me. So hit the follow button. I think it's here. Here, I'll walk you through it. Okay. This is gonna be meta as shit. Alright, we're gonna watch me watching me. Alright, you see this? This is Twitch. Oh my god, this is oh my god! Streamception, can't do it. Oh my god, I'm gonna make myself sick. Oh, that just hurt my head. Oh, wow. Wow. Whoa. That was crazy. I don't want to do that again. Okay. Woo. That fucked me up. I can't even show you. Oh. Breathe. Breathe, Pep. Okay. I don't know why that fucked up. Like that was weird. That was so trippy. Okay. All you have to do is, oh wait, my chat's already open. Right. You know, I don't even have follow mode up. Dang, Pep is gonna yak. Shit. Water now. I hate you guys. Ooh. Yeah, no, that fucked me up. Okay. I'm good now. Oh, yay. No, I don't know what the hell that activated in my brain. Because usually I can handle like the mirror effect, but that, like, the way that it's stacked and just like kept going, where it was like, oh my god, that was, I don't know. I can make a horror movie based on that, where it's just like, I just accidentally like broke into like the eighth dimension, and oh, I hope I didn't unleash something, man. Like, that was crazy. I'm not laughing at you. No, it's all right. It's okay. I'm fine. What kind of stream it's been? Oh, it's been fun. Actually, we've had a good time. I found 40. No, Natch, it's been a great time. Definitely gonna be worth the rewatch. Yeah, no, I'm happy with it. I think we did good. I mean, yeah, if you guys are here and you're chilling and you haven't already subscribed, please consider doing so. I'm really trying to grow this channel, and YouTube does not want to reward politics right now, it seems. It's back to that thing. I have this thing though. I think that I'm gonna do the entertainment thing. I'm toying with trying, like, on Monday, but we'll figure it out. Oh, Sunday. Wait. This is important. So, the thing that I was gonna do last week, I'm doing it this week. If you guys were not with us, I'm going to Ren Fair, and I'm excited about it. Got my costume. You know, we do that. We get all dressed up and shit. It's fun. Got a whole group of my friends going. So we are gonna be. I'm gonna record some exclusive content, and it's gonna be members only. So if you guys are members of the channel, I will have some fun content for you guys. It's gonna be really, really cool. Oh, nice. They rescheduled it. Well, I mean, it's every weekend from, like, I think Memorial Day to Labor Day. Oh, excuse me. So, yeah, I mean, we were always going to choose another weekend, but it just worked out where we all were like, oh, hey, we have this weekend open. So, the logistics. Welcome to my life. That is classic oversharing, where it's just like, well, I didn't need, never mind. Dude, I'm high as shit on life. I'm so high on life. Man, it is just, it's good to be here. Set up like an ADHD corner. See if it helps. Trash takes itself out. I mean, whatever. So he's gone. Cool. Yeah. So I'm gonna have the Ren Fair content. It's gonna be fun. And then, yeah, if you guys are not aware, we're going to be heading over to Twitch. And, Mitch, did you not figure it out yet? I hope you figured it out, because Mitch, that's going to be awesome. Pep's Paris Social Hour. Yeah. I mean, yeah, where I just go through my logistics where I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I do have Sunday off, and that'd be fun. We could go. We could totally go. And then all my friends that were gonna go, they could go. All right. That is why I went to the dispo. I needed to chill. Waiting for emails is mentally draining. Yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, especially when, yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Not doing the sober life right now. Well, yeah, I get that too. I do get that too. Okay, so, you guys are here. Oh, look at this. You guys are, oh my God. You guys are already moving on over to Twitch, I see. Cool. All right, let's adjust a few things before I go. Pep, are you waiting to go clean 5 to Twitch? Not necessarily. No, I might go to just like 440, but because I was gonna go to 430, and no, I'm not as committed on that one because I do gotta go. Why? Because we're ready. I think you guys are. No, I think you guys are. I'm quite excited. I gotta also figure out this the logistics of the other thing, which might not work out. Shit. I just realized that she didn't respond. Fish Guru, good night. Oh, you leaving? All right. Damn, I think we are ready. That was like the final call, or like it's just like, all right, I'm out here. I'm gonna head out. You know, I got my jacket. That awkward goodbye. Yeah, I love like my friends that don't have the Midwest in them. Where like one of my buddies, dude, he is the king of the Irish goodbye. Where you'll I've gotten good at spotting him leave, but it's just like, anybody seen what's his face? It's just like, no. Did he leave? And then you just look at it, you're like, yeah, he did. It's like, oh, damn. Snuck out, huh? Okay. Some people find that disrespectful, but I'm just like, I kind of respect the shit out of it. Or it's just like, yeah, I'm not even fucking with this. Oh, yeah, and I also get to have some fun beverages tonight. Hey. Got a few of those to kick off the weekend here. All right, so, like I said, if you guys are interested and have not already, please follow on Twitch. And then, yeah, man, double tap that screen. Hell yeah, all right, cool. Appreciate it. Oh, guys, I'm trying. It's so hard. I think I told you that I am trying to get to that 3K because it's my channelversary is literally like in a week, and I don't think it's gonna happen, but it's still cool. All right, guys, we're gonna head on over to Twitch. If you are not joining us, I really appreciate you guys being here tonight. Yeah, and then look out for the members only content on Sunday, and also join us on Monday for a new week of shows. Okay, now here's how this is gonna work. You guys over on Twitch should be getting used to this now. I'm gonna play the outro, which is now technically the intro for the new hour over on Twitch. Like I said, come join us for watch some DBZ abridged and just have some fun. I think we might watch something else entirely, who knows, but I will see you guys over there. I really appreciate you hanging tonight. Good night. Outro time.
Who the heck is PepTalks? I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. PepTalks. 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 Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talks.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the Pep Talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Goodbye, YouTube. And hello, Twitch.